This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
A very good morning to you from the Santarem cricket ground, and it's the G-Force back in the house. Phil G, Tina G, taking you through today's action. And the first game sees the Werewolves against Team Tigers Portugal. It's a big day for the Werewolves today, isn't it?
It is indeed a big day for the Werewolves. They are currently 5 matches, just the one win. They're going to want to at least get one win today to make sure they're playing on Sunday. They've got 3 games. This one's a big one for them against Team Tigers Portugal. I agree 100%, Tina. They will want to win here to make sure they see action on Sunday.
Exactly. And it's Peacock Friday. You're looking dashing, I must say, Phil. And, well, before we go out to the action, of course, we have to see what happened at the coin toss. So thanks very much to our partners, Rado, and we will see what happened. It flashed up very briefly there. It's an eye test for you on this Friday morning, but we can confirm, thanks to Rado, that Team Tigers Portugal, they won the toss and they elected to bowl. Interesting choice.
It is an interesting choice, isn't it? Yeah, so putting the Werewolves in and happy to chase here on this lovely morning too, by the way. We'll see if that's going to backfire, but Team Tigers Portugal fancy themselves to chase against the Werewolves. And the Werewolves bowling, for me, they need to do a little bit better today if they're going to get the wins that they really do need. We're going to find out, though.
Here we go. First ball, and it's right on the money. It's a good delivery there from Mamadul Khan, who will be bowling the first over for TTP. And you mentioned there, Phil, about TTP chasing. They did it very well, didn't they, yesterday against the Fighters? There was a couple of big run chases yesterday.
What a game that was, too. We were both guilty of saying, Team Tigers Portugal, not too sure you're going to get this chase, and they made us look a little bit silly. They did very well in those chases. That first one was quite something.
We don't need much help to be made to look silly either. We say standing in our Peacock Friday garb, but, you know, you've got to lean into it. And it's a Friday morning here in Portugal. The sun is shining. Cricket's on. There's no other place in the world I'd rather be, Phil. Standing next to you.
Thanks, Tina. Look at that lovely blue sky. And have a look at this next delivery.
And, well, have a look at that one as that gets launched early on towards the farmyard. It's Gurpreet Guri who's opening the batting for Werewolves along with Sunam. Rohit Sunam at the non-striker's end. But it was Guri there who launched that one into outer space. It was a lovely shot there.
So, blink and you miss it. Umpire Andy in the middle of the screen there. As the bowler walked past, Andy just reached into his pouch, took out the spare grizzly and just went, there you go, we're not going to get that one. Just flicked it to him, a gentle little underarm throw.
The nonchalance of that. Oh, there's a good comeback there from Khan. Gets that one to zip through to the keeper. It's Foyzuddin with the gloves today for TTP, who are being led by Asif Attar. Of course, as a reminder, thanks again to our friends at Rado, the coin toss was won by TTP. They have decided to have a nice little chase on this Friday morning. And that's chipped up and it's into the covers and it's dropped. Should have been taken there by Shuvra Biswas. Goes straight into the hands and straight back out, and that's an early missed opportunity. Gurpreet Guri, you don't want to give him too many chances.
Oh, you do not. Oh, I had to look away in horror. I couldn't believe it was put down. You drop Gurpreet Guri this early, he can make you pay big time. He's a big hitting monster when he gets going. And Rohit Sunam at the non-striker's end, he's not a slouch with the bat either. Werewolves do bat pretty well at the top.
That one has been pumped away once more. And I don't know how many balls umpire Andy has in his pouch because he's already taken one spare. Oh, it has been retrieved, or maybe that's probably lucky. From earlier in the over.
Yep, good.
Because we're still in over 1 here, and 2 have been launched into the neighbouring fields. Gurpreet Guri, well, he's hit 2 Maximos, and Sparer thought here, well, it's actually been another backup ball. That's why you can see umpire Andy's disappeared off screen doing the hard work. I'm not sure why the fielders aren't getting the ball for him, but there you go.
There's a lot of grizzlies being thrown back and forth to each other. Hope they've got the right one. Maybe that was from the original, the first Maximo that got hit out of the ground on the second ball, possibly. I'm not sure. Either way you cut it, there's a bit going on out there.
And that's crunched straight through the covers. And Sparer thought there for Shuvra Biswas, who shelled that catch earlier in the over, and he's just seen that one absolutely whistle past him. There he is on screen there. Well, he's jogging towards the fields next door, and maybe you might just want to stay there for a while because I think his teammates are throwing him a few dirty glances as we do get to the end of the first over. A big one for the Werewolves. But this is not surprising, is it? You were saying earlier today, Phil, before we came on air, the Werewolves have impressed with the bat throughout the tournament so far. It's really been the bowling that's let them down.
It is, yeah, exactly right. So the Werewolves have played their 5 games and they've got 3 today, which is going to finish their 8 for the group. And this is what I've seen in the couple of days prior to when you arrived yesterday, Tina, is this is your first look. Their bowling just let them down. There's a reason why the Werewolves are sitting top of the stat of the most maximos in the 10 overs, because they've got some big hitters, Gurpreet Guri and Rohit Sunam. The 2 batters out there are basically the prime suspects. Their captain, Shafat Ahmed, he as well is another one. So those 3 are probably 80% of all the maximos in this team, and they are not shy when it comes to hitting out.
Well, TTP want a bit of a recovery here, and that's a full bung up. Eyes on the umpires to see if that one was a legal delivery, just about. So gets away with it, does the TTP bowler on this occasion. Sunam misses out on that full toss. So TTP just not quite out of the traps yet. It's Shahzad who is bowling this second over for the men in yellow. And he comes once more, the 77. And that's much better. Right on the money there. Dug out. Good running, though, from the Werewolves as they scamper through for a single. There is the maximo rate you were talking about, Phil, with the Werewolves at the top. TTP, though, they're bringing up the rear in second place. So these two should be runs aplenty between the two sides.
You think so, yeah, based on that. I mean, Werewolves about 10 or 11, I think, on that graph there. And I'm not surprised to see that. Their bowlers just have to back them up.
It's a good delivery. It's hit firmly and it's half stopped by that man again who's been in the action. In fact, it's Mohammad Razel who's now in the covers. So Shuvra Biswas might have been sent to the naughty step after a few misfields and most significantly a dropped catch in that first over. Big shout out to everyone joining us in the chat. It's lovely to have you with us wherever you are in the world. I see crewman there, Ali Haider. Thank you very much for your support. I know Crew mentioned that he's joining from a cloudy Blackpool. Alan's in there as well. Paolo, lovely to see you all. That one is a vicious blow. And he did get a knock on the head there. So the umpires will go and check that Gurpreet Guri is okay. Well, it looked like he was taking his gloves off to maybe inspect his head, but he is in fact just doing his shoelaces. So I think he's okay.
Just a shoelace-related issue there. Well, there's the concussion test from one umpire, a pat on the arm, and then I think Andy might maybe just do a little bit more of a routine, maybe to count back the days of the week from Friday or something like that.
Well, he was hit on the head so hard his shoelaces came undone, so I've not seen that before.
That's pretty hard, actually, yeah. That's how hard cricket balls are, folks. It looks like he's all right. The umpires have gone over for inspection. Good to see both umpires go and inspect the batter and just ask a few questions, make sure he's okay. And also, it looked like it was the opposition captain also walking in, just give him a little pat on the back.
That's another vicious delivery. And you can see that Gurpreet Guri, well, maybe just still feeling the effects of that previous delivery. He was visibly leaning out the way of that one. Shahzad does bowl with quite a bit of heat. It's not one that you'd want your head on the end of. And he's bowled a good over so far, just giving away a handful of singles. Hello to Sandesh in the chat, joining from Nepal. I'm assuming the weather in Nepal at the moment is slightly better than in Blackpool. Maybe.
I would think it'd be a little bit better. Let us know what the weather's like there in Nepal. Tuning in from Nepal, wonderful to have your company. Tell us how it is. What's the weather like there right now? Look out the window. Or is it, that'd be late afternoon there, wouldn't it?
Probably dark. That's another good delivery from Shahzad, and it's an excellent over from TTP. Great recovery, given that they went for 17 in that first over, bowled by Mamadul Khan. Shahzad has brought his team back onto an even keel, just 4 singles from that second over. So at the end of 2 overs, Werewolves 21 for no loss.
Been very impressed with Shahzad so far in this series. We only saw him first time yesterday. His bowling is he's very quick, and he gets some very good bounce off the track, bends the back and gives the batter a few sort of second guesses to have a think about what the next ball is going to be and what to play. So that little bit of aggression, that little bit of heat that he brings, very much needed for Team Tigers Portugal, and they'll look for him to get them through to Sunday's final action. if they can do that. Gurpreet Guri going along nicely, despite having his bell being rung in that over. 18 from 8. And Rohit yet to get going, but he can get going if he needs to. I won't be surprised if that phrase, you need to get going, starts in the next over or two if he's still there. Only 3 from 4 deliveries faced.
Weather watch over back in the UK. Julian says 9 degrees, partly cloudy with showers in Berkhamsted. Could be worse. I mean, it's still, we're going into April shower season in the UK. I'm assuming similar in Czechia as well.
Yes.
One moment you have sun, the next it's snowing. I know it was snowing back in Hamburg yesterday, so
Oh, was it really?
my sympathies to all my friends and family over there. Full bunger here to start the third over, and this one has been called a no ball, and it's a big. So I was going to say 7-up. Yes, indeed, 7-up. And again, it's one of these hot and cold kind of innings for TTP so far. First over didn't go to plan, and then in the second over, Shazad got them right back in it, and this third over, which is being bowled by Adil Halim, has got off to the worst possible start, or the best possible start if you are a werewolf.
Yep, it just depends which side of the fence you're standing on, but either way you cut it, this is quite an expensive start to the over. Let's see what it's going to be worth in the end though, but 28 for no loss, 2 overs bowled. Our win predictor is up as well, if you notice that. It was brand new, added to our scorecard yesterday, good to see. And so far, only 44% amount of love for Werewolves. Free hit coming, bang, crash, wallop. That has gone a long way back, well over point. And down, drops inside the rope, 4 runs, nice shot.
That went very, very high, didn't it? It was just a case of what side of the rope it would land. Certainly rolled over in the end, so an expensive start to this third over for TTP. 10 or 11 coming off the first legal delivery.
Halim had a mixed bag yesterday. He bowled, he picked up a couple of wickets in one of his overs, and I think the second over he bowled in that same game, he got absolutely taken to the cleaners. Swung hard, goes straight down the ground. Azam Johnny has to turn around, and in the end, he turns around to face the ball that dropped, I reckon, about a foot away from him. The throwback, the bowler doesn't take it well. He takes a sharp one on the fingers, misses a potential run out too. Oh, tell you what, I reckon he should have caught that.
Well, he did all the hard work. He scampered back round, and, well, the post-mortem starts between Azam Johnny and his bowler, with Adil rightly saying, well, what was that? He got there, turned around, and just decided to let the ball drop in front of him. But he's got his lines here, Halim. This time it's up in the air towards leg side, but it's going to keep going down that hill, and it's another Maximo. This is turning into a brilliant over for the Werewolves. Well, I suppose Abdul Halim can count himself a little unlucky. He probably should have got a wicket on that previous delivery, and he's been punished here. Gurpreet Guri looks in the mood this morning, 36 off just 12 deliveries so far, and this over threatening to go magical. It looks like it's going to be an outstanding power play here for the Werewolves with 3 balls left of the third. That's a good delivery, and well, Adil Halim must be thinking he's upset the gods somehow this morning, because that was probably one of the best deliveries so far of the morning, but it goes just centimetres past the stumps. It goes, I think, under the falling knees there of Foyers Udin, and goes away for 4 byes. He can't catch a break at the moment here.
What do I have to do? That's what he's saying. He's looking up to the heavens saying, what do I have to do to try to get either a dot ball or a wicket? And just like Gurpreet Guri, he was dropped on 6, I believe, wasn't he? He hit that maximum, then he was dropped. So that's already now worth an additional 30 runs. Ooh, TTP. Hopefully that's not still living rent-free in their heads.
Cracked through the covers. There is a deep cover out there, but it was hit so firmly that he has no chance of reeling that one in. Another boundary, and Werewolves racing away to the half century here. Gurpreet Guri, the chief destructor so far. Destroyer? We'll go with either of those. Good morning to Tim on Weather Watch. Hastings is overcast, 9 degrees and breezy, so he sat inside with a cup of tea and croissants. Doing bits for Anglo-French relations there. Battle of Hastings, was that England versus France?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, well, the people who were in the Battle of Hastings probably spinning in their graves that Tim's got a cup of tea and a croissant. Doesn't know which side of the fence he's on.
Oh, you're not thinking of the Battle of Waterloo, are you?
I don't know.
There's been a few big battles out there.
I know the Battle of Hastings was 1066.
Okay.
So
the Battle of Waterloo was...
that was Napoleon, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Napoleon. That was 19th century.
Yeah, Battle of Hastings was between Norman French army of William and an English army under Harold. See? Tim, you know, you're in Hastings and you're eating a croissant. What's going on there? End of the power play. Werewolves 48 for no loss. That was another magical over. 23 runs coming off it. Adol Halim. And I think, well, there's two people that will be frustrated so far. I think Shuvra Biswas, who dropped Gurpreet Guri on a handful of runs.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him since, so I hope he's okay. And Shazad would be a bit upset that he bowled that really good second over. But the two overs either side of him have been, well, magical. And as a result, Werewolves well on top after the power play.
Very much well on top, looking very good. Gurpreet Guri, he's shaken off the that moment where he had his bell rung by Shazad. He seems to be okay now. Maybe that's actually put him into correct working order, because he hasn't really given a chance ever since then. As we look to start the fourth now. Let's see what we can get here out of Nahid Ahmed. I think it's the first time we've seen him. We didn't see him yesterday, so it's the first time I think we're going to see him have a bowl. Try to shake things up and maybe get a wicket there. Have a look at that. Two big overs there. That wonderful over, as Tina says, from Shazad there, the second over. They're probably going to hold him back. Can't hold him back for too much longer. They need a breakthrough.
This one's up in the air. There's a fielder running towards it, settles underneath it and shells it. Great camera work there from Ricardo, so you could all see that one being dropped there in the deep. It was Mamadul Khan underneath it. Things just not going the way of TTP at the moment. That's two chances, two that actually they got hands to. There was that one by Azam Johnny at long off that he didn't even attempt. So that's three opportunities. It looks like Mamadul Khan's done himself a mischief because he's running off the pitch. That's why the umpires have had to quickly stop Ahmed from running it again. I think split webbing there for Mamadul Khan is always the way. They don't hurt. You don't get injured if you catch them, Phil.
That's true, actually, yeah. That should be what he's told as well. If you'd caught it okay, you'd be fine. You'd have a smile on your face. You'd have a bit of a get around as well. Just need to maybe get a bit of outfield catching practice during the break.
Again, he swings hard there, does Gurpreet Guri. He doesn't get a hold of it entirely, so it should just be a single. Julian, meanwhile, schooling us on the Battle of Hastings. My history knowledge, my 20th century history knowledge, very good. Because I had a skin in the game in those.
Yeah, okay.
The Anglo-German relations were shady at best in the 20th century. But beyond that, my knowledge is patchy, I must say. We did random things at school. We did the Italian Revolution. I mean, the classic in English schools is that you do the kings and queens. And then from the ages of 11 to 15. And then you do the more interesting, not that the kings and queens aren't interesting, but after that, I think I did Italian Revolution. I did the German Revolution, or the German unification, the first one, not the reunification. So with Bismarck and the like. So yeah, Battle of Hastings not really my cup of tea and croissant.
Fair enough. Yeah, something I missed growing up in a land down under. Unfortunately, we didn't get a lot of European history taught at our school.
Yeah, what kind of history did you do then?
Well, Australian history, obviously.
Shockingly,
I did Australian history at year 12 level, the final year of high school, and yeah, that was good. Failed, but it was still good. That was fun. I learned about the gold rush and that Australia invented the car and things like that.
Up in the air. This one's gone a long, long way. The Werewolves have shot past 50, and that will be 58 this time. Finally, it's Sunam who's kind of joined the party. Rohit has mostly been watching Gurpreet hitting it long from the other end, but Rohit does get his first Maximo. Brings to an end a barren spell of 5 deliveries without a boundary. Ahmed bowling a decent over so far. 4 singles before he was launched there into row Z. Final ball of the fourth. And that's not an action replay. That's an even finer hit into what was formerly known as Area 51. Back-to-back sixes to end the fourth over as the Werewolves rattling along nicely here. 64 for no loss. So what was your favourite part of history that you were taught at school?
Well, we learned a lot about, obviously, the region, the Asia-Pacific region. So we learned a lot about Japanese history, Chinese history, but more their involvements with Australia, the conflicts that were going on around the time, things like that, how all these things all came together. You know, learned about Australian history, about the Rum Rebellion, about how the early settlers would get upset because their rations of rum were being cut, Eureka Stockade, all that sort of stuff. The gold rush time was very good as well. The things that Australia have brought to the world, such as, well, Australia invented the question mark, apparently.
Wow.
cars as well.
So
I put that in my exam paper, and obviously that's why I failed the year. I put down a whole lot of stuff that Australia apparently did not at all invent, but I put it on my exam paper.
Before Australia was invented, everyone was just speaking in statements.
Yeah,
rather than
Australia was
questions.
discovered around about 14th century apparently.
Okay.
Actually, no, it was discovered in mid-16th century by the Dutch, who landed on the north-west coast around Broome. But it was all circumstantial evidence because in the history books, apparently it was Captain Cook who discovered Australia. But he sailed perfectly around to Botany Bay, the most perfect place for anyone to land. You've got to wonder how he knew to go right there and not sight land. They thank you to the Dutch for their maps, by the way. Anyway, that's a long story. I will die on that hill. The Dutch definitely discovered Australia. Anyway, back to the action.
Turning to a bit of spin here in the form of Azam Johnny, who's maybe a little sheepish at the moment because he's one of those three culprits who have missed an opportunity for TTP, and well, it's a big miss so far. They're yet to break this opening partnership between Gurpreet Guri and Rohit Sunam. First ball there was a wide.
Excellent opening partnership this. Look at that run rate, 16 and a bit.
And that one goes through the legs of Foyers Udin. Just check what will be signalled here by the umpire.
Definitely
Nothing.
took a run after that.
So there must have been something on that.
Definitely took a run. I think Guri sent Sunam back.
Oh, hello.
Oi.
He switches it and he smashes it. Well, an early piece of invention here on this Peacock Friday. It's a flat batted reverse six from Gurpreet Guri. Clearly the confidence flowing through his veins, and it's not a surprise because he's just moved to 48 from just 19 deliveries, and that was a lovely piece of invention there, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It was very good. He did pull a couple of those out of his pocket on day number one. So it's good to see he's still got that sort of creative attitude about him.
And this time he goes more conventional, and what a way to get to your half century. Well done, Gurpreet Guri. 54 not out off just 20 deliveries. Not quite sure he's noticed yet, but he'll know when he gets off that pitch that he's put in a brilliant shift here for his Werewolves side. They moved to 77 for no loss. We're not even at the halfway stage, so that expected score up in the 170s, and well, the way these two are going, you wouldn't put it past them. Back-to-back sixes here off the bowling of Azam Johnny, and he goes switching and he goes back and he decides to go more conventional, and that one has gone a long way back. It must be on about our 5th or 6th grizzly of the morning. That you see there, umpire Andy, he's got one back in his pouch, the most nonchalant of flicks to Azam Johnny, and he says here, see if you can do better with this one.
Gurpreet Guri playing a bit of cat and mouse here with Azam Johnny, isn't he? That's a bit entertaining. Good to see. Hope you're enjoying it out there in the chat. Gurpreet Guri looking very comfortable, very confident right now.
And
oh, he's put the bowler off, I reckon.
Bit of mind games there. Azam Johnny trying something, anything to get TTP back in this one. 6-6-6. The last 3 deliveries, and Gurpreet Guri switches round again. And Azam Johnny bowls one there in anger. Unfortunately for him, will be a wide ball. I think Azam Johnny just needs to almost ignore what Gurpreet is doing at the other end, because engaging in that mind game with Gurpreet, the way he's batting, I think there's only going to be one winner.
I totally agree. Stick to your battle plan, Azam Johnny.
Well, this one goes up in the air. There's a chance for a catch, but in fact, it's Abdul Halim running after it. Unfortunately for him, there was never really an opportunity because it just raced away, kept on going and going down that hill.
What a fun little moment that was between those two. Gurpreet Guri and Azam Johnny, both big run scorers in this tournament so far. Maybe Gurpreet's just trying to goad him a little bit because he knows Azam Johnny's a quality batter as well.
Well,
he's a good bowler too.
There we go. It wasn't Rohit Sunam. It wasn't Gurpreet Guri, in fact, that gets out. It's Rohit Sunam. But something there for Azam Johnny to smile about. His over has gone magical. 21 runs coming off it, but importantly for him and for TTP, a wicket as well on that final delivery. So the Werewolves do have their opening partnership broken, but not before they put on 85 at the halfway stage. Then the Werewolves 85 for 1.
It's a very strong position to be after 5 overs, 85 for 1. It's probably one of the best scores we've seen at the end of the 5th so far in this tournament. Gurpreet Gurri, that's 61 from 22. He's hitting the ball so hard at the moment. I'll be surprised if he's got the Grizzly label stuck on his bat somewhere, because he's hitting that ball so hard, it must be removing the label. And the Werewolves are looking to pile on a big score. That run rate is at 17. Still got 5 overs to go. We're only halfway there. Win Predictor has got the batting team well and truly ahead of the bowling team. But you know what? Cricket's a game of two halves. T10 is especially. So TTP will get their chance. Don't count them out just yet. They just need to buckle down, get some wickets and get scoreboard pressure back on the batters. And don't let the batters dictate the way Gurpreet Gurri is dictating everything out there right now. He's looking good, looking sharp.
Well, they have played their hand here, TTP, because they've moved back to Amir Shahzad. The pick of the bowlers so far, TTP looking at this stage of the game as a time to get the momentum back on the back of that wicket. Gurpreet Gurri just trying to manoeuvre that one, doesn't get anything on it. So dot ball to start the 6th over.
It's a funny little gesture from Gurpreet Gurri, just looking to push that. There is, well, obviously he's got the keeper up behind him, then he's got third, who is outside the circle, and he's got a point and a backward point. So maybe just trying to look for that little gap. But there's protection there, so I'm not sure that was a high percentage shot to play.
Yeah, the other fielder's outside the ring, a long on, long off, and cow corner. Well, he goes for it again. There's calls of catch it, but it just drops well shy of the fielder at point. So I suppose you say here, good bowling from Amir Shahzad. He's not giving Gurpreet Gurri any kind of width, anything outside off or down leg side, and Gurri will just dismiss it like he's swatting away a fly, but just cramping him up outside that kind of 4th stump channel. And then he gets himself into a bit of trouble just trying to lever it away. We've seen that on those first 2 deliveries. So if Amir Shahzad can keep it in that channel, he might be able to keep Gurpreet Gurri in check. Well, that's a low full toss. It's been squeezed away, and it's a sloppy piece of fielding there in the deep by the fielder out there, Adil Halim. And what should have been a 1 should have got Gurpreet Gurri off strike to get the new batter on strike in the end. Turns into a 4, and a frustrating 4 for TTP.
Yeah, just looking at Shahzad's expression there, he was a little bit upset about that. Ruins his good figures. He's done not much wrong here, has Shahzad. The only thing he hasn't done is managed to pick up a wicket yet, but he's bowling with such good pace and really, really good line. He's probing, he's trying to upset the batters here. Wow. The only one upset about that is going to be the farmer in the neighbouring property, as that flies once again in that direction. We're going through the Grizzlies this morning. What a cracking shot that is. Like I said, he hits the ball so hard, does Gurpreet Gurri. That's why he's one of the leading run getters in this competition so far.
Again, just frustration from TTP. The misfield down at 3rd that should have been a single would have got Gurpreet Gurri off strike. Ends up being a 4, and the double punishment on the next ball smashed away for a Maximo. Yeah, and then again, you see that Gurpreet Gurri just sometimes gets himself in a bit of trouble. That one he wears flush in the chest. That's why he's walking away. Just I think giving himself a moment, because that one would have hurt off the speed that Shahzad bowls. But there you see again that anything that kind of cramps him up, he's suddenly not quite as comfortable. That one probably should have been played with a straight bat, as it was though. Tries to just flick it away. And, well, the Grizzly label that might have been on his bat is now firmly in the middle of his chest. But he looks like he's okay. He's just trying to heave in a few deep breaths there. Yeah,
he's a big fella. He'll take that wear and just take a pause here. There's a 12th running on, maybe with, is that some water or maybe some magic spray, or just a note from the skipper? Oh no, the skipper's actually out there. Sorry, I should have said Shavat Ahmed. He's at the non-strikers end, yet to face a delivery. That's his captain.
Well, while there's a slight break, say hello again to everyone joining the chat. Chris and Steve. Anthony's in there as well. Good morning to you. And I hope you're enjoying the coverage here of this Challenger division from sunny Santarem. Remember that we've still got today and tomorrow in the league format before we go to finals day on Sunday, and it's a big day for the Werewolves in particular, isn't it? Because they don't have any games tomorrow.
That's right.
So they've got the final 3 games today, And, well, they certainly need to pick up a win or two because they've played 5 games so far, won only one of them.
Yeah.
It's currently they're third in the table, but that's, of course, a bit of an illusion based on the points that the others haven't picked up because they've played fewer games. But they've put themselves in a perfect position so far. 95 for 1, the final ball of the 6th. And again, Guri in that channel, he doesn't look as comfortable at all. And, well, I think he's complaining there to Shafa Ahmed about why they scampered through for the single, and there was an apology there, but I'm not quite sure why he's so upset because he does retain the strike. That was the final ball of the 6th, and the score 96 for 1.
Nice little moment there too, mid-pitch, just in the changeover there. You can see as Amir Shahzad was walking back to get his cap, he gave Gurpreet Guri just a quick little hug and a little pat on the arms, making sure he's okay. Nothing untoward in that delivery that almost felled Gurpreet Guri. So good sportsmanship there. Yeah, interesting Gurpreet. Yeah, he completed that single all the way. He had his hands out saying, "Skipper, why are we taking a single?" And yeah, I think in fairness, I mean, there was probably a run there. So Shafat Ahmed, he was running to the danger end and he wanted to get an extra single on the board. All runs count, 96 for 1 after 6.
Well, there was a run there, and it's a run that keeps Guri on strike. And
yeah,
when you're 72 off 28, I'd be farming the strike if I were him.
Yeah. Good to see Anthony in the chat as well. Just want to give a shout out. Also, Steve McVeigh, are you in Santarem? Does that mean you're coming to the ground today, or are you already here? Let us know. Be good to catch up with you once again. It's wonderful being here next to lady commentator. Hello, how are you?
Very good.
Sorry, Tina.
Tina is my name.
G-Force here for you.
Phil G, Tina G, G-Force. We need to get that G-Force graphic back up.
Yeah, we'll get that back up for you
put
folks.
Hours and hours into that one, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Well bowled there from it's Mohammed Rassel, who will bowl the 7th for TTP. So a new bowler. And he started off brilliantly here. A couple of dot balls.
Steve McVeigh talking about the outfield. The outfield does look very good. It's probably going to get a haircut today or tomorrow, but it had a cut 2 days ago. It is looking very green and very nice, Steve. You're absolutely right. Rassel gets taken out to square the wicket. And oh dear. Made a bit of a meal of that one. I'm sure the player might say, well, I had the sun in my eyes, but went all the way along the deck, across that lush outfield, what we're talking about, and it's gone through him for 4 runs. Should never have been 4 runs. And the 100 up as well at halfway through the 7th.
Yeah, TTP not doing themselves too many favours with their ground and air fielding. Certainly put down a few chances, and it's not something you can do against a team like this. And again, this one has been hit away. You can see that the sun was in his eyes there, complaining straight away was Azam Johnny on this occasion. Even if it was a overcast day in Blackpool, I don't think he would have been able to catch that one as it lands about 5 metres over the boundary. Gurpreet Guri, absolutely a man on fire so far this morning. 82 off just 32 deliveries. Well, make that 88 as that one is long and far and over square leg, and you can see exactly what the fielder thinks of that one. He's like, well, it's a 6 and there's no way I'm getting that one. That's with the cows.
And a new Grizzly comes into the field of play. We went through a few in the last match yesterday, and we've been through a few today already. I think there's going to have to be a bit of a concerted effort during the innings break to maybe go into those bushes. Everyone, all volunteers, teams, even us may have to go over there just to try to find at least 3 or 4 of those. Or else we'd hate to run out of pills. Not this early. Wow, high, hard and handsome. That is a tee shot. And that has gone, pretty much landed next to the hole on the par 3. Big hit down the ground. What a lovely strike. Those 6s just keep coming. The score keeps marching. 7 overs gone, 118 on the board for loss of just 1 wicket. Gurpreet Guri, 94 from 34. You heard correctly. He's within touching distance of what is an astonishing but very, very aggressive century here.
Well, I'm not saying I have the golden touch, but first day yesterday for me, century.
Yeah, true.
Second day, we're not there yet, Gurpreet. We've put the mockers on you now, but he is only now 1 big hit away. You'll have to wait for just a few moments longer, though, because it will be Ahmed on strike at the beginning of the 8th. which will be bowled by Azam Johnny, who got hit for a magical over in his first. The trouble for TTP is that pretty much all of their bowlers have been hit for a magical over at some point so far.
Yeah.
So they're already tapping into their resources to see who they can bowl in these final 3 to keep this score down to anything respectable and chaseable. Currently expected score up towards 170. That would be a big 3 overs. Good opening ball though from Azam Johnny. Shafa Ahmed, the captain of the Werewolves. Well, surely his task here is just to get Gurpreet back on strike.
Question in the chat I just saw just then asking, where is Mr. Maximo? I can answer that for you in just a moment. As that looks like it's thudded into the pad and flown away there. Mr. Maximo, Vinny is on his way over to Malta. He'll be joining Rico to commentate and lend his voice to the Malta series that's going on at the same time as this one. Hence Tina and myself here, who are becoming pretty much regulars here in the Portugal series. We've got the duty here, and it's our privilege to be bringing you the action from this lovely Santarem cricket ground under bright blue skies.
Gurpreet Guri 6 away from his century. You might know that because he tried to hit that one into the next postcode, and it's another misfield. And luckily for the fielder, there was his mate doing a great piece of diving fielding behind him. Shuvra Biswas, it was in fact, who made up a bit of his mistake from earlier. Although I must say, his mistake earlier was dropping Gurpreet Guri on 1 or 2 runs, and look how that turned out for him. I think they might have even turned down the run. There's a big appeal, and the finger goes up, and we've mocked him royally here, Phil, because Gurpreet Guri should have, probably could have, would have got the century, but in fact he falls just 4 runs shy. They scampered through for 2 on the previous delivery, and well, he falls on the very next one. A full ball hits him, I think, flush on the toe. Deliberation from the umpire Asim, and he puts his finger up, and Gurpreet Guri falls agonisingly short. Just as I was getting all smug about having 2 centuries in 2 days, Gurpreet Guri has to depart, but still, hats off to him. 96 off 36 has put his side in a commanding position here.
Yeah, look, he's just missed the full straight one. It has hit him flush on the foot, and the umpire, honestly, you have to give that. That is plum pudding. That is as plum as it gets. So, yeah, sadly for Gurpreet Guri, he does fail on 96, but it's still a win because that is an excellent innings he's played there. The run rate is just a tad under 16, but Azam Johnny, well, he gets his man after that bit of cat and mouse in his previous over. So, well done. 2 to come in the over.
And this one's gone very high in the air, and it's gone just as long. Probably the closest the Grizzly has got to our score box, and it will be Josh who runs after it on scoring duties and now on fielding duties as well. That was a long straight 6, and it was in fact the first delivery faced there by Gurpreet Mani, and he's taken no time at all to get into his work. Picked up exactly where Gurpreet Guri left off. Hits that one for a lovely straight 6. Can he repeat the trick? This time he swats it into the leg side. There are 2 fielders out there, but the ball is always going to win that contest. 6-4 for Gurpreet Mani. And Azam Johnny, well, he has picked up the only 2 wickets of the innings for TTP, but he does end up going for 34 runs as well in his 2 overs. And at the end of the 8th, Werewolves perfectly poised here to go big at 131 for 2.
That's quite a Manhattan skyline we've got there. Obviously, there was a very small building here on over number 2. But apart from that, everything's been pretty much in double digits. That's thanks to the blade of Gurpreet Guri swinging left, right, even switch hitting a few times as well. But Gurpreet Mani continuing the trend. And it's interesting, Shafat Ahmed just happened to play a quieter role. Captain knows that he's got the firepower in his crew to boost his score up. He himself doesn't have to take full control. So it's good to see that he gets a chance now. He's facing this start of the 9th. All happens in the 9th. Let's see if they can keep that run rate up around 16s. Big score coming, folks.
It will be Nahid Ahmed to bowl this all-important 9th. Comes trundling in with that kind of sidearm action, and well, it's a no ball called. It's called by the square leg umpire, so I'm imagining it was indeed because there was 6 outside of the ring. They had a backward square deep, they had a deep square, they had a deep cow, long on, long off, and covers. My maths makes that 6.
I count 6 as well.
Is one more than 5. Therefore, a no ball. Well spotted there by umpire Asim at square leg.
Just going to see who's, I think, is it Asim Johnny's marched in. I think he's having words to the umpire. Not sure why he's having words. He's not the skipper.
Well, it looks like they're having words with one another, maybe. It was one of those where it's like, no, I'm supposed to be out. No, you're supposed to be out. And
yeah.
Well, they've brought the backward deep square in. As you can see him just scampering across your screen. He's now going to go out to deep covers. I'm trying to look who else they've brought in. Well, they've brought in the normal cover. So they do now have 5. It would be a free hit. It was well bowled, though, by Nahid Ahmed, who, of course, went for 17 in his first over, but despite that being a decent delivery, somehow it still races away down that hill. It will be 4 runs, and, well, the Werewolves are mishitting it for boundaries at the moment.
Yeah, anything that gets tucked around the corner, if for the left or the right-hander behind the wicket there, once it gets down that hill outside the inner circle, it runs away so fast. We often talk about the ball having a race with the fielder. That ball always wins that race. Very rarely will the fielder overhaul it.
So he cracks it into the covers, and it's another drop. This time it's the captain, so he's got no one to blame but himself, Asif Attar. Very similar to that drop in the first over in the covers.
Oh, I think we've got another military jet flying overhead. We had one on Tuesday. That sounded like another one very close by.
Jet watch.
We're on jet watch.
Oh, we're on drop watch here as well. It's TTP. By my reckoning, that's up to 4 drops, or 3 drops and 1 refused catch.
Refused catch. Yep. Denied. I will not catch that ball. I do not care.
What is cricket? What are we playing here?
What is this?
Well, what that is a supreme shot over long on. That was a lovely swing of the blade there by Gurpreet Mani, who's putting in a nice little cameo here. Remember, he came in when Gurpreet Guri fell agonisingly short of that century, but Mani has picked up the mantle here, 21 off just 5 deliveries for him. And the Werewolves certainly have 150 in their sights, 160, 170 if they have a good final few overs or final few deliveries, and that will certainly help wide ball.
Well, it's what have we got? We've got 8 deliveries to go. Obviously, that one will be re-bowled again. So, yeah, 8 deliveries to go. This over is starting to crank up a little bit as well.
Still 2 balls left.
Here.
Yeah, and that'll be another wide. And again, you see this quite often, don't you, Phil, that bowlers are hit. When they bowl in the channel, they're hit long, so they think, okay, I'm going to push it a bit wide, try and hide the ball, but they end up pushing it too far wide, and they're going to have to re-bowl it, and then often they strain it up, and that's when they get launched again. So it's a tough one for the bowlers, isn't it? Well, that's exactly why he wasn't trying to bowl in the channel. So I did call it. I've seen a game or 2 of cricket before. He bowls straight because he knows he can't afford to bowl another wide, and his reward is that he gets hit probably about 20 metres beyond the boundary. It was a lovely stroke there from Gurpreet Mani, and this over does go magical once more. Werewolves race past 150. There's still 9 deliveries left. 7 deliveries left, I beg your pardon. And well, certainly that expected score of 173 seems more than gettable at the moment. Final ball of the 9th. Right, it's all happened here, but this one might be taken, and it is a catch. Finally, the TTP team hang on to one, and this time it's Asim Johnny, who refused the catch earlier in the innings. This time catches it and drops to his knees. But Gurpreet Mani, a great little cameo from him. 27 he scored off just 7 deliveries. And the Werewolves, despite losing a wicket, are very much in prime position here. 153 for 3 at the end of the 9th.
Yeah, it was a very good little innings, wasn't it? It comes out at a time when, well, okay, the big hitting Gurpreet Guri has to go, but Mani just said, well, I'm just going to continue that trend. Why not? And that's the great thing about the top order of the Werewolves. They do have that kind of ability. But for them in this series so far, what they need is they need their bowlers to fire up when it comes time to defend these totals. So in the batting department, I'm loving what I'm seeing from these Werewolves. I think they're very strong in the batting department. We mentioned this at the top of the game, but we'll see in the run chase whether the bowlers have a different viewpoint, because it looks like they're going to be defending quite a hefty target And Team Tigers Portugal are going to have it all to do in about 15, 20 minutes time when the run chase starts. Still 1 over to go. Where's this going to go? You think 170 now is definitely possible. Skipper Shafat Ahmed, who is no slouch with the bat, seen him play a blistering 75 not out in the Werewolves' only win on that 4th match on day number 1. Let's see what happens.
Adil Halim has the honour, or maybe the challenge of bowling the final over, as we see the 2 military planes flying in tandem over in the distance. And well, it's a good first delivery there from Halim. They do have deep cover out as one of the hopefully only 5 fielders out in the ring. They did miscount just a few overs ago and caused the no ball, but that's a good delivery again once more from Halim. The new batter out there in the middle with the Werewolf skipper is Daljit Ray. There is, of course, Shafat Ahmad, who will be at the non-striker's end, hoping to get back on strike. That's a good shot, though, from Daljit Ray. He had 1 swing and a miss, but the second one he does make contact with. And despite the 3 fielders out there in the deep on the leg side, he manages to sneak past all of them. And it's another boundary for the Werewolves. Unfortunate for Halim, because the first 2 deliveries were right on the money, but that one does sneak away from him.
It's a good placement, that, wasn't it? Really well placed, bisected the 2 fielders deep. Let's see if Daljit can continue that trend. 158 for 3. 3 to come.
170 still possible here. Not with a swing and a miss like that. Halim has bowled well in this over. He's seen carnage precede him. Must be 5 or 6 overs that have gone magical, but he's gone for just the 5. 2 dot balls in the final over is always a tick in the box for the bowler.
100%. Totally agree with that. See if we can make it 3.
He can indeed, and he's just bowling that slightly back of a length. Well, it should have been a dot ball. Ends up being a wicket. Finger is raised by umpire Andy. I think Ray is maybe complaining about the fact that it was a wide, but it wasn't. It went pretty much past his shoulder. It was called 1 for the over, but it was also called lights out there for Shafat Ahmed, who was running to the danger end, and it was a good piece of fielding. It was initially fumbled there by the wicketkeeper, Foyers Uddin, but he managed to recompose himself. The ball was thrown in and he whipped off the bails before the skipper of the Werewolves was able to make his ground. So that's another wicket to go with just 1 ball left now in this innings. The Werewolves still put on a decent total. I think they'll be a bit disappointed with how the final 6 or so deliveries have gone. It's been a brilliant last over from Adil Halim. The Werewolves probably were eyeing up 170, but if you told them before the innings that they would take something around 160, I think they would have been very happy with that as well, as we go into the final delivery of this innings. And again, excellently bowled by Adil Halim. And it does escape the grasp there of Mohamed Rassel. He puts in the dive. It's an uncompromising boundary here as it goes down the hill. And unfortunate for TTP, you can't really fault their effort necessarily, but just sloppy in the field, a bit too sloppy with the ball as well. And as a result, the Werewolves get to 162 for 4 at the end of their innings. As you join the G-Force back in the commentary box, and I'd say the Werewolves are very, very happy with that one, Phil.
I think so too. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty competitive score, 162 for 4. You're right about that last over, though. It was a bit bizarre, wasn't it? Once Gurpreet Mani left and then Halim came to bowl, 2 dots in that final over. Well, 3 dots if you count the wicket as well, of course. 3 dots. Yeah, just didn't finish maybe as well as they would like to. They had such good momentum there. Gurpreet Guri showing his quality in class. Gurpreet Mani with that lovely little cameo. You're right, Tina. They will be happy with that. That gives their bowlers something proper to defend now. And it's going to be on the bowlers and the fielders to back them up. I kind of feel for TTP. Just seemed a little bit out of sorts in the field.
Yeah, they did indeed. They dropped that one in the first over. Gurpreet Guri should have been back in the shed with 2 or 3 to his name.
Yeah.
Ends up getting 96. And just a few moments didn't go their way. The good news for TTP, though, and it's something you mentioned as well, Phil, is that the Werewolves have been really impressive with the bat. bit too shaky, a bit too inconsistent with the ball. So that's maybe that gives TTP a bit of hope, but certainly it will be a monumental run chase if they do manage to achieve this one. So 163 is the total required by TTP in this run chase, thanks to a very impressive batting innings from the Werewolves. We'll be back in just a few minutes' time. It's Peacock Friday. The sun is out here in Santarem, so don't go away as you join us back here in this ECS Challenger Division on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back to sunny Santarem, where it's the G4's Tina G, Phil G taking you through this first run chase of the day. And it's going to be a big one for Team Tigers Portugal. 163 is the target, thanks to some big hitting werewolves, mostly in the form of Gurpreet Guri, who was mighty impressive. 96 he scored, and then a nice little cameo at the end as well, Gurpreet Mani, meaning that it's going to be a very tough chase for TTP, isn't it?
It really is going to be a tough chase, isn't it? I totally agree with that. Gurpreet Guri, that 96, unlucky for him, but he did get caught plumb in front leg before wicket, got dropped on 6, and he made Team Tigers Portugal pay. That was a terrific innings, and again, as you say, Tina, that cameo from Gurpreet Mani, also really important to get the team up to a 162. It's a great score. Tough run chase coming for TTP, but this is European cricket. This is T10. Anything happens, anything goes.
Well, yesterday it was a day of unlikely run chases, wasn't it?
Yes,
TTP were one of the chief architects of that against the fighters. So if anyone can do it, TTP can. I suppose what you have to say is on that occasion it was, I think, 30 fewer runs that they were chasing. But, you know, as you said, Phil, stranger things have happened on this network as we get the run chase up and running. It'll be Gurpreet Mani who decided on the back of his cameo, 27 runs he scored in quick fashion, that he'll open the bowling as well. And it's the classic left-hand, right-hand combination of Azam Johnny and Abdul Halim. Remember Azam Johnny, well, maybe he was slightly smiling to himself this morning that he wasn't joined on the Centurions list, so he remains the only Centurion so far of this series. And he swings and swings hard at that one, a half-hearted appeal from the Werewolves wicketkeeper Ram Harritwell. Dot ball and precious 2 dots to start the innings here for the Werewolves.
It was a lovely touch of irony that the Centurion from yesterday, the lone Centurion in the Challenger Series, was the bowler who prevented a possible second century here in this series. I did feel that touch of irony.
That's a lovely flick off the pads there, and that's the kind of elegant shot we've been used to seeing from Azam Johnny. Yeah. We were saying yesterday, Phil, he is the most unhurried, unrushed of batters, I think, that we've seen here.
Yep.
He never seems to panic. He never seems to try to overhit it. And that one, just a dismissive flick of the wrist and still ends up probably a good 10 metres beyond the boundary. Yep. Lovely shot. One
of the differences, as you say, Tina, just to illustrate that, is complete control on that shot. Doesn't try to overhit it. He doesn't pirouette 360 degrees after he swings. A lot of batters do that. It just shows their lack of balance. He's a well-balanced, correct, technical batter. And he's a joy to watch when he gets going.
Well, this time, reaching for one outside off stump, he was begging for a wide signal from umpire Andy, nothing doing.
So the Werewolves looking to defend a big total here. 163 is the target. Team Tigers Portugal want to get a great start.
These dot balls already racking up. Azam Johnny, well, he hit that big Maximo, but otherwise faced 4 dots in this opening over. And well, if we recall the opening couple of overs from the Werewolves with the bat, they got to, I think, 50 odd off the power play. There was that second over, which was a very successful one from the bowling side. But apart from that, it was all one-way traffic in that opening inning. End of the first then. And well, Azam Johnny, bit of a cheeky single there to retain the strike. I suppose on seniority, he's decided that if they're going to chase down this mammoth target, he will be the one to score the lion's share of the runs. Poor Abdul Halim, again, he's been out there. He must be getting kind of helmet grill tan lines, but he's not had too many opportunities to actually face the ball.
We had this conversation yesterday about Halim's role with Azam Johnny, and I think we both agreed that they've batted together quite a fair bit. Abdul Halim, he's probably used to that. Yeah, okay, either I get if I'm facing the first bowler for the new over, I'll get a single, or at the end of the over, Azam will get a single. And he's happy to turn things over to the big powerhouse of Azam Johnny.
This over there will be Manpreet Singh to bowl it, and Azam Johnny continues to face, and well, he hasn't got off to his usual explosive start. He's already faced 5 dot balls out of the 7 bowled so far. And It's not something he can continue with that run rate going up towards 18. Win predictor firmly in the Werewolves camp. And well, that one has been flicked away. There's a fielder out there, but he's not going to get anywhere near it. Gowinder Singh riding on that boundary. So it will be another boundary. But Adam Johnny here just needs to make sure he doesn't have too much of an eye on the boundaries the whole time. Equally important is to tick those scores over, tick the runs over, no matter how they come. I'm sure Adil Halim at the other end is champing at the bit to have his opportunity.
I feel this is a cautious start from Team Tigers Portugal. Obviously want to retain their wickets, but needing to go at 16 and then some right from the get-go makes it very tough. This time he goes to the offside of the ground. Same result as before, another boundary all the way along the carpet. There was no risk there whatsoever. It's a lovely drive through the extra cover region for 4 into the undergrowth there, where the ball is being retrieved.
Well, we're on play watch again, because it's 3 or 4 times now that the military jets have circled Santarem.
I'm sure that's coming through the effects mic.
Maybe.
We can hear it as clear as day.
Yeah. I'm glad I've got the headphones on, otherwise it'd be rumbling through my ears.
Yeah, we'll try to find out for you maybe during the break what's going on in Santarem, but it appears to be a bit of a celebration and commemoration going on. And that is going to be a celebration indeed, as the Werewolves get Johnny or Tina, big.
Massive. He just pivots on that one, tries to knock it round the corner, successfully does so before realising at the last second, oh, there's someone standing right there. And it's a relatively straightforward catch, but I suppose on that 45, it's always difficult to gauge. It comes at you quickly. Yeah. And he holds on well. And Azam Johnny, well, practising the shot as he walks off of the one he should have played. Unfortunately for him, though, he wasn't able to repeat his heroics of yesterday. He has to depart for, well, a disappointing, for his high standards, 15 off 10. And Adil Halim remains at the other end, having not faced a ball yet, and suddenly a difficult task for TTP becomes even more monumental, losing their talisman 15 for 1, and it's Manpreet Singh who gets the breakthrough.
Yeah, Werewolves be so happy to see the back of yesterday's hero, yesterday's Centurion, Azam Johnny. And that is a big blow to the chances of Team Tigers Portugal. And have to dig deep now. That run rate just a tad under 18. It's already skipping upwards with those dot balls. You can see in the last 10 deliveries, there's been 6 dot balls, including the wicket. You need to get on with the job pretty quickly if you're going to have a chance of overhauling this target.
Shows you how quickly things can change on the network. For Azam Johnny, yesterday's hero, I wouldn't say today's villain, but certainly maybe Adil Halim has decided that he doesn't want to bat with him anymore if he never actually gets the opportunity to get on strike. That one just gets tickled away down leg side, and it will be a boundary, just slightly missing his line there. Manpreet Singh.
Well, Adil Halim's going to find himself in a strange situation here. It's not even finished the second over. Azam Johnny's gone. He's thinking, oh, well, then I guess I'm the opener who needs to stand here and anchor down one end and get on with the job. So there we go. He gets to stand up here. We were talking yesterday about how he's happy to turn the strike over to Azam Johnny when Johnny's in good form. And now he has to stand on his own 2 feet. If he can, there's every chance the Team Tigers can get the win here. But there's a long way to go. That's going to help. Nice shot down the ground for 4 despite close attention from long on. Nicely struck. Raju
Mia into the middle and straight in the runs. That first one he faced actually came off probably his thigh pad in the end, so it was 4 leg buys. Doesn't matter when you're chasing a big total how the runs come, but that one was pure bat down the pitch, and it's a decent over actually for TTP. Despite losing that wicket, they still managed to get 4 fours from it, so 16 from it. And finally, Abdul Halim actually gets a chance to bat as the Jets circle once more. And well, I wonder if a game has ever been stopped for military jet reasons, because I mean you often have, if you have pitches near train tracks or airports, the umpires are often stop the game, because if there's then a nick in that exact moment, all they can hear is Mach 5 or whatever it is, the engines. But they've been circling a lot in the last few moments. The umpire's happy to carry on though.
Maybe the Jets have been called in because there were reports of flying grizzlies in the previous innings while Gurpreet Gurry was out there, and they're just investigating what's going on. You know, in the current global climate, maybe just having a quick look and making sure everything's okay, and that those grizzlies are not in any way, shape, or form a danger to the civilian population. They're just checking us out. We had a low flying one a couple of days ago here. I think the audience might remember that one. Very low flying. I couldn't even hear Lucky and I talking to each other. It was very close. Just a single jet. But we've got a couple flying around. There's something going on in Santarem. We'll find that out for you.
All eyes on Gowinder Singh here, who will be bowling the third over. And finally, Adil Halim gets his chance on strike. And that one's a bit of an ugly one down leg side. Too much movement there from Gowinder Singh, and they do manage to scamper through for 2. I think the keeper must have actually got a glove on that Ram Haritwal, because usually if it goes down leg side and it beats the keeper, it's 4 all day long. It must have taken a bit of the heat off that one. And if you just look at the areas that they've been bowling, of course they have been bowling to the left-handed Azam Johnny as well, but a bit all over the place so far, the bowling, as this one's launched high and it goes past the rushing fielder. He does get half a hand to it, does the Werewolf fielder. It's Rohit Sunam out there. He palms it, drops short of the boundary and then rolls over. So it was a good effort from Sunam there in the field, but he's not able to stop the 4.
Yeah, not exactly oozing with confidence is Halim with that shot. Could have easily come undone there. Just managed to get enough over the top. Just wanted to give a shout out to Raju Mia. Good to see him up the order. He came in middle order last couple of innings. So good to see they've pushed him up, tried to get that bit of oomph into the top, into this power play as well, and see if it can try to pay off in this over. So far there's been 3 wides and a 4. They've just picked up a single there. So okay, this over's okay. So 8 off the over so far. Still 4 balls to come. Be good if they can push well into the 40s with a couple of big hits here. Mia gets his chance now.
Win predictor, unsurprisingly, firmly on the side of the Werewolves with those runs on the board. Slower ball goes wrong, and this time don't think there'll be any stopping that one as it races away. Despite the best efforts there of Ram Haritwal with the gloves, not much he could do about that one. Gowinder Singh just missing his mark here a touch, and that's the one thing you have to say for the Werewolves, that yes, you've got runs on the board, but the bowling has let them down so far in this tournament. And I imagine, and maybe it's speaking too soon, they probably have enough runs on the board here, but if you're looking further into the competition, there'll be times where every single run will be important. If you just look at the ticker of the previous deliveries, those 4 leg buys were down the leg side. There's been 3 wides, there's been 5 wides. They really need to tidy it up here.
They really do. This is kind of what I was alluding to by saying their batting's very good, the Werewolves, but the bowling just need to tighten things up, as you say, Tina. They really do have to do that. Slows down the delivery there, does Gowinder. I think that's part of the process, is don't hurry yourself with the bowling. Maybe throw a couple of slow ones down if you've had a couple of wides. Get your line back into place. Work on your length as well, but you've got to get that line right. Down leg side, get punished. The keeper will give you a few glares if he can't get a hold of it as well, and you just can't have that. It's just a bad bit of bowling if you don't correct yourself quickly. And there's another wide.
This time a bit of an overcorrection.
Yeah.
From Gurpreet Singh, trying then to push it too far down the offside. And this is, well, I suppose if they have any way back into this run chase TTP, it will be if the Werewolves open the door for them. And certainly it's been a tough over so far for the bowling side. This one, it's again misfielded by the man at mid-off. And they managed to scamper through for what would have, otherwise been a tight single had he picked it up and thrown it cleanly there, Harmandeep Singh. But they do get through for a single. As just a brief discussion there between the umpire and the non-striker Raju Mia.
Yeah, Mia indicated to the dugout that he wanted bat or gloves, and the umpire, I think, just quite rightly went over and said, hang on, what are you asking for? You have to have a chat with me first. Especially given that he's clearly got a bat and gloves that, they seem to be working all right. Yeah. Yeah, I think the indication I got was he turned to the dugout and he gave sort of like that kind of motion, sort of like the arm high in the air to just show the bat, maybe indicating that possibly he wasn't happy with the bat or hit low on the bat on that previous strike. But I like that the umpire got over and said, if you want to change something, have a chat with me first. That's how we work it here. Well, this is not good bowling though. This is not good. This is where the Werewolves will fall down in future games as well as they could fall over in this game. Just coughing up these wides like that. It's a small thing to say, well, it's just a wide, it's just a one extra and then they re-bowl it. But it's also the time taken to re-bowl, the taxing on the bowler to have to keep re-bowling. Have a look at this. There's been 5 wides, 5 wide deliveries.
Yep.
And that's what, 8, 9, 10, 11 extras.
17 so far this over's gone for, and the majority of those, as you say, have been wides. Good fielding there by the man in the deep, who's got 2 different coloured shoes on. He's got a blue and a red shoe, which I've just noticed. They're dazzling away in the sun.
I'm sure they probably feel the same on the foot, though. I wear different colour socks because my socks are mixed up, but they're all the same, so the same thickness. So
right.
I can't feel the difference. But my Mrs. G is always accusing me of, not wearing the same colour socks, as that Maximo's been hit down the ground. So this over is getting blown out of proportion, Tina. This has really gotten away from them.
Yeah, magical over there. And it's a tough one there for Gowinder Singh, who goes for 24, magical over. Maybe just a glimmer of hope for TTP. Innings seems to have been going for quite a long time. It's actually only 3 overs down. It's the end of the power play, and that's probably because we've bowled closer to 5 overs in terms of the wides and the extras. So still not over here. The win predictor says there's a 28% chance for TTP, but if the Werewolves continue offering up free runs, then it could swing a bit before the end of the play.
Interesting, at the start of the over, it was 20% to 80%. That's what an over like that can do. That is an 8% swing. And in just one over, that's significant. That's quite telling. They can't afford to keep doing this, the Werewolves. They need to get a couple of tight overs in, and they need their bowlers just to really tighten up. Gowinder Singh, look, he's a good campaign. He's been around for a while, but he would probably do with a few net sessions before they come back to play their next match, which is actually going to be a break. They get the next game off. They're going to be back to play the 2 afternoon games, and that's going to be later in the day when it's going to be warmer. They're going to probably have a bit to eat as well, so they'd be really good if they can get in the nets and just work on their bowling.
Into the 4th over we go, and this one has been launched away into the leg side. Should be stopped on the rope, and it is, so will just be the single. Yeah, I've always wondered with socks at some point.
Yeah.
Just get all black socks. Just get a job lot of 50 socks, and then you can never go wrong, or white. But I suppose if you want a bit of colour in your life, as long as they're the same type of sock, why not? Back of the hand there. Good bowling from Samrari, and well, he launches it for buzzers and almost undoes all of his hard work. It was a great delivery. Did the fielding off his own bowling. Had he just held on to it, it would have been a pressure stop ball, but a bit of a rush of blood to the head. And this is indeed the man with the 2 shoes. I mean, they all have 2 shoes, but he has 2 differently coloured shoes. As you can see there in the middle of your screens, it's the blue and the red. So that one is... Whoa. That's going to be a no ball and then some. That's always the danger, isn't it, as a leg spinner, getting it out the back of your hand. If it goes wrong, it goes very wrong. And that one did, unfortunately, for Mani Samrari.
If he bowls that one again like that, those Jets are going to come back. I can tell you that for nothing. They are going to come back and investigate, because that was really quite a beamer. Oh, no. Yeah, definitely coming back now. That's another no-y. Now he's going to find the boundary, I think, isn't he? Oh, that's not good bowling. Werewolves, come on.
Yeah, that one luckily was just cut off by the man on 45.
It was cut off. Good.
Kashi Ram. And, well, that's 2 full bungers. I think he's been saved potentially by the fact that neither of them have been particularly dangerous, I would say, because they've been about a metre over the batter's head. As a reminder of the regulations then. Well, for ECN, it is 2 and you're out. So I think that's exactly what the umpires are.
That's the discussion, I reckon.
Deliberating here.
I tell you, that would be a critical blow for the Werewolves if Sam Ravi gets taken out, because he has been a wicket taker and a partnership breaker. So if he transgresses again, I think he's going to be ripped out of the game.
And it is a horrible feeling as a bowler, isn't it? When you know you're on your final warning, and then you're like, please don't bowl it again, please don't bowl it again. And the chances are that at some point it's so much in your head that you end up doing it. This time, though, it's just a wide ball. The length was perfectly fine on that occasion. Just needs to try and clear his mind here, does Manny, because we know he's an excellent bowler when he gets it right. The first one was an excellent delivery. That one, well, drifts down leg side, and he will be punished for it. And certainly TTP are in with a shot here. As long as the Werewolves keep this level of sloppiness in their bowling, then TTP just need to keep themselves within touching distance. You can see on the map there on the right hand side just how scattergun the bowling has been. And yes, of course, Azam Johnny was the left-hander early on, but still there's been not too much consistency in the line and the length, and that's what has, well, more or less kept this game alive for now.
Yeah, look at those 6 full deliveries at the top of the screen. That obviously 2 of those are what you've just seen out of the hand of Samrari, but yeah, they need to be careful here. They've opened the door. That run rate required is now down to 16, even 16.
That's a better delivery there from Samrari, and is rewarded. It will just be a single, but they'll take the singles here, Werewolves. Apart from that 6, this has been the only boundary of this over. Of course, those no balls haven't helped the cause. The extras column is running out of room on the scorer's score sheets, I'm sure. Again, he's found it here now. I'm pleased for Manny Samrari that he was able to put those 2 wayward deliveries out of his mind. And you can see there actually by the map of nothing going through offside or backward of, that the bowling has been unpredictable at best. At least if you're being hit through cover and cover point, you know you're bowling decent-ish areas. The fact of the matter is they haven't been, and that one's going to be called a no ball. And then to add insult to injury, umpire Asim takes one on the shin there, and there's one set of buzzers, almost another set. That was a no ball because it hit the side of the pitch. So if it's off the pitch or hits the side of the pitch, it's a no ball, as has been called correctly there by the man in pink. And yeah, it's a tough one for Manny here. He just needs to get himself out of the over now. Almost he'd take a 6 off this free hit. Yeah. Just to put an end to what's been a tough few deliveries for him. But it will be a free hit coming up. Final ball of the 4th. And it is a little win there for Manny Samrari. So a dot ball to finish the over. But still a productive one for TTP. And the Werewolves just a bit rattled here. And the pace of the game has also completely slowed down because there's been so many extras. We're still only 4 overs into this run chase, and TTP 61 for 1.
Yeah, Holly misses a chance there with that free hit, doesn't he, Tina? And it probably lets Samrari off the hook. And Samrari will be so glad, as you say, to finish that over with only 13 from it. It's 61 for 1 after 4, and they're chasing a big score of 163. So it's another 102 required off the next 6. 17 per over is the asking run rate. The door has not been shut on this game whatsoever. And even that percentage chance is also ticked up from 28 to 33%. So the supercomputer boffins locked away in the bunker are also looking at this game closely, and they're agreeing with us, Tina. They're saying, okay, the Werewolves, these bowlers are making it such that the TTP team are just sneaking themselves back into the game.
Well, you absolutely called it, didn't you, Phil? You said the last couple of days the Werewolves have bared their teeth with the bat, but have been pretty toothless with the ball, and that's proving to be the case again, as Daljit Wright will bowl this 5th over for the Werewolves, just making sure that the score is correct, because of course we had that no ball on what should have been the final ball of the previous over, but it was called a no ball, and then the next one was a dot ball, so they did miss out on the free hit.
That's right.
Just making sure everything is clear here, but in the meantime we can take a look at what's happening for the rest of the day. And as we mentioned previously, it's a big game and a big day for the Werewolves as they play their final 3 games of the tournament before finals day. So after this they have that short break, and then they come back against Falcaus and against Team Tigers Portugal. So this game here at the moment will be repeated in the final game of the day. It's equally a big day for TTP. They do have 2 more games coming up tomorrow, but their total so far is played 3, won 2, lost 1. So they certainly want to stay in the green in terms of their win-to-loss ratio. And things can move very quickly when you have 4 games a day. So TTP, they're playing 3 of them. And it's always quite interesting to, if you have that first game in the morning, Phil, whoever wins that day often gets you on a bit of a hot streak, or you kind of lose momentum. You saw that with Fighters yesterday. They lost the first game, then they ended up losing their second game. Conversely, TTP, they found a bit of a rhythm and they won 2 games. So this game here might be a bit of a precursor for what happens for the rest of the day.
It's an interesting point you raised there, Ted. You're absolutely right. Yeah, it was interesting. Fighters losing those 2 games and having such a dominant performance in that last game. And it was a complete reversal of TTP, as you say. TTP, on the other hand, in that final game yesterday, they just looked out of sorts. Whereas in that first game, wow, they came out of the blocks, chased down a good score. It was a really good bit of work there. Interested to see what happens here. Falcosh are back in the next game as well. Give them a shout out as well. They're back for 2 games today. They're taking on, firstly, Team Tigers Portugal. Then they'll take on the Werewolves. So that's a bit of work for them. We'll see them back, which is great. And we'll see this match replicated again at the end of the day today as well. And then, of course, we go to the last day of the group stages tomorrow. Can you believe we're already talking about the final few matches here, and then final Sunday fast approaching?
And it's all still to play for, isn't it? Fighters, they're pretty much clear at the top for now, unless someone like Team Tigers Portugal or Falcosh basically win their next 3 games.
Yeah.
Fighters have done and dusted. They've played 8, won 6, lost 2. They're actually the only side with a positive net run rate as well.
Right.
And then underneath that, there's pretty much everything to play for between those 4 sides. And TTP and Falcosh, I suppose they've got at least more games to play, whereas Werewolves in particular, they need to get wins and they need to get them quickly because they've played 5 already and they've lost 4 of those. So you imagine, well, at least if they lose 1 more, they're really in danger of not making it through to finals day.
They could be in a lot of trouble there. I see a few people in the chat just asking what the delay is. We're just making sure that the scores all line up here. Just bear with us for just a moment. We're almost there. I think we're about to get back into play now, so apologies for that little short break there, but we need to make sure the scores are aligned. They are. The umpires are happy. The scorers are happy. Are almost set to go.
I do sympathise with the scorers massively because it's an absolute scorer's nightmare when you've got bowlers throwing down no balls, which means the next one's a free hit, and there's a wide, which means the next one's still a free hit, and it's an absolute pain in the proverbial backside.
Totally agree.
Happy that things have been squared up, and I think the bowlers here for the Werewolves probably owe the scorers a beverage or 2.
Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Would not be surprised at all. And as for the Team Tigers Portugal, well, Raju Mia, there's a lot on his shoulders here. They're only 1 wicket down, so if they need to get really stuck into the bowling here, there's a chance here that they could, again, sort of just show a bit of a twist in the tail of this story. The percentage chances have swung back very heavily in Werewolves' favour. It went from 33% now down to 26% for the batting side to try to get a win here. That's going to help things, though, as it goes 4 runs.
Yeah, I suppose the carnage of the bowling, on the one hand, of course, gives away free runs to TTP, but on the other hand, they haven't actually been able to capitalise too much on the legal deliveries. There's been wides, there's been no balls, but actually when the ball comes onto the stumps, they haven't been able to hit it away that much, which has kept a lid on the score for now. But you do imagine that certainly with the way the Werewolves have been bowling, there's 1 or 2 magical overs still in it for TTP. And for them, just a case of keeping in it for now. We saw with the run chasers yesterday that anything is possible. As that one slams off the pad, we'll just scamper through for a leg bye.
Just to your point, Tina, in total, including that leg bye, 21 extras. There's been 5 leg byes, 4 no balls, and 12 wides. So that is, well, the balls, 16 deliveries have had to be re-bowled, which is probably why you and I are standing here saying, we're not even halfway through the innings. I feel like it's almost lunchtime. What's going on?
Low full toss, swatted away. So they are starting to find the boundary on a few more occasions here. This time it's off the bat of Adil Halim, who's been out there a while, certainly in terms of minutes in the middle. Only actually faced the 9 deliveries. As we say, good morning to Johnny Heesum. Lovely to see him in the chat. I'm a bit disappointed he's not here, actually, because Johnny always brings me a sweet treat. And I know because it's around Easter as well. Johnny, I miss the fact that you probably would have brought me some cream eggs or some mini eggs, and you did last year. I always appreciated it, so I need to blackmail someone else into bringing me sweets. Well, not blackmail, guilt trip.
Johnny pre-warned me about the cream eggs. I did go to the Marks and Spencer in the centre of Prague. They didn't have any. Well,
the thing is, now that I live in the UK, I have an unlimited supply of cream eggs. So really, I should be asking for German treats now. But treats of every country, I'm not fussed. Yeah. I know that. Johnny says he did tell Phil.
He's confirming my story that he did pre-warn me.
Phil, you let Johnny down.
I've let you both down. I hang my head in shame on that one. The Easter eggs that they had at the Prague M&S didn't look particularly sensational.
No, I haven't had any Easter eggs so far. I mean, I know Easter is a week away, but the Easter eggs are in the shops from about January the 1st. The market people on quick smart every year, aren't they? 5 overs gone, 79 on the board for loss of 1 wicket. That over has gone for quick arithmetic field. That's 16, isn't it? So there's still a fair bit of work there for Team Tigers Portugal. They need to be going at least 17 per over to try to make sure that they've got something to shoot for in the 10th over. If they can take it that far, hopefully this won't get blown out of the water. There's still a chance. Mathematically still a chance. And look, they've got the talent. They've only lost 1 wicket. And Raju Mia, I have a bit of faith in him. I got a sneaky suspicion he's the key here for Team Tigers Portugal. Halim, no offence, but 13 from 10. Well, we need to pedal that bike a little bit faster, I think. Good morning to Vinny, lurking in the chat. Very kind in his words to me. Aww. As we go into the 6th over. And, just escapes. That was sneakingly close to the wide line, but a rare dot ball. And I believe that's the figure of Gurpreet Mani bowling the 6th over for the Werewolves.
Vinny's given you a very nice little compliment there. Very, very delicate with your words there, Vinny. Say something nice about me. It doesn't involve the word goulash or sour. Let's see what
You're
Vinny
the yin
can
to my
come
yang, Phil.
Yeah. Oh, dear. I could think of some analogies, but yeah. An SFW. We
dot
continue.
Ball. 2 dot balls, in fact. There's no stopping that one. That's a crunched effort through the covers. Flat as a pancake. It's not. I've got food on my mind. flat as a pancake, but it goes through one of the shots of the day, I'd say, so far. Not too much footwork to speak of, but all hands there from Adil Halim. And there's no one out there in the deep covers, and that one goes for a 1 bounce 4.
See, now I'm thinking of Easter eggs. So when you said flat as, I started thinking, Easter egg? Hang on, Easter eggs aren't flat, Phil. What on earth? So I just kept my mouth shut, and I think he looked at me. Pancake. Yep. We're dangerously moving into food chat now with the talk of Easter eggs.
I just looked at you and thought pancake.
Oh, okay. That's a fair enough comment. Yep. Oh dear. We continue.
And that's hit a bit finer, but the result is absolutely the same. It's Harmandeep Singh who's out there on the boundary, but all he's doing so far is collecting those grizzlies from the long grass. Was slashed away from Adil Halim, who's, certainly had to wait a while for his opportunity here in the middle, and he's making the very most of it now.
So thank you very much, Vinny. Vinny says, something nice about Phil, ... Phil has a very nice wife. Hello, Mrs. G. Actually, Vinny, funny you say that. I think Renata is actually watching the cricket while she's working from home today, so she will definitely appreciate that. She might even sneak into the chat a bit later and say hello to everybody, if you're all lucky. Oh, boy. So, Halim here, he's heard the call from me to say get on your bike and pedal a bit harder with those back-to-back 4s. Good to see. So, Team Tigers Portugal, there's always a little bit of hope there for them while these two can stick together and keep that run rate ticking. They need to be going at 17s, though, so it is a big ask.
Yeah, it's been a good over, actually, from Gurpreet Mani. I know he's been hit for those 2 4s, but they were both decent shots through the offside, which suggests that the line is good. And again, then, because he's bowling this good line, I would question the field placements.
Yeah.
He's the first one who's actually been able to keep it consistently on one side of the track, and they've got someone at cow corner. They've got a long on and a long off and the deep covers. If I were brave, I would take that cow corner out and say, okay, well, I'm going to bowl it outside off stump, and I'm going to have 3 fielders out on the rope. And if you hit it past them, then fair enough.
Yep.
But at the moment, they've gone for this kind of classic 2-2, 2 deep boundary riders on either side. But it's been a good over so far. Going for just the 10 runs. And again, that one squirts through, and, well, the 5th boundary rider is down there at kind of a very wide third. Isn't able to stop that one. So a good over from Gurpreet Mann. He ends up still going for a few runs, but a decent spell from him, going for 21 off his 2 overs. Maybe a bit unfortunate to not pick up a wicket, but TTP at the end of the 6th and 93 for 1.
Yeah, it's not a bad overall, is it? That's, what's that, 14 off the over. So 70 required off next 4 overs. It's a big ask. That run rate it's teetering on the edge of, I don't know, fully blown past the point of no return. I think if it gets above 20, it becomes so difficult. However, if you can maintain the momentum, get a couple of magical overs in the next 2, things can change very quickly. And we saw Team Tigers Portugal put in a very good run chase yesterday against the Fighters. Let's see if they can replicate it. They've only lost 1 wicket. Halim's still there, the opener. Raju Mia, he's looking pretty sharp, 34 from 14. He seems to be the key here. I mentioned a couple of overs ago, watch him. I think he's the key. He's a big hitter. They've still got Russell to come in, who also can be a big hitter. So I think he would be the next in should Halim fall, or if Mia falls.
Yes, Manpreet Singh into the attack, and he gets dispatched through backward point on his first delivery. So the runs are beginning to flow here for TTP. And again, it's poor Harmandeep Singh who's doing the hard yards. I think he's run more outside of the boundary than he has inside the boundary, as TTP move up to 97. So that equation now, well, it's certainly doable. It's something we've seen done before. 66 off 23. So that required rate just a touch over 17.
97. They're just almost about to tap into the triple figures here, triple digits in the 7th.
That's well bowled though by Manpreet Singh, and well, Misha saying in the chat that, you know, saying what's the captain doing? The bowlers are bowling on the offside, but still getting hit for boundaries. And well, I will say I feel a bit for the captain Shafat Ahmed, because the best thing that you can do as a captain is have, well, there we go. There's bowled top of off stump. And what I was about to say is that you want your bowlers to be bowling in one place, because if they bowl in one place, you can set a field. You cannot set a field when the bowling has been a scattergun as it has for the Werewolves. But on this occasion, he does hit the top of off. That's the exact line they've been looking for in the last 6.2 overs. And Manpreet Singh does get the breakthrough. It's a big one as well, as Adil Halim, who was threatening to become the hero, does fall, and TTP now lose their second, 97 for 2.
Yeah, it makes it tough now, doesn't it? That run rate now just below 19. New batter at the crease has to face up against the wicket taker. Supercomputer is liking the Werewolves, tipping scales in their favour quite heavily now, especially with the fall of that wicket, 50% to 85%. Well, this is the last roll of the dice. The next over and a half is pretty much the last roll of the dice. And they need a magical, probably even a supersonic over here, just to try to set things right.
Well, it's just been dabbed away. Now, they have maybe listened, and Shafat Ahmed has decided then, okay, well, I'm gonna set a field for good bowling. And funnily enough, the good bowling has kind of arrived. So he now has 4 out on the offside in the deep. So there's a backward point, there's a kind of cover point, there's a extra cover, and there's a long off, and long on is the sole boundary rider on the leg side. That one does go just slightly wrong down the wrong side of the pitch. But I quite like this from Shafat Ahmed. He's saying, okay, well, if you want a good field, then you bowl in the right places. And that's what's happened here. And, well, that's not in the right place. But I suppose you could argue as well that if you bowl there, it's going to be most likely hit for 4 or 6 anyway, even if you have 4 players on the onside. So you might as well set a field for the bowling that you want and try and manifest that good bowling outside the off stump.
Totally agree. 100 up with that Maximo as well. 105 for 2. Last ball, well, 1 more than needed to complete the 7th over. 58 in total needed from only 19. Well, that's going to help matters for Team Tigers Portugal. So that door has not been firmly shut yet by Werewolves, and that is put out of the ground. So Manpreet Singh, he does pick up a wicket, but he goes for a few as well. So that's what, 12, 16, 17, 18 off the over. There's the 18 runs they needed off the over. They did lose the wicket. It brings Russell into bat with Mia, and these are the two who helped that run chase that Team Tigers Portugal successfully accomplished against the Fighters yesterday. Lightning could strike twice again. They got 3 overs to prove it.
On the Nelson, 111 for 2. That equation out. 52 required off 18, as Vinny's saying in the chat, and he was sending me photos last night of the World Championship figure skating.
Yes, that's right.
Looked pretty good, and he did have the golden ticket, so in some kind of fancy lounge, as Vinny is wont.
Had the corporate setting, did he?
He did.
Yeah, open bar and buffet.
There was some kind of champagne flowing, so I'll say no more. Sensibly here, it's Daljit Wright, who sees that his keeper is about to try and launch that at the stumps and says, please stop. The dot ball is golden for us at the moment. And smart bit of cricket there from Daljit, who's bowling his second over here, his first going for 15. Russell here on strike, runs needed. This one's up in the air, and it's dropped. And it's Manpreet Singh, who even in the course of fielding was super speedy in getting his excuses in. While the ball was still live, he was saying, it was the sun. And, well, I'm not quite sure the sun is an excuse, because it's quite high in the sky, and he was looking kind of to his right. The excuse was there. Big appeal, but that one will just be called a leg bye. It's amazing the speed with which they get these excuses in, Phil.
Yeah, that was. I saw that as well, same time with you, and I think I was looking away, thinking I'm going to burst into laughter in a minute, because he genuinely was making the excuse before the ball got anywhere near his hands. Oh no, you can't do that. Deep down, I just think he probably didn't want that one.
Yeah, it was not the most convincing of efforts there by Manpreet Singh.
Not really.
That one's hit well. That's a lovely shot, but there is a fielder out there who just about manages to get his hands on it at the last moment there, Gurpreet Bani. Otherwise, it would have been one of those comedy ECN fielding moments where the fielder goes one way, the ball goes the other. But he does manage to get a stop to it, so it's a good over so far here from Daljit Ray. Cracked away into the offside, and that's going to go up and over. 6 runs, and a much needed 6 runs here for TTP as they try and keep just their fingertips in this game with that required rate going up towards 20. But 6 is helpful, and it takes their score up to 120 with 1 ball left of the 8th.
Yeah, they're hanging on by the fingernails, aren't they, right now? They really are. That required rate is almost at 20s needed every over.
And that one's been hit into the leg side, and it's going to go back-to-back Maximos as Russell Mia, in fact, with that previous 6, sneaked past a half-century that went a bit under the radar here. But a well-deserved half-century, keeping his side in it here. And he backs that up with another 6. And he just recognises now, belatedly, as did we, he got to that milestone.
Yep.
So he got there in 18 deliveries, and then moved up to 58 off 19. So well done, Raju Mia, but he'll certainly think that his job isn't done unless he's able to get his side over the line here with that equation now. 37 needed off the final 2 overs.
Well, it happens in the 9th. This is the game right here in the 9th. So 37 is to say required, Tina. And without trying to overstate the obvious here, whatever they can't get here, they've got to score in the 10th. So this is a huge over. This over goes magical, or we're in for a close photo finish. Really, we are. If this over doesn't go magical, I think that could be well and truly game set maybe for Werewolves. We'll see as we start the 9th.
Gurpreet Guri will be bowling it. This one is skewed up in the air. There's calls of catch it, and it is taken. It's a useful wicket. I suppose the good news for TTP is that Raju Mia is still out there. Unfortunately for them, he can't do much from the relative safety of the non-striker's end. You can see him there in the middle, manifesting getting to the striker's end. But for now, it will be the third wicket to fall. And Mohamed Rassel, he has to depart for 3. So TTP still requiring 37. But of course, a precious dot ball and a wicket there for the Werewolves.
Yeah, TTP were disappointed with Russell getting out so cheap there in that fashion. Just miscuing that, goes straight up in the air, and a nice, easy, comfortable catch. Well, we say that, but there's been a few comfortable catches that have either been put down or been dismissed so far this morning. We've seen that from both teams. But this one's taken, so 37 off 11 now. Gets it very tough, and very tough for the incoming batter. This is a lot of pressure. I think if you're the incoming batter, surely you're thinking, push the single, turn the strike over immediately.
Well, instead he doesn't quite get a middle on it, but he gets enough on it for it to race away for 4. Which
Take
is,
the 4.
I suppose, the best possible outcome if you're not going to get Mir on strike.
Yep.
So now 33 needed off 10. And in fact, it's Shazad who's gone out there to try and get his side over the line. TTP with Amir Shazad now. The fate of the chase in his hands with Raju Mia still there. But I suppose for Mia, he's just saying to Shazad there, well, get as many runs as you can, and I'll try and do what I can in that final over.
Yeah.
And they're going to scamper through for a single. Raju Mia was pretty much halfway down the track before that ball was even bowled. So he's got an opportunity now. Precious dot ball nonetheless. But now there are 9 balls left, 33 still required. You imagine, well, at least 2 of these remaining 3 balls have to find the rope, and then Raju Mia also has to get himself on strike for the last.
Yeah. Best result would be 2 maximos and a single for me. That'd be the best result they could get. Try to get it under 20. 3 balls to try to get it under 20. Let's see what happens.
There's a big appeal, and the finger is raised.
Oof.
As Raju Mia scampers all the way across that one. You can see what he was trying to do with 3 of the boundary riders out on the offside. He just tried to work that one away to leg, but was trapped well in front. I think there was certainly no question of the line there, maybe just a question of height, because it did wrap him pretty high up on the pad, but he was also back and across. So I think that's a fair call there by umpire Andy, and Raju Mia does have to depart, but he's can hold his head up high. 58 he scored off 20, at least gave himself and his side an opportunity here. But you have to imagine now that it's a step too far for TTP with 2 relatively new batters at the crease and still 32 required off the remaining 8 deliveries.
Yeah, match winning over being bowled here, and putting his hand up well and truly for a player of the match as well is Gurpreet Guri.
Digs this one in short, but it sits up nicely for the new batter. And, well, some fancy footwork there on the boundary. The moves that a figure skater would have been proud of, and they do, I think, just go through for the 1 in the end. I think it was wishful thinking there that one might have rolled over the rope. But will just be a singles. Gurpreet Guri, as you said, Phil, he's put in a pretty decent shift, given that he scored 96 and he's picked up 2 precious wickets here, only given away 5. Well, that's going to be a wide. Spoken a bit too soon, but even I think if he goes for another 15 off this final ball, probably still got a claim at man of the match.
I would think so too. Yeah, unless he bowls like a no ball 6 and then another Maximo's knocked off him. Kind of feel that that's way too many in the final over to bring it home. Supercomputer agrees with us, only given the 5% chance to actually knock off those 30 runs in those 7 deliveries.
This one's up in the air. Could be another wicket. Gurpreet Guri calls it for himself, and, well, he puts it down. It pings off his finger. He might have done himself a bit of a mischief there. Rings his hand out, but even that drop catch and potential broken finger might not take the Player of the Match award away from him, because he still went for just 7 runs in that all-important 9th over. I suppose he can call himself a little unlucky that he didn't have an over earlier in the game, but maybe still recovering from those monumental 96 runs he scored. But as a result, TTP now require 29 runs off the final over. Not impossible, but I'd say probably improbable.
Yeah, quite. Yes. That's going to be very tough indeed. Mathematically, it's a possibility, but I think we all know, well, we all deep down feel that the reality of the situation is going to be a bit too much to ask for. Shahzad, he's going to try his hard out here. He'll only take a couple of deliveries to decide what's going to happen, but it does look like Werewolves are going to successfully defend against Team Tigers Portugal, who've been pretty gallant here in this run chase. They took a little while to get motoring. They lost Azam Johnny early on in the piece as well, who's their Centurion from yesterday's action. But middle order stood up, Halim stood up, and Mia had a great innings too. Raju Mia, really impressed with him. Unfortunately, Russell couldn't fire, and they're going to probably fall short a few runs here. But let's see what happens. Final over starts. It's going to be Gowinder Singh with the ball, who bowled a mountain of wides earlier on.
And there's another one to add to the connection. And Little Alan in the chat makes a very good point that if the Werewolves are to lose this game, which seems increasingly unlikely, it'll be because of their extras. They have not bowled well, and it's exactly what we called before the game. We said, well, they're impressive with the bat, sloppy with the ball, as it's transpired to be. And, well, it could have been a very different game, Phil, had Gurpreet Guri been caught early on in the piece. Probably should have been caught. In the end, he got given a second life, went on to make 96 runs, and that put Werewolves in a position where they could bowl pretty much under par, I'd say, and still have enough to take the win.
And wicket given there. So that is pretty much going to be the nail in the coffin for me. I'm not sure that they're not going to claw back from that now, as Shahzad has to go. And that is Team Tigers Portugal. That's the end of, I think, the chances they've had. That's the defence of Werewolves standing up finally. Despite many, many wobbles and many wides. In total, I can see 15 wides, 4 no balls. So that's 3 additional overs they've bowled, which is why this match is probably carried on a little bit longer than anticipated.
Yeah, I'm furious because we don't get a longer break.
I suspect we'll probably get a longer break. Keep tuned into the details there. We'll let you know if there's going to be a bit of a change in the timings of the next match, because this game has dragged on a bit, thanks pretty much to those 3 extra overs that had to be bowled in this innings by the Werewolves.
I think the Werewolves owe both the scorers and us the cold beverage for making us work hard. They've turned it into a T15 rather than a T10. And they will take the win here, the Werewolves, but certainly on their bowling effort, it's not what you'd call an impressive win, or even really a convincing one. But a win's a win, and in the situation they're in, they can't be fussy. That one's a lovely shot, over covers, the chase is on. And well, it's an unfortunate piece of fielding there. It's Daljit Ray who he put on the afterburners, tried to swat the ball back into play. It ends up flying over the rope. He flies over the rope. Everyone's over the rope, and it's 4 runs.
Oh dear, it was a valiant attempt, wasn't it? But well, he's done the right thing. He's run the hard yards there, but 4 runs. But Werewolves. I agree with you, Tina. This is not a convincing display, and they're going to come up against stiffer opposition on finals Sunday if they still manage to get through. Which, getting 2 wins here out of 8. Well, is that enough to secure your win in finals Friday? That remains to be seen. And the Werewolves still got 2 matches coming up later today. They've got the return match against Team Tigers Portugal at the end of the day, and they've also got Falcoish to negotiate with in the 3rd match today. So they've still got a bit of work to do, Werewolves, to secure themselves.
Take a look at that pitch map on the right. Shows just how wayward the bowling's been. Final ball then will just be chipped up and over as they jog through for a single. So TTP end up 20 runs shy of the score of the Werewolves. So I suppose on paper, a convincing win for the Werewolves, but that doesn't tell the whole story. Certainly with the bat, the Werewolves were impressive. Well, one man was impressive. Yeah. I suppose there was a cameo at the end, but really it was the bowling that let them down. And TTP, I suppose, can take heart from the fact that they batted well. The bowling wasn't terrible, I'd say, actually. If you went back on points, TTP were probably the better side in that game. If you take Gurpreet Guri out of the equation, it could have been a different game. But as it is, the Werewolves take this one. And as you said, they've got 2 more games today, 2 important ones. As for TTP, they don't have long at all before they come back, and they hopefully get more points on the board in the next game.
That's so true. TTP, in case you missed it, they've got the next game against Falcoish, which is coming your way very shortly. It is scheduled to start at hour, but looking at the time now, that's very, very close. It's like 6 minutes away. I think there'll be a longer delay until that game starts. We'll put something in the chat for you when the game's going to start, so stay tuned there for us. And who else they got? They've also got Werewolves take on Falcoish in the lunchtime match, and then, of course, the return match later on. So, yeah, Werewolves a bit to do. And also Team Tigers Portugal, I agree with you. I think they were the better side, all things considered, but the scoreline will tell you differently because it's going to end up being, well, what's the difference in the end? It's
20 runs, yeah.
Yeah, not much at all, really. Yeah. So, anyway, that's not what separated them. We'll see. But these 2 teams have still got action aplenty today before they finish their group games.
Yeah, and, well, we have action aplenty as well with that next game coming up in just a few moments' time. Probably a slight delay because it was scheduled to be in 5 minutes, but the Werewolves made sure that their game went probably a bit longer than it should have done, but we'll be here in any case for the start of the next game. So don't go away, maybe grab yourself a drink, but then come back straight away as you join us here at the G-Force for the next game in this ECS Challenger Series in Santarem.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And it's a warm welcome back to everybody to sunny Santarem. Phil G alongside Tina G. We are G-Force. We're here to take you through the next match coming your way and, of course, through the next few days as well. And just a reminder, happy Peacock Friday. Check it out. Look at this. I've managed to drag my kitten riding a dinosaur shooting a laser shirt out of the cupboard, and Tina's looking resplendent in her floral outfit as well. We hope you got your Peacock Friday t-shirt on. Tina, Peacock Friday. Happy Peacock Friday.
Happy Peacock Friday to all who celebrate, which is everyone, I'm sure. And what better way to celebrate with another great game in the glorious sunshine. It's TTP against Falcões, as we've just had a Portuguese lesson.
That's right.
Portuguese for falcons. So maybe if we struggle, we can just call them falcons.
If we trip over that word, we'll go to falcons, but it's Falcões. And the news from the toss. Thanks very much to Rado for that. It is TTP. They've won the toss, elected to bat first. The coin toss presented by our good friends at Rado. So there it is. For everyone who's been asking, what's the coin toss situation? There it is for you. And this is a mouth-watering game as well. Two teams with heavy Bangladeshi origins in their teams as well, going head-to-head. And this is a cracking contest coming up. This is the game before the lunch break, and we're going to see how we go as the first ball is being bowled. No, it's not. It's a false start because the batter wasn't ready. It was just the fielder just getting his run-up lined up. They always confuse me when they do that. I always think, oh, here we go. He's going to try to surprise the batter. Of course,
it would have been a surprise. It would have been a surprise because the batter was at his head in the dirt.
He was looking down, going, "Is that my mark or is that my mark? That's a squash bug. That's my mark there. Got it." So we're about to get going, and thank you everyone for your company throughout this Challenger series. I hope you've enjoyed myself and Tina on comms here for the last day and a bit. Tina, you're here with me right through to next Monday inclusive, so we're going to go right through the finals. It's going to be a fantastic finals day too coming up, and we'll know more about who's playing in the finals tomorrow. We'll discuss that in detail tomorrow. For now, still got a couple of teams who need to get their foot into Sunday action. Here we go with a leg side wide. Standard ECN operating procedure has resumed with a leg side wide there, and it's gone all the way for a minimo. That's even worse than a leg side wide. It's gone all the way.
Well, we had a lot of extras in that previous innings, didn't we? Mostly thanks to the bowling of the Werewolves, and if we carry on like this, we're not going to make it to lunch, Phil.
I tell you what, yeah, we did have quite a lot of extras. And in case you missed it, there were indeed 5 penalty runs added to Team Tigers Portugal's score there. So the end result was actually a 15-run difference between the two teams at the end there. There's a few people in the chat were asking the question. That's indeed what happened due to time considerations. And the umpires have said that, yes, they did signal, but they said that they will make sure that they give us a very clear signal next time. We'll be aware of it as well. We thought there was a bit of a problem there, and that was definitely a problem. So Werewolves, they've got a break. They've got a bit of work to do. I think they should get into the nets and their bowlers roll the arm over a few times and just try to work that radar a little bit better, as that is pushed away for yet another boundary here. Team Tigers Portugal winning the toss, elected bat first. That was the news from our Rado coin toss. And you can see there that Azam Johnny, and this time at the top there, it's not going to be Halim, which is the normal state of play. It's Asif Atua who's opening the batting with Azam Johnny, and that's a pretty good move. Maybe sort of shake things up a little bit, give an opportunity for another player to bat out there with Azam Johnny. Let's see how they go.
That's an interesting one, isn't it? Because Azam Johnny fired, of course, yesterday. Not quite on it this morning, but we know how classy a player he is, and that one shows all his class as he just nudges that one and it goes down the hill for 4 runs.
His placement is quite something. Really, really good. When he's on fire, his placement is superb, which is why he's getting so many runs at the moment in this competition. For Irfan Hussain, he's bowled without a lot of big success, unfortunately. Oh, hello there to Sam Houghton who's joined us in the chat, tuning in from Croatia, no doubt. Good to see you, Sam. Thanks for joining us today. Wonderful to have your company. And wonderful to everyone's company as well. I can see Chris Smith has joined us. I think, Chris, for the first time I've seen you in the chat during the Challenger Division. Wonderful to see you too. You're probably going to pop in with some AFL scores sometime later today and also tomorrow. You have indeed. Oh, good call. Thanks, Tina. I didn't see that comment from Chris. Thank you, Chris. Whatever you do, don't tell me the Tigers are going, because I know they're not travelling too well at the moment. I think they're playing maybe tomorrow. Anyway, that's another sport. That's another world away.
Different Tigers as well. We've got Tigers out there in the middle at the moment, and they need to try and get a win on the board here. They certainly don't want to lose the opening 2 games of today.
So true, yeah. The Team Tigers Portugal, in case you missed it, they've got 3 games today. This is their second of 3 games. They will have the later game in the afternoon, match 16. That's against the Werewolves again. So those 2 teams will go head-to-head one more time. For Falcões, they are here against TTP, and then they will play a game against Werewolves in the lunchtime match after this game. Both of these 2 teams here in front of you, very hungry for a win to notch up those wins on the standings to make sure they're in Sunday action. TTP, they look like they're properly ready-made for finals action. I like the look of them, led by at the top there in the batting type by Azam Johnny, with some very good support around as well. But for the Falcões team, they are not to be written off. They've still got a fair bit to do, though. They need to notch up a couple of wins to make sure that they're there on Sunday. Unfortunately, we will lose one team when it comes Saturday night, and we'll know who it is then. And Tina, at this point in time of the competition, I wouldn't know who's the team who may drop off. It's pretty close.
It is indeed, and I think we'll get a bit of a better picture by the end of today because, of course, Falcões have only played 3 games, this being their 4th. So by the end of today, at least all of the teams will have played a minimum of 5 games, and that will give us a bit of a better picture. Certainly the fighters seem to be well clear. The Werewolves, well, they've played 6 games, only won 2 of them. So at the moment, it's difficult to tell on the points table because all the teams have played so many different games. But certainly I think this one could go down to the wire between 4th and 5th place. It does mean that every single point is important. Remember, of course, the bonus point is in play. So if you can lose a game but still pick up points along the way, it does all add up before we go into finals day. And well, Hussein not very happy, I assume, with himself there as he throws his cap down in frustration, looks up to the blue skies. I'm assuming just a bit of annoyance at his own bowling performance rather than anything else there.
Yeah, he's a player who wears his heart on his sleeve. Is Irfan Hussein. He opens the bowling, he opens the batting. He expects a lot from his efforts for his team, and I guess when he's not delivering, he gets a little bit sore with himself. With the batting, and we'll see this later, obviously during the run chase, when he opens the batting, more often than not, he doesn't stick around, and it's something he needs to work on. As an opener, you got to do that. You got to stick around. That's why you're there. But anyway, that's the Falcões batting. We'll talk about that later. For the bowling, well, we're going to see the second over starting right now. Ryan Khan, skipper, takes responsibility, gets that second over, off to a flyer, but for the wrong team as that goes all the way along the deck for 4 runs. Azam Johnny continuing on his merry way here, opening the batting there with Atua, who's faced 2 and yet to get off the mark.
Azam Johnny is an absolute chief strike hogger, isn't he? He somehow has this ability to just farm the strike, and most of the time he does it to great effect. Asamato, I suppose you can say, well, he's had 2 balls and he's missed both of them. Or at least he hasn't scored runs off them.
That's so true. Oh, hit nicely. And that has been caught. Oh, there's going to be celebrations here for Falcões. They have got the big, dangerous farmer Johnny, as Tina's just described him, the man who farms the strike. And he's got to go. He's got to go cheaply. Not his day today. What do you think? Maybe that century yesterday took a bit more out of him than we expected? Or it's just good bowling and good catching?
Oh, he's got to drag himself off the pitch there because he's furious with himself. It was actually a lovely shot. He cracked it towards the point region. Unfortunately, the point fielder was equal to it. He jumped up and took that catch. And Azam Johnny, I think, quite disappointed because he saw that. He knew exactly the shot he wanted to play, just didn't quite get the elevation on it. And he will have to take himself off the pitch, and TTP lose a wicket in the power play, 19 for 1. And now 2 relatively fresh batters at the crease already, as we've mentioned. Asamato, the captain, he's faced 2 balls, hasn't been able to add to the scorecard yet. And now TTP need one of their other batters to stand up and be counted.
Oh, Rayhan Khan strays leg. That was a bit of a shocker to a first ball to a brand new batter to bowl it there. It's just a gimme. It's such a pressure relieving moment when, as a new batter, you see it there and you think, well, I'll have a swing at it. What's the worst that can happen? Oh, not good. Not good bowling there from captain Rayhan Khan there. Should have done a bit better of that delivery. Didn't, though, and runs off the bat a big Maximo, and it is Raju Mia. Let's see if he can continue on his good form from the previous match. slows that one down a little bit, just to hit out towards the mid-wicket area. Nice quick throw back. They scamper through for a quick single. Well run.
Well,
Scoreboard ticking.
If you're going to mention AFL, then it feels like it's only fair that I can mention football. So Amisha in the chat asking, will Arsenal win the Premier League, or is there still a chance for Man City? I think Arsenal are going to win it. Despite they played Man City, I don't know how much you follow football, but they played Man City in the League Cup final the weekend, and Man City thrashed them, and it was one-way traffic.
Oh wow!
So maybe a psychological advantage for City, but I think Arsenal are 8 points clear. Yeah, I think Chris has just confirmed that in the chat. So it's certainly Arsenal's to lose. I'd quite like to see Arsenal win the league for once.
Hit down the ground just towards the mid-on area. Throw at the stumps, hits the stumps, but batter was clearly home. Didn't ground the bat. Probably needs to watch out for that on those quick singles. Well, but gets home okay.
We were talking to the umpires before the game, weren't we, about how much was going on in that previous game. And there was the penalty runs, there was wides, no balls aplenty.
Yeah.
And we were saying what we haven't had quite yet in the Challenger division was a real classic ECN run out. Something where,
True.
Both batters end up at the same end shouting at each other. That's what I want to see.
A one-handed swipe at another leg side wide there. Gets a little something on it. So chasing after the leg side wides, not content just let the ball go past and accept the wide and get the ball re-bowled. Goes after it. Doesn't really do any damage there. Luckily, as Khan manages to dodge what could potentially be another boundary there. It's the end of the second over, 28 for 1. So the over that started with wicket and 2 boundaries have ended with 3 singles. Khan, he'll be happy with that. 1 for 13 from his first.
It looks like it will be, I'm not sure if we call it Islam, to bowl the next over, the final one of the power play. The right armour limbering up. Expected score up at 140. I mean, it'd be good to calculate the average. I think it's probably going to be about 125, 130. We've certainly not had too many blowouts so far, actually. We've not had teams skittled for low targets either in the chase or when setting.
It's true.
It's been highly competitive so far.
Yeah, teams chasing big scores. A couple of them have fallen afoul by only, sort of 15 runs, maybe 20 runs. I think there was one of the games on the first days, there was about, I think, a 25 run victory. That's probably the biggest margin we've seen so far. The other flip it on its head, the other margin for a team chasing quickly was 7 overs yesterday.
Yeah.
That last match, Fighters reeled in a target in exactly 7 overs. Hits this high in the air. Players running around in vain as that clears the boundary rope nicely. Goes downtown, straight as you like towards the sight screen. Big 6. Raju Mia looking to pick up where he left off in the previous match, where he had a very gallant, I think he ended up making 50 or 60 odd, was it, in the previous match? Very, very good effort from him.
Yeah, we've seen this a few times in the last couple of days, that the batters continue their form from one game to the other. As Johnny did it yesterday. Raju Mia, we've put the mockers on him here, have we? We have indeed, because he skews that one up in the air, and it's a vital catch taken there at point. I think that's Irfan Hussain, it is indeed, who takes the catch before already instructing his players exactly what to do. He's a man with a lot of opinions, isn't he, Irfan Hussain? But
he is.
he takes the catch there, so he's got every right to give everyone else a bit of catching advice maybe, but it is an important wicket, a big one, as TTP lose their second. And just as we were saying, Raju Mia is on a bit of a hot streak. He has to depart for 14 off 5.
Yeah, there's a few alarms silently just starting to make their presence known in the Team Tigers Portugal camp at the moment. As we're still inside the power play, it's a good score on the board. 35 is on the board, but 2 wickets down, 2 big wickets down as well. The middle order are going to start lacing up their boots and finding that new pair of gloves, thinking, well, I guess it's up to us to try to muscle the score up and give our bowlers something to defend. Off the mark straight away, a nice little push into the covers. Nicely done. Yeah, so only halfway through the third, 36 on the board. Good power play here coming. Remember from the toss news that Team Tigers Portugal, they won the toss and wanted to bat first. They were very keen to do so, as opposed to the first match this morning where they won the toss and they wanted to bowl first. But unfortunately, Werewolves had a target that was a bit too big a mountain for them to climb. Nice delivery right in the block hole. Digs it out. Dot ball. Dot ball's a good ball.
Well, TTP have done a fair bit of chasing and setting. If we look back to yesterday, of course, they chased down that total by the fighters. They put on 129. TTP chased it with 3 balls to spare. But then in the next game, they set 142, which was enough to defeat the Panthers. So they're seemingly equally happy at both defending and chasing. It's good practice as well, isn't it? Just to be able to do both disciplines, because it's decided often by the toss of a coin. So you need to make sure if you're on the wrong end of that coin toss that you're still more or less happy with the result. I mean, it can only go one of 2 ways.
True. That's it. Hey, Terry Richmond signing off from the chat. Good to see you in the chat there, Terry. And we'll catch you tomorrow, hopefully. Have a good Friday. Also, we had Steve McVeigh here at the ground. He's maybe he'll pop up in the chat a little bit more. He's in the clubhouse enjoying a few cold ones. It's been hit back towards the bowler. It's just collected the stumps, I think, and just ricocheted off. Bowler's probably thinking, I wish I got a little touch on that. Could have been a little bit of some money, but in the end, it's just a single. And that's going to conclude the power play. So 37 off the power play. 2 wickets fell in the process. 2 big wickets fall in the process. And for me, I reckon this game's nicely positioned right now, nicely evenly poised. Oh, thank you, Tina. Yes, the supercomputer, those boffins in the bunker agree with me. 53% to 47% in that lovely little Goldilocks zone. Yeah, good contest coming.
Lots of football chat currently in the YouTube chat. I think Ray suggesting he's a Derby County fan. Well, my team, Birmingham City, played them last week. Well, I say played in the loosest possible sense of the word. Didn't turn up. So I was lucky actually, because it was a Saturday lunchtime kickoff, and I was able to suffer through about 10 minutes before I had to go to a wedding, and the wedding was a much better occasion than the remaining 75 minutes of that game.
You weren't watching the game on your mobile phone during the wedding and suddenly scream out, no!
Especially the part where they say, does anyone have any reason why these two cannot get married?
Yes! I mean, no. I mean, play on.
Play on.
Hit down towards long on. Sorry, into the mid-wicket area. I thought it went a bit straight on that one. No, just the mid-wicket for just the one. Have a look at the Maximo rate there. Werewolves still sitting. Well, actually, they've really put their noses well ahead of the other teams now on that graphic. You can see there that they're exponents when it comes to finding the boundary and getting over the top of it. Well, there you go. I tell you, there's also exponents, and that is Falcoish, who have taken another outfield catch here, and that is absolutely sensational fielding from them. Really good bowling as well. And that time it's Mehdi Tamin, and on the long on boundary accepts just a miss hit. Looking to get out of here, go downtown was Russell. So unfortunately for Team Tigers Portugal, Russell fails again at the top order after he had a pretty good partnership yesterday with Raju Mia to get them up in that run chase against the Fighters. He doesn't manage to replicate it here today, and that's the 3rd wicket fall. So the top order being torn apart by the Falcons, obviously Falcoish. In English is Falcons, as we were instructed and educated. So that's who they are. And they're looking pretty good here. They've tied the Team Tigers Portugal down. Team Tigers Portugal need to find a counterpunch here as the odds start to shift in the bowling team's favour. Oh, a big shout. Everyone's gone up. The umpire doesn't go up, and that's the most important thing for the batter. Ooh, nerves. A few nerves for TTP here.
We were trying to read the back of umpire Andy's head there, but he might have suggested there was a bit of bat involved there. He certainly twitched his arms, and I feel like that might have been a signal for bat involved.
Yeah. And that's just now been pushed out towards the point area, going to run a quick single. It's Halim, who we've seen him open the batting with Azam Johnny in the last few matches. He's dropped down the order this time. Comes in at the fall of the 3rd wicket.
Yeah, Ray in the chat asking how warm it is in the greenhouse today, and it's not too bad. We did have the door open the game earlier, as that one's going to sneak through, and that's going to be a French cut for 4 runs. Takes TTP into the 40s. Yeah, we had the door open just for some organic air.
Yeah.
Au naturel air.
Yeah.
But it was getting a little stuffy. What are we heading towards midday here in Portugal? So the sun is nice and high in the air, but we've got the door closed, the blinds shut, and the AC on, like a stroppy teenager.
Yes. Not coming out, mum and dad, not until you apologise. After the first game, we put the aircon on, closed that door, as you say, Tina. And already I kind of feel that's taken effect. So, Ray, the greenhouse, not quite a greenhouse effect. It's actually not too bad at the moment.
You know what? I was almost considering opening the blinds. I know you say that they make a difference, but I think when I closed my eyes last night, I had like the vision of the blinds in front of me. So
you had the slits across your eyes.
Yeah, to paint the scene, we're looking through Venetian blinds, which obviously they're open, otherwise we wouldn't be able to see. But they're the bars are in front of, so it looks like we're watching from prison.
Actually, I took a video of our view. I took a video this morning of where I stand and sometimes where you stand, and also sometimes where you sit, just to give the Spanish squad a bit of an idea of what it looks like. And I posted that in the Spanish squad. So anyone out there who has access to Spanish squad, and we'd encourage people to join our Spanish squad. It's behind the scenes, a little bit of extras that we like to post. Shows you what it's like on tour, the real life on tour.
The
I posted that this morning. Yep.
Yeah,
exactly.
I saw your video this morning. I try not to post too much, otherwise it would just be every plate of food I eat, because we ate a glorious steak last night. So maybe I'll have to add it onto the group. It was blue. It was, I think, cooked on the heat of the moment.
Really?
It was beautiful though.
You like your steaks blue?
It would be my first choice, but I closed my eyes and put it in my mouth, and you can close your eyes and hear the rattle of the stumps there, because that's one of the few occasions actually we've seen those stumps absolutely upended. Usually it's just kind of a nice little glance off the side of the stump, but that one was comprehensive. 43 for 4.
Yeah, wasn't it? That's quite incredible. Stumps akimbo, as Chris Smith often says. Chris will like that one. But you're right. Yeah, we don't often see him actually get knocked flat on the back, do we? It's quite incredible. But there you go. 4th wicket falls. A massive wicket, this one, because it's Halim. And Captain Atur at the non-strikers there must be wondering, is it me? Does nobody want to bat with me? What's going on here? Team, come on, get around your captain. Stick with me. We can do this. 43 for 4 in the 5th. That run rate below 10. Team Tigers Portugal struggling here against this Falcoish attack and fielding effort. So far, they really haven't spilled too much, the Falcoish team. Been very impressive. And Supercomputer is liking them, giving a 71% tip of the scales to pick up the win here against this batting team. Pushed away, just going to get off the mark with a quick single towards extra cover. No real emphasis on any sort of strike on that one, just lets it run off the bat in defensive mode.
I was just taking a look back at the scores, Phil, and actually there's only been 2 scores that haven't hit triple digits so far, obviously setting. The Panthers 98 on that first day against the Fighters. Fighters, well, that was actually in chase of the Fighters 116, as that one is going to be 4 more to the collection. So 44 for 4 moves up to 48 for 4. So there was that 98 that the Panthers posted when they were skittled in that game. And then otherwise the Fighters defeated the Falcons when they chased down the Falcons' total of 92 in relatively easy fashion on day number 2. But yesterday we had big totals, and today, well, looking like the same, but of course TTP are teetering a little here. Those 2 boundaries will certainly help, and that was sent for a kebab there, the fielder. He went one way and it took a vicious bounce and went the other. Unfortunate there for him, but some confidence boosting boundaries here for Atta, who got off to a slow start but has just hit back-to-back boundaries.
Oh, he goes to the left, he goes to the right. That poor old fielder, he ain't all right. It just gets past him, takes a little left turn, and yeah, you're right, he was sent to the kebab shop. He got the wrong address. Swing and a miss. Follows up with a dot after a couple of back-to-back boundaries. The 50 up as well with that previous boundary. Also finishes the over there, so 5 overs gone. 52 for 4 on the board. These 2, Udin and Atur, the captain, looking to sort of resurrect the innings here and get a little bit of control back from wickets falling at regular intervals and causing some real problems for TTP to build a big score here. Still a long way to go. Halfway through the innings, run rate is just over 10. Let's see where they can get to.
Well, we've always been talking about TTP in the terms of Azam Johnny, don't we? And when he scores runs, TTP score runs. Have also proven, though, if he doesn't score, that they struggle to find that batter to stand up and take on the mantle. I suppose the captain here, Asif Attar, he's doing his best, and those 2 boundaries will certainly help, but he's not exactly setting the world on fire with his strike rate at the moment.
Yeah.
Udin has got a chance here. He's only faced the 1 delivery, but someone needs to stick around, otherwise TTP are in danger of just letting this run away from them. It's run away from the fielders there. So that's another boundary which will help. 3 boundaries in 4 deliveries. This time it's Udin who gets his first boundary of the game.
The ball was hit so well, even 2 players who were right there at the same time couldn't stop that. Kind of muddled each other up, to be honest. I think they both wanted the inside track to try to stop that ball. And in the end, I think they looked at each other as the ball went straight across their tippy toes. This has been, again, hit very nicely towards backward point. The run is on. Going to take a buzzer. It's going to be a very well run 2 there as they get the extra run. Oh, is it well run? It is indeed. It does get home. Oh, there was a bit of a heart in the mouth moment there. As fielder picked up in the mid-on area, didn't shy at the bowler's end, went to the keeper's end. And I think the player running to the keeper's end, Udin, didn't know it was coming in and suddenly found himself in a little bit of trouble. But he did get the bat down and he got home. That's why he's leaning on his bat, sucking in a few breaths there in shot in the middle of the screen there. Oh, that was lucky.
It was, but sometimes you've got to just ride that luck. TTP haven't always had it on their side. At that time, able to make the most of it, and luck always kind of comes in little spells, doesn't it? Because then wides often follow a little instant. They follow a drop, they follow a misfield, and the bowler somehow trying to take his anger and frustration out on the Grizzly doesn't quite get it right. That's a better delivery though. And again, second time we've seen the French cut. And it'll be buzzers here, and it will be all 4 of them.
No.
Deary me. It was a throw that didn't have to be made. The striker hit the ball. It went beyond the stumps behind the keeper. The striker was then running to the non-striker's end. The keeper tried to launch it the length of the pitch. There was no one backing up. No one got in place quickly enough. And what should have been a 1 turns out to be a 5.
I find it bizarre that someone can have a pick at the stumps when there's no one at the stumps, no one backing up, and the nearest fielder is about 25 metres to the left and the right of your target. That was always going to go. That was not clever play. Well, that throw does hit the stumps, but unfortunately for Falcoish, TTP are home.
It's always one of the look on their face once this happened is always one of incredulity. Like, how could this have possibly happened? It's like that shocked Pikachu meme where they're just like, oh no, I'm surprised at this outcome. It's like, well, why are you surprised?
Yeah, why are you surprised with that? And, has it been put down? Oh, I think, has he held it? I think he's held it. Yes, he has. Oh, what a good catch. Hang on a second. We're just asking for... Yes, he has held it.
He fell to his knees, didn't he? And I wasn't sure if he fell to his knees and it bounced up or if he dropped it, but he did take the catch. There was the lack of any form of celebration from Falcoish. It is a wicket. Maybe they're just thinking less celebrating, more just getting wickets.
Well, that's the thing. All the fielders on the offside have got their hands on their hips, and obviously I've got good vision at them. The leg side, I've got the sight screen to negotiate all, but yeah, the lack of enjoyment from getting a wicket, getting the 5th wicket, and saying goodbye to Udin. As Udin has to go. So 5 wickets down in the 6th over. Team Tigers Portugal, the middle order being properly exposed here now.
That was a real strange one, wasn't it? I certainly got deceived there and deceived you as a result, and I just thought that he fell to his knees.
Yeah. And
just assumed he didn't get it. We're getting the action replay here from Lucky. But certainly there was no doubt about it. It went into the mid-wicket area. I think it was just the unconventional way that he caught it as well. He went onto his knees. We take a look, and he juggled it, didn't he?
It was a juggle.
Shout out to our roving cameraman Ricardo as well, because that was a great grab of the action and a good grab in the end by the fielder.
Very well done. And thank you to Lucky for showing us the action replay as well. I think there's just a moment while the scoreboard's catching up with that wicket falling.
Maybe the scorers had the same obstructed view that we did.
Possibly,
certainly it was a catch.
Yeah, just bear with us a moment. There's just a pause while we update the scoreboard because that 5th wicket has fallen. The wicket has definitely fallen. I don't think there's a problem there. I think it's the scoreboard just getting itself into gear.
Maybe we can have a quick look at the game still to come today. So the Werewolves on the back of that win, and I'd call it probably a win and no more than that, this morning against TTP. They have the next game, the lunchtime slot against Falconge, before they also then finish up the day against TTP once more. So a rehash of the game this morning, which had, well, with those bonus 5 runs from the penalties, and I think probably bonus 30 extras from the Werewolves, that game had over 300 runs in it. So if that final game of today is anything to go by, we could be in for another treat. But I'm looking forward to Werewolves against Falconge as well, because
Me too.
both sides are kind of in a spot of bother. I suppose Falconge, it could be go one of 2 ways. If they win this one, they'll have an equal record of 2-2, wins and losses. But if they fall in this one, they'll be 1-3. The Werewolves are 2-4. So both are still kind of on shaky ground when it comes to making those top 4 places for finals day.
It's interesting. If you have a look at the match number 6, Werewolves versus Falconge on Tuesday. Werewolves batted, made 166. Falconge overhauled that with 5 balls to spare, lost 4 wickets along the way, and that was one of the great examples of Werewolves' amazing batting, put a great score on the board. Bowlers couldn't back it up.
Yep.
And Falconge got the win. It was a very good win too. Looks like we're good to go now. We've got the wicket in place. There's one more to come in the 6. 65 for 5. Potentially the last ball of the over coming up. Good delivery. That left arm looping delivery has the new batter in all sorts of minds. Changed his mind. You could almost see him changing his mind 3 times as that ball came down to him. In the end, gets past. Motin negotiates just a dot.
Isn't that just the most classic ECN over as well? There's a 4, a 2, a wide, a 5, a 1, a wicket and a dot. So in the 7 deliveries, obviously 6 legal ones, there's 7 different scores.
Yes.
We were only missing a 6 and a 3, and we would have had the full set.
You know what? Without putting anything on Falconge here, it wouldn't be good if we had a no ball. That would have added something different, and then we had either 3 or a 6, and again another different outcome in that over. You're right. Yeah, good spot. End of the over though. 6 overs gone. 65 on the board for loss of 5 wickets. That run rate just a little bit below 11. Team Tigers Portugal need the middle order to really push hard to get into the 110s, 120s. Falconge, they would love to get another wicket here. Just get the pressure, more pressure heaped on this middle order. Looks like it's going to be, is it Mohamed Mehdi Tamim with the ball? Charging in now. Strikes this one down the ground. It goes straight to the player. That's the captain, Rayan Khan, coming off the boundary line there in the long off area. So 4 overs to try to make a big impact on this score. There's just 1 single there. Motin on strike. He hasn't had much to do with the bat so far in this tournament, but he's got a fair bit to do now. It's a bit of responsibility on these 2. Udin's been there for 6 deliveries for his 14. What can Motin do? Ooh, just almost spooned that a little bit, but it falls safely and just dribbles its way towards mid-wicket for another single. He's off the mark.
TTP just need to hang around here. If they can get into triple digits, the expected score up at 107, then they at least give themselves something to defend. Of course, Falconge coming into their first game of the day. And that one's up in the air. There's calls of catch it. The man from cover is coming in, and he comes flying in and spills it. It was a tough opportunity because he made up a good 20 metres there, herring in from the rope, and he just wasn't able to ever set himself, and he had to try and take that catch at full pelt. Unfortunately for him and for Falconge, they weren't able to pick up their 6th wicket, so it remains 69 for 5 now.
Bowler charging in again, halfway through the 7th. Swings hard at this one. Doesn't go where it's supposed to because it goes raw, goes right into the hands and straight out again of the hands. Well, and also you can't slam the ball into the ground like that. The umpires might have a word to you about that. You can't do that. And if you're a bit upset with yourself, you're a bit filthy with yourself, don't take it out on the ball. The Grizzly had nothing to do with that. That's a little bit disappointing from Falconge, who've done really well in the field, with the exception of the 4 overthrows and that drop catch. But that is a life. Any way you read it, that's a life. Swings hard at this one. Goes out towards mid-wicket. Straight to mid-wicket, though, so just the single.
Yeah, it was Shafiqul Islam who dropped that one. And it was the easier of the two chances. There was two chances in two balls there. He saw it all the way. It's never easy at point with the ball rotating so much in the air. But he was fuming with himself. Should have really taken it. There's that one. Zips through to the keeper, and it's an excellent over from Mehdi Tamim. Doesn't concede a boundary, which is always the mark of a good over. And in fact, only goes for 6 runs total. Can consider himself very unlucky that he didn't pick up another wicket. He did get a wicket in that first over.
Yep.
And he finishes with highly respectable figures of 1 for 15 off his 2. So TTP 71 for 5. They've got 3 overs left. They've still got at least time for now, but the balls are running away from them just a touch, and the boundaries have dried up. In fact, the last boundary was the one that was thrown over the rope by Falcoin.
That's right, yeah. There was the unusual 5 that was scored about 10 deliveries ago. You're right. Okay, we're starting the 8th now. It's going to be Shanto Ifratul with the ball. Oh, he's just dropped it there, just warming his hands up. Let's hope he doesn't drop it now. Here we go. Well, gives it a good rip. Well, you could see even from this angle that turned quite nicely. Nice little bit of off-spin, gave it a proper rip, that one. Had Motin looking a little bit silly there, as he really didn't get the bat anywhere near it. In again. Oh, now this is good. Bringing cover in a little bit closer.
Yeah.
That cover fielder has come in about 5 or 6 steps from where he was. I think that's a very good move. Try to get into the batter's line of sight. Bit of extra pressure. Yeah, that wasn't a great delivery.
Yeah, Shanto Ifratul here, having his first bowl of the innings. It's always it's tough, isn't it, when you come in as a new bowler in the latter stages, because you have batters up against you who are just swinging as hard as possible. You don't have too much time to get warm, and that's kind of showing here.
Yep.
As that one's another pretty wide one. Started off wide, went even wider. Potential of overthrows. They decide against it. And in fact, it's a no ball. It was so wide, went off the pitch. Umpire Andy signalling no ball. So insult to injury here with the free hit coming up.
Yeah, that's not good. Started the over quite nicely, but just lost it there. Well, it's been clubbed, and it goes straight to that short cover play. He's not quite short cover, is he? But he's in a close-in cover, closer than regulation cover, and stops the right. So good field placement. This one goes over the top of that fielder I just talked about. Great work on the boundary line to get down and collapse on top of the ball. That's the skipper, Ryan Khan. Congratulations, sir. That was a very good save there. That would have gone for 4. I thought that had 4 written on it when it came off the bat. Good work.
Great piece of fielding out in the deep. Putting his body on the line.
Swings hard. This one goes leg side now towards the deep mid-wicket area, just along the deck, and long on works their way around to the right of themselves and keeps that one to a single. So all in all, not a bad first over. Just lost his way a little bit in the middle there with the radar with that no ball, but only 5 runs from it. Really put the brakes on. Good work. That run rate now below 10. Oh, Team Tigers Portugal. Maybe we're in for a bit of a low-scoring thriller. You never know. Obviously, I said it before. Cricket's a game of 2 halves in this kind of format. And what's good for one is good for the other. So maybe a low score is what's on the cards here for both teams. We'll see.
Bit of praise coming in for you from the chat. Vinny saying your great content behind the scenes, your video that you posted over in the Spanner squad. Yeah, it was great to see a bit of what's behind the curtain here at Santarem Cricket Ground and the beautiful pavilion they have with, it's almost like a cricket museum. Well, you can put that shot in the museum because that one gets launched over Cow Corner towards the dugouts, and that's another 6. So TTP starting to at least get to something respectable. It's actually the first Maximo in a long time. That previous over didn't have any of them. They missed out on the free hit, but they start the 9th over in perfect fashion, and they need it all to happen in the 9th here. Do TTP as again Shafiqul Islam comes marching in, And it's going to fall short of the fielder out in deep covers. And they'll settle for just the one. Will TTP.
Well, they've got how many deliveries left now? 10 deliveries left. Need to make an impact here. 100 is, in my opinion, is not enough. But, we'll see what happens here. As many as they can get. As Shafiqul Islam is trying to get some pressure on here. And it's going to be Motin who swings hard at this one and gets full reward to the leg side of the big six over that square leg boundary. And runs into the Stronger Together banner there. You can see there in the middle of your screen. Great work from Ricardo, our roving cameraman, who's doing an excellent job all week. Came into this organisation to help us out. And he came in with pretty much no experience in cricket whatsoever, but he's a good videographer, and we thank him for his efforts so far. Ooh, good effort there too with the ball. Nice follow-up after being sent away for another Maximo in this over, so good work there from the bowler to come back. Motin, he's got 9 from 10. Udin, who's 26 from 13. Udin's turning into a bit of a hero here for Team Tigers Portugal because he's standing tall at the non-striker's end. Wouldn't he love to stay on strike for the start of the 10th and try to bring home a big score?
Big 2 deliveries coming up here. Sets the tone for the final over, doesn't it? They surely are eyeing up at least 100 here. Well, is there anything on that? There's certainly enough for it to race away to the rope. Let's see what it signals. It is buys. It was a tough one for the keeper, wasn't it? Faisal Manzoor, because it went between the batter and the stumps. I think he might have even gone between the batter's legs. I think he saw it very late, and you can see Faisal disappointed that he let that one get away, but not too much he could have done about that one, as TTP won't mind at all how the runs come as they move on to 93.
Yeah, have a look at this, the 9th over. It's the most expensive over so far. Look at that. Finally, they've got over that's pushed over that 15 mark. So, yeah, you're right, Tina. They'll be happy. No matter how those runs come, just keep them coming. That's what they'll be saying. Miss hits this one straight to that short cover fielder. It has a pig at the stumps and misses. Good work from the keeper to make sure it doesn't go for any buzzers. He did have backup, though. So that was good work all round. 93 for 5 turns into 94 for 5 here at the end of the 9th. Big over coming up here. You're right. They should. You'd like to think they should get the 100. 110. Anything over 110 will be an absolute bonus for Team Tigers Portugal. You know what? It's probably almost fair to say anything over 100, considering where they were, losing all those wickets, losing their big hitters too, is going to be a bonus for them.
Yeah, they'll certainly be disappointed with the score, but you have to praise them for sticking on in there, especially Udin. He's done well. He's going up strike rate of 200, and Motin, okay, he's not been the most destructive, but he's also hung around, and well, this is going to be a drop in the deep. It's Ryan Khan, the captain, who's doing the patrolling on the boundary, and he was running away to his weaker left side, sticks out his hands and isn't able to grab onto it. Disappointed there for the captain. They only went through a single, so it's not the worst result. And that's great fielding off his own bowling there, wasn't it? That was an excellent piece of fielding to keep that to a dot.
Yep, desperation there. Yep. Well, the good thing about that Ryan Khan drop was at least he didn't drop it over the line.
Yep.
He was a fair way inside the rope, but you'd hate to see that just bounce off the hands and over for a Maximo. Well, this has been swung away all the way for a big 6. And that's going to bring up the 100 for Team Tigers Portugal. They move to 101 for 5. Halfway through the 10th. There are still 3 balls to come. Udin is stepping up for his team. He races now to 32 for 15. So good innings, good little cameo from him. It's probably more than a cameo because he's been there for quite a fair while. But it's a great innings. Swings hard at this one. A lot of work for the fielder to do. Gets down, stops that one from getting over the line. Great work. I was not sure he'd get to that one, but he managed to keep it in play at the same time. So good work on the boundary line just in front of us in that long on area.
So they have got over that 100 barrier. Any runs now, as you said, Phil, pretty much bonus zone. That'll not go to the boundary, should be fielded out in the deep.
Yeah.
Textbook long barrier, so just be the one. But they're just chipping away here, aren't they, TTP? They've got something they can at least feel like they can defend. 102 on the board.
Here we go.
103 even.
Yeah, exactly. 103 for 5. Last ball of the innings. Swings hard at this one towards the leg side. And, well, they're saying, let's just go for a 2 anyway. Why don't we? And the non-striker who just hit that says, no. Udin says, I'm happy with the single. That's all we need to do. And that means the score is going to finish on 104 for 5. Welcome back into the hut here. Phil G alongside T10. We are G-Force, and you are watching European Cricket Network. This is ECS Portugal Challenger Division. And you've just seen, a tough innings there for Team Tigers Portugal. You've got to say, Tina, that was a bit tough for them. Lost their big hitters early on. And Falcoish, they did pretty well. I kind of feel that 9th over got away from them, though. Maybe that could be the difference in the game.
Yeah, well, we were thinking there's a difference here between chasing 90 and chasing 110. In the end, it was kind of somewhere in between. TTP, they never really hit the heights that they did yesterday in their batting, especially when they lost Azam Johnny early. What we can say in their credit, though, is that they kept chipping away. There was no one who really got out for a duck. Everyone kind of came in, got 5, 6, 7 runs, and they stuck on in there. They knew if they batted deep, they'd be able to get some runs on the board. 104 of them is what they've got. And it's one of those tricky scores, isn't it? It's certainly not one where you can say, okay, Falcons, you're going to win this, job done. So it'd be interesting to see where it goes.
It's interesting you raise that because I agree completely. It's one of those targets where you can't take that too easily. And if you find yourself sort of doing that, suddenly you'll go, well, we're halfway through the overs. We still need 70 runs.
Yeah.
What have we done wrong there? It's going to see how Falcoish handle that when we come back in about 10 minutes' time for that run chase. We look forward to seeing you back here with us for the big run chase here in this game. Let's see if Team Tigers Portugal can defend and get a score on the board, or Falcoish get the score on the board, and who's going to get the points. Can't wait to find out. We'll be back here very shortly. Hope you can join us as well.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And it's another warm welcome to everybody watching out there in Cricket Land. Phil G alongside Tina G. We are G-Force and you are watching the European Cricket Network. And we are halfway through this match 14, which is poised at a delicate situation here for both teams. Team Tigers Portugal, they managed 104 for 5 in their 10 overs. And now it's up to Falcois to see if they can come and chase those runs down. It's going to be an interesting run chase. The start here is going to be all important. This is a very interesting power play coming up. On paper, you look at this, Tina, and you might think, Falcois, you should be able to get these runs, shouldn't you? I would not say that, though. No,
cricket's not played on paper, and there's a reason for it. And it's one of those totals, we mentioned it towards the end of the first innings, that it's just awkward, isn't it? And we haven't seen too many teams completely skittled. We thought maybe TTP would be skittled in that first innings, but they managed to beg, borrow and steal their way up to 104. So it's certainly not a foregone conclusion here for the Falcons. They'll be hoping to soar high and get the win, but I feel like there's still another twist in the tail before lunchtime and before this one's out.
I think so too. Team Tigers Portugal, don't write them off. We start the run chase now, though, with a big, massive swing. Wherever it's gone, everybody's stationary. There's nobody moving.
It was like a glitch in the matrix there. Because it was hit so hard, it went straight to cover.
I mean, sometimes the video freezes, but I thought my vision froze. There was no animation from players whatsoever, apart from two people just running. But I had the upright of the window here just in my way. And start off with just that single. So for Falcões, we have Irfan Hussain opening with Rahman. Hussain often opens the batting for this team, and he's doing so today. And I mentioned before to Tina about Hussain in the first couple of matches. We saw him play the other day, and he just needs to stick around. Needs to make sure he doesn't sort of lose his wicket in the first couple of overs. He needs to find some longevity in the batting, and I think that will really put him in a good place. Chases the wide one, going for a bit of an agricultural swipe there. As it goes, bounces high and goes well outside the off stump for a wide, indicated there. Hello to everyone in the chat who's joining us here this morning for the rest of this match. Thank you for joining us. Wonderful to have your company. A lot of the our blue shields in there. I can see little Alan in there, Paolo Campini. Christina Goff's also just joined us just then, which is good to see. So welcome everybody on this Peacock Friday. Oh, where's that gone? That's a rainmaker.
And he shelled it.
Oh, wow. Has he shelled it? No, he's got it.
He's claimed that he's got it.
He's claimed it?
Oh, he was... This is one where we'd love to have a camera on it. Even if we had all the cameras in the world, I don't think you'd be able to pick that one up because he was falling. He catches it, seemingly drops it, and in the process of rotating, grabs it again. His reaction seemed genuine, so he seemed genuinely shocked and pleased that he was able to hold on to that one. He then also slams the ball into the ground. Again, what's the Grizzly ever done to you? But it does look like it was a wicket and a clean catch.
Yeah, I as much as that's a terrific catch, and it was quite a terrific catch, I thought he might have shelled that one. And it's a big, big blow to Falcões as well. I kind of get the feeling that, I don't like to see the Grizzly getting slammed in the ground for any reason. I just think that's a wrong thing to do. Oh, poor old Irfan Hussain. Oh dear. Well, actually, I think it's a regular wiki, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. There we go. We saw a golden wiki up here. Golden wiki, get back in the shed. Regular wiki, come on out.
Golden wiki hasn't been seen all day, and he just wanted some fresh air.
We haven't had a single wiki. We haven't had one duck all day.
Yeah.
How about that?
That's why Golden wiki was like, let me at him.
Well, if you open the door to that shed, they're both going to run out, aren't they? That's the problem. So poor old Irfan Hussain, we've given him a golden, we've given him a regular, and off he goes. Have a think about it. Just as I said, he needs to stick around. As an opener, he hasn't been able to stick around. He needs to do that. The left-hander, Rahul, he comes in now. Let's see what he could do here now. Team Tigers Portugal, they've got a left-hander. How quickly are they going to negotiate Rahul Ahmed? Because they need... We saw this last couple of days. Left-handers not being... field not being placed appropriately. Start off with... he's managed to get an edge on that one, has he?
It's all going on here, isn't it? I think that the midday sun is blinding us.
I looked up and saw the umpire with his finger in the air, but he was halfway through motioning that's your bouncer for the over. I looked up at the wrong time.
Phil, I think we need lunch. I think the midday sun is getting to us.
Sustenance, please. Oh, tries to play a shot. Bit too close to the body to play that shot. Oh, it's all happening out there. There's drama aplenty. There's hungry commentators. It's all happening here at the Santarem Cricket Ground. We hope you're having a wonderful Friday wherever you are. Happy Peacock Friday, everybody. You better have your Peacock Friday shirts on. I wish you could tell people to send their pictures to us of people wearing Peacock Fridays. Send them to someone. Send them to Vinny.
Send them into the Spanish squad. We can maybe do a Peacock Friday thread. That one's carved away. That will be a welcome boundary. The first, actually, of this run chase. You can see that wind predictor was hovering in that Goldilocks zone, which is a bit of a surprise given the relatively modest target, but I suppose an early wicket and 3 dot balls in the first over will do that. But they do manage to pick up their first boundary, 6 for 1.
Interesting first over that. Had a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but the wicket has fallen. Irfan Hussain had to go for a second ball wicket. And then Rahul Ahmed comes in, gets a couple of dots, and then carves away a boundary towards point for 4. So 6 for 1, still needing 99 off the next 9 overs. That run rate required is at 11s. So on paper doesn't look difficult, but as Tina quite rightly said, cricket is not played on paper. That's a different thing entirely. You've got to play it out there in the centre. As Azam Johnny gets the pill, bowling the second over now. Bowling to Rahman.
Azam Johnny's been a bit hit and miss with his bowling, hasn't he? He's been, I suppose you can say, with his batting as well. He's either very, very good or he's very, very average. And that one's gone a very, very long way. It's scythed away. I think it just landed inside the rope. So it's back-to-back boundaries. And it looks like it's Rahman here who's joined the boundary action. And Falcons looks like they're going just for the big swing method, which has limited success in ECN cricket. Sometimes it works, but usually the swinging and the cricket gods catch up with you at some point. But that one's a chip down the ground. Should just be a 1. And it is fielded there by Adul Halim.
Wondering for the people in the chat who are watching this game right now, 2 teams with very strong Bangladeshi connections, these players with those backgrounds, who are you supporting? This is lofted down the ground, nicely shot there, and just bounces inside the rope again. So getting the force, not finding the other side of the rope just yet, but the 4s are still pretty good. When you're chasing a modest total of 105, 4s at this stage are pretty good. Power play then, we're halfway through the power play, got 14 on the board, loss of 1 wicket so far. A few people in the chat ask if a 6 is to be hit. I'm sure they'll be coming pretty soon, although they don't necessarily need to just yet. The run rate required is 10.7. Oh, nicely taken there by the keeper. Whips off the bails, quick, smart, had to take it up from very high. I don't think the back foot was up or out of the crease. Otherwise, the umpire would have said, you're on your way. It's not. Good work, though.
It's all 4s and dots at the moment. It's go big or go home. They're not really interested in running any singles, Falcons, which I suppose can still work when the required rate is only just under 11. Starts to get a bit more difficult if that rate does go up and up. And Falcons can't afford to start losing wickets, because then certainly TTP will think they've got a little opening in this game.
Miss hits there just towards the deep fielder there, comes off the boundary through the vacant mid-on area. Yeah, a little bit tough going here for Falcons. Maybe they've sort of gone into their shell a little bit after a couple of boundaries after that wicket. So there's been 3 scoring shots played since the wicket fell. 3 4s have been hit, now with that single, make that a 4th scoring shot. But just dot balls in between as well. Maybe just throwing caution to the wind here and just trying to pick loose deliveries rather than trying to make the play. Last ball of the second coming up. And the left armour results in just a dot ball to finish with. It was indeed dot ball. So, yeah, I get the feeling that Rahul Ahmed, he's on 4 from 4. Rahman, 10 from 6. maybe they just wanted to finish that over. They feel that as I'm joining, maybe a little bit of a dangerous customer there. They did get him away for 9 under the required run rate. So 15 for 1 after 2. Still need another 90 off the next 8 overs.
Well, this is exactly what you said, Phil, before this run chase, didn't you? That it's fine to go kind of conservatively when you're chasing a modest total, but you don't want the game and the overs to get away from you. You said suddenly you're at the halfway mark and you've scored 30 or 40 and you're wondering, oh, crumbs, how are we going to find another 60 or 70 runs in the second half of the innings? And that's the trap that Falcons here are in slight danger of falling into. I would say for now, it's not quite panic stations. They've got 2 batters in who have faced a couple of deliveries each, so they can at least try and get themselves set, but they certainly don't want those boundaries drying up because they'll leave themselves with a fair bit to do going into those latter overs.
Yeah, keep an eye on that run rate required. It's now at 11.2. It started at 10.4, I think it was, 10.5, sorry. So it's just ticked up ever so slightly. But you're right, another couple of tight overs, and suddenly Falcons should find themselves saying, well, now we've got to get about 3 boundaries every over instead of 2. This one's up in the air. Bowler wants it. Bowler dives and unfortunately spills it. Made very good ground. Really good ground to try to get to that. I hope he hasn't done himself a mischief. He took a while to get up there, but he's okay. Oh, I'll tell you what, that would have been quite a wicket if that had been held, and that could have been real trouble if Rahman had found himself being caught and bowled. Now, looks like Team Tigers Portugal. There's a few people in the centre there. Maybe they're just having a bit of a chat about I think they're having a chat about the field because now they've got a reset for the left-hander. That seems to be just throwing them just a little bit. I think the field is a little bit unsure where they've got to go. There is an absolute paddock between the long on and very square of the wicket leg side boundary rider. They're the 2 men out.
It's interesting, isn't it? They've got completely vacant region from fine leg all the way through to mid wicket, so no one at all at square leg, which I suppose shows faith in the bowler. It says if you're gonna bowl on one side of the wicket, then I don't need to waste a fielder for what's effectively a bad delivery. It's something we were talking about in that Werewolves game where I think the captain of the Werewolves was tearing his hair out that he couldn't set a field because the bowling was all over the place.
Leans back on this one and rocks that one out of the ground. That is capital Gorne. Gone. That's out of here. That is a long way back too. Looked really stylish, but love that little rocking motion of just shifting the weight and middling that one. Absolutely middling it. Rahman looking a bit dangerous here. Team Tigers Portugal would love to try to find his wicket if they could possibly conjure up a little bit of magic here. Suhan Rahman is hitting it nicely, opening there at the top order. He's at 17 from 8. Don't need to go too hard, too heavy, too quickly here. He's still inside the power play, 23 on the board, chasing a modest total of 105 for the win. And this is a good game for one of these 2 teams to snatch a very important win to make sure that they can play in finals action this Sunday. And given swings on the hook shot there. Batter's trying to plead his case here. If you've been given out, you don't stand there and plead the case. There's no case to plead. There's no court that's going to come along and assemble just for you. Have to go. Batter better be careful here because he's been given.
He wants to stick around and plead his case, doesn't he? But it was a pretty conclusive decision there by the umpires. I see him there at the standing umpire. There's remonstrations here. And, well, the batter's going. In fact, the remonstrations are really more the TTP players just hanging around, having a chat. It seems at the end that Rahman has made peace with his fate as he walks off. And Falcons here, that's what we were saying, that they're falling into this trap of just being a little complacent on this small chase. Now 23 for 2. Win predictor has them with their noses in front, but it seems to be creeping closer and closer to 50%.
Just wonder if in the history of the game of cricket has a batter trying to plead that he actually didn't touch the ball ever been heard and the decision overturned by a standing umpire. I believe not. That's not how it works. Umpire is gospel. What he says goes, and that's the rule we all love to play by because that's how it should be done. Otherwise, there'd be absolute chaos. Not that chaos is bad, but not on the cricket pitch, please. Anyway, we continue. New batter comes to the crease. The score ticks upwards ever so slightly. It's 2.5 overs gone. One more left in the power play. Score still on 23 for 2. It's Mansour the Monster. He's out there now. And when he's there, you know that Falcoish are really looking good. There's something about this man. I think it's your first chance actually to look at Mansour, isn't it, Tina?
It is.
You're gonna, if he can get going here and play a bit of a cameo, you're going to enjoy his innings. He was an absolute monster a couple of days ago.
Well, he does the heavy lifting for the Falcons, doesn't he? Because he takes the gloves when his side are fielding.
Yeah.
And he's got the opportunity here to get a win on the board for his side. Remember, Falcons, they have the next game coming up after this one against the Werewolves, so no rest for them. But that will be them done for the day. And then they come back with 3 games tomorrow. And, well, I suppose they have the advantage as well of playing the final game tomorrow. So if they still need to get some points, they'll know by the final game against the Panthers exactly what it is they have to do. Although I'm sure they'll be hoping that their spot in the finals day on Sunday is sealed well before that final game.
So true. All right, 24 for 2. Power play done and dusted. Getting into the 4th over now. Here we go. No, batter pulls away. Just at the last minute says, hang on a minute. I'm not sure I'm really there. Yusuf Mia now bowling the 4th. That's clubbed backward a point. The chase is on. And whenever I say the chase is on between ball and fielder, you know who's going to win that, don't you? As it goes down the hill and all the way for 4 runs. Nicely placed.
I actually noticed last night, we were talking about the outfield, that they had the sprinklers on for quite a long time yesterday in the evening because the sun beating down here in Portugal, I think if you didn't give that extra bit of moisture, it'd be like a dust bowl by the time June, July comes around.
True, yep. Steve McVeigh, who's at the ground, one of the first things he said when he got to the ground was, look how lush that outfield is. He was super impressed by the lovely cover of green across the top. And big shout out to Steve, he's in the clubhouse. Swung away. Mansour gets onto that one in a hurry. He is a very powerful hitter, that man. He is something else to behold when he gets going on that bike. He doesn't have too many runs to have to collect here, but I just get the feeling he's the man who's going to come out here, make himself possibly even a half century, as 6 is finally indicated there. I think that may have just bounced over the rope, and umpire quite rightly just waiting for confirmation on that one. But when he gets going, playing with these sort of runs, he could find himself getting this target reeled in very quickly. And Falcoish will be very keen to see him at the end, still standing. Oh, this has gone up in the air as well. Has that got enough? I'm not sure. Oh, it's been put down. Can you believe it? That could have been the game right there. Mansour is absolutely filthy with himself for giving a chance. Oh, no, it was Russell as well. Muhammad Russell's not having a good day. He's not having a good day with the bat. He's not having a good time in the field. It was up there in the air to be taken. If that catch had gone to hand, geez, I would have said, well, advantage TTP.
Yeah, unfortunately for TTP, it will remain an if. I suppose he would have died wondering there, Mansour, because he put everything behind that. It just went higher than it went far. But this time, it's the left-hander, Ahmed, who shows Mansour exactly how you hit a 6 as he flat bats that one through mid-wicket. Big shout out to everyone joining in the chat. Big birdies there. Dave has joined as well. And Lily Panda, good to see you all. I hope you're enjoying your Peacock Friday, wherever you're spending this day.
Hello to Dave B. Didn't see you jump in the chat there. Good to see you. And Big Birdie also has joined us in there. Hello there, Big Birdie. Good to see you too. Still 2 balls to come in the 4th. 41 for 2. Scratch that. 41 for 2. Don't want to scare anyone there. 17 off the over so far. Oh, swings and misses. I guess if you've got Mansour at the non-strikers, then you can to have a couple of dot balls. Tina, I want to take this opportunity just to ask you, MCC and you,
yes,
tell us about the role that you've got at the MCC, please. I'd love to know a bit more about this.
Thank you very much. So yeah, I'm the Women's Cricket Administrator for the MCC. Of course, the world's most famous and largest cricket club. So I suppose we get to the end of the end. The end of the end?
The end of the end?
The end of the 4th over, 41 for 2. Not quite the end of the end, despite those fighter jets circling around earlier. So the MCC, obviously most people think of the MCC as Lords, the Pavilion, Blazers, Champagne. But the MCC is an active cricket club. and it has, I think, about 5,000 playing members. Oof. And we play games all over the UK, all over the world. And we're trying to grow the women's cricket playing section as much as we can. So one of my tasks is to grow that section, to help organise I think it's almost 100 fixtures we have in the calendar for the women's team this season. Yeah. And just making sure that, spread the love of the game, the spirit of cricket, and it's perfect hand in hand with ECN. It's the whole spectrum of cricket, from a 5-day test match at Lords to ECN Carnage in Santarem, which is, of course, the Portuguese home of cricket. So I flew from my office in Lords. It's a bit of a pinch me moment to have an office at Lords, all the way to beautiful Santarem Cricket Ground, and it feels like a good place to be.
Well, if Lords is the home of cricket, is this the holiday home of cricket?
I like that. Holiday home of cricket. There's that one. Oh, does it race to the boundary? Ooh. It looks like the fielder there, the deep, fine leg. Looks like he stopped the ball in the end, so it will just be a couple of runs. And they're just checking. Umpire asked him, looks happy with that.
Just saw the umpire turn around. I thought he was going to make a signal there, but he's good.
So part of the role is that I have to be at Lords for all of the major match days. Right. And they're like, so sometimes you're going to have to work weekends. And you're going to have to be at Lords for all the important cricket matches. And I was like, oh, gosh. Well, I suppose if you're forcing me to come and watch cricket, then I guess I'll be there.
Tough job. Someone's got to do it.
But no, I'm loving it so far. It's a brilliant place to work, and obviously working for the MCC,
fantastic,
up close and personal with the powers that be in cricket. But I've got my MCC family. I've also got my ECN family, and I love them both equally.
Ah, that's lovely of you to say that, and that is a lovely shot as well. 1 bounce, 4 runs. As the runs are continuing here, that run rate required is still just over 10, so it hasn't been a proper wrestle of control by Ruel and by that man Mansour. Thanks for the insight there into your role. I was very keen to find out about that. And if anyone's in the chat's got any questions for Tina about the role that she's just described there as Women's Officer for MCC, please put your question in the chat. We could take a few random questions a bit earlier, but let's maybe not make them too random. Anything for Tina, please let us know.
I was going to say, that's a can of worms you've opened there, Phil.
But you can handle it.
The G-Force hospital pass.
G-Force will stick together. You can use me as a human shield. It's all good. Now we have looked there at the different Manhattan settings there. Obviously, the one for Falcoish is looking a little bit rude, but it's still showing a one really big over there. The other overs, just under 10. We've had a couple of 9-run overs, but just that one big over. So they're cruising along. They're not looking to get too far ahead, but the bowling, I guess, has got to take it a fair bit of credit, except for that one there, which gets laced out of the ground. Bang, straight over the top of the man at long on. And that's going to bring up the 50. It goes to 55 for 2 after 5.
It's a tough one here for TTP, isn't it? Because the overs haven't really been massive. I don't think we've got anything close to a magical over. But even that over there, which went for, what was that in the end, 14, which in any other circumstance, you'd say 14, okay, we'll take that as an over for the bowling side. But you just can't afford it here with that target now, just 50 runs away. The required rate for the Falcons is 10, and you just can't afford any kind of sloppiness, and that wide ended up being costly because the extra delivery went for 6. So it'll be, at the moment, a case of what could have been for TTP. Had they got just an extra, even 10, 20 runs, could be what ends up making the difference here. Of course, the Falcons aren't over the line yet, but they're certainly in the driving seat with both Mansour and Ahmed. Having faced a good amount of deliveries now, they both seem set. It just needs one of them, really, to go to the end.
That's got legs, and then some. And that's what Mansour can do. That's what he can do. If he can get under a couple of these deliveries like that, and poor old Nahid has been taken out of the park towards the dugout. That's a big, massive hit there. Hey, quick little shout out to Lily Panda in the chat. Good to see you, Lily. Haven't seen you for a little while. Wonderful to have you in the chat here watching this Portugal ECS. Good to see you. Good to see everybody as well. As I said before, Big Birdie and Dave B, along with Ray Tipping and Paolo Campini, and a whole bunch of you guys there. Wonderful to see you. Oh, the bounce is cruel. It is absolutely cruel on Shahzad there. He needed to be probably about only 6 inches tall, and he might have managed to swat that one back into play. 1 bounce, 4 runs. and that's a 6 and a 4. And Falcoish, they're going to want a little bit more, but that run rate has already tumbled down to less than 9 runs required per over, thanks pretty much to the blade of that man, Mansour, and very good support from Ruel Ahmed as well. They look like they're marching on their way now. Don't want to get too carried away. It's 40 from 28 is what's required. And a wicket here, or maybe in a couple wickets here. Imagine if there was a double wicket blow. You never know. So it's still open. That one goes straight to the fielder. They don't attempt a single. Just comes off the bottom of the blade and goes to that short third, who's in position there to maybe stop that single inside the circle. They've pushed a lot of players back around the ground, square of the wicket, down the track, trying to stop this monster from getting away with it. Spins him round. You spin me right round like a record, baby. And that is going to fly away. I think it's gone all the way on the deck. Just waiting for the umpires. They're waiting to confirm. It does indeed. Yep, that's gone for 4.
And just in the space of a few deliveries, this game has changed once more, hasn't it? It's been 6-6, 4-4 in the space of 5. And suddenly that's an extra 20 runs on the board. And when you only need 36 of them left, you feel like they're racing to the finish line here now. Falcoish, Mansour doing the damage. But let's not forget Ahmed Ruhel at the other end also doing his job very nicely. 21 off 12 so far for him.
Oh, it went straight up in the air. I don't think it went far though. There's a chance here. 2 players running in. A long way to run in as well. Well, regulation mid-wicket would have taken probably 3 steps back as it is, but as I said before, only moments ago, most of the players on leg side are back on the boundary line to save the 4, and that has landed safely. So, bit of a sigh of relief there for Mansour. Like I said before, Falcoish will want him to be there at the end for the finish, just to make sure they get them over the line. 35 from 25, that's the equation. Last ball, the 6th coming up. And Ruel is almost cut in half by that delivery. It's a very good delivery as well. So 15 off the over. We finish with a dot. And that is where it's going to finish then. 70 for 2 after 6. 35 from 24 required.
You have to say here that TTP haven't necessarily bowled badly. I don't think this is a poor performance with the ball by any stretch of the imagination. If you contrast the 2 games we've seen so far, Werewolves good with the bat, but mostly thanks to one man, Gurpreet Guri. And let's be honest, pretty terrible with the ball. Yep. They managed to get the win by virtue of the fact that they had the runs on the board.
Yes.
Meanwhile, it's almost the opposite here for TTP. They've been pretty good with the ball. They just didn't get enough runs on the board with the bat, which meant that they're going to go home empty-handed from this one. And the Werewolves won their game. And you could say, well, if the cricket gods were just, probably switch those 2 around.
That's a really good point. Yep, I totally agree with that. Good shout to Ray Tipping there for asking the Spanish squad to have a look at the videos I posted about behind the scene at Santarem. Thanks for that, Ray. It's been hit down the ground. Just going to be the single there. Mansour can't quite get his levers underneath that one. Just goes down too long off for just the 1. But that run rate required is looking pretty healthy now if you're a Falcoish fan. It's going to tick up just to 8.9. So 34 from 23. Still work to do on both sides. And still a game here to be won by both teams as well. So let's see where this one can go. You'd like to think that Team Tigers Portugal can dig deep here. 2 teams with heavy Bangladesh influences in the players. Bangs that in short, a little too short, and indicated wide by square leg and replicated by the standing umpire. See what he's trying to do there. Maybe show a bit of shock and awe to Raul. It's misplaced. Pretty pitched about halfway down the pitch, to be honest.
Yeah, some good points made in the chat. Dave firstly saying that this partnership has to be broken. You'd imagine this partnership and then another 3 or 4 have to be broken for the TTP to have a chance still in this game. And Alan also makes the good point that run rate might come into this. So if you can get a big win on the board, one way or the other, and of course bonus points are in play, then that could be the difference between having a spot in finals day and going home, and of course where you end up on finals day, because that makes a huge difference with the rankings and your chances to play on finals day.
Yeah, it's so true. 5 teams, 8 games each. Net run rate could have a lot to do with it. this man could have a lot to do with it as well, as he sends this one to, well, the Grizzlies' brand new home in the undergrowth, a long way away. You can see the field. Oh, he's found it straight away. That's good. We had a few Grizzlies get replaced in the first game this morning. That one doesn't get replaced. But that man, Mansour, the monster, he has absolutely... I can't think of a good analogy. I'm just going to say he's thrashed that one out of the ground. I had about 5 things in my head then, Tina, in case you're wondering what on earth I was stuttering on then.
He did
But
the
that is
monster
just-
mash.
Exactly. What if he doesn't mind being called the monster Mansour? I'll have to ask him about that one. A few people were saying to me the day before yesterday, well, if he lives in France, he's Monsieur Mansour. Yeah, that's exactly how it works. He is a monster. Natural Therapy is calling him a monster now. It's going to be, well, that's what they're going to be calling him now for sure, as he puts another one over the boundary rope. He's got a lunch appointment scheduled somewhere in the next 15 minutes. He has to get into the taxi and off he goes, I reckon, because he would love to get these runs knocked off in the next couple of overs. Doesn't want to wait too late. 20 off 20 now. And when you're chasing a score like this, surely one of the game plans would be, let's chase this in 9 overs. Let's not take it to the 10th.
Yeah.
We've got the 10th as a buffer. Let's chase it in 9. Swats at this one. Pitched up a little bit higher. Nice cramped the batter as well. Couldn't get a lot under that one. And just swats it for a single. Good follow-up delivery, having been taken for back-to-back Maximos.
Certainly seems like these two smell their lunch. They're in a hurry to get to the finish line now. The bonus point will pass them by, because they won't chase it down in those 7 overs unless something remarkable happens on this final delivery. But as you said, Phil, they want to get this game done sooner rather than later for the confidence, for the lunch, and also for the net run rate. That one's clubbed down the ground. Should just be a 1 though, so it's still sensible batting from these two. They've shown that they are a force both as individuals and together. Great partnership, match-winning 1 from them so far.
Yep, 17 off the over there, 87 for 2 after 7. And it's going to be, Ahmed will keep the strike going into the 8th over, but it's only 18 from 18. So a runner ball will do it for him. I suspect they'll want to finish this game sometime in the 9th. Team Tigers Portugal, they need to dig deep to take this game into the 10th. Once it gets in the 10th, you know what? It's never a foregone conclusion. We've had a couple of close finishes already. We've had a couple of last ball finishes. On day 1, we had 2 games that finished with the last delivery of the game. You know, this is the thing about having the Challenger and the Premier Divisions, is that the competition's a lot closer and you get these really, really good, close, fun games to watch. And I hope the chat and everyone watching from around the world get behind us on that one. I think it's a wonderful innovation that we've done. Second time here in Portugal doing this. Smack down the ground, straight as you like, coming towards the hut. Bounce, 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 4 runs. Well, Raul Ahmed, he's a bit like a diesel engine. Takes a while to get going, but then he can't be stopped. He is off now. And he's lending great support to Mansour, who's sitting pretty there in the 40s off not many deliveries.
Yeah, it's been a great partnership from these two. Both been unhurried, played the right shots at the right times. Good delivery though on that occasion. Attempted uppercut from Ahmed, but Halim does get one to zip through, who's bowled pretty well. He's picked up one of the only 2 wickets so far and went for just 9 runs in his first over. That was when the Falcons were struggling a bit in the opening overs. And in fact, the best thing that happened to them was those wickets, because it brought these two together in the middle.
Yeah. He just waits on that one. And he's picked out the fielder though. I thought he was going to try to just hang back a bit and try to place that to the left or right. Instead, hits it straight to the fielder who's inside the circle in that, what would you call that? It's like a deep gully, because third is behind him on the boundary rope. It can't possibly be a short third man, a regulation third man, can it? They've really cramped that side of the field.
Second man. First
Second
man.
Yeah. Second and third. Oh, catch put down. Sharp chance, tough chance. Had to go up with one hand. It was just going over his head. Maybe it dipped a bit at the last moment. Misread it. Saves the boundary. So economy-wise, that was a very good effort. But unfortunately, Azam Johnny could not complete a catch on the boundary down at long off for the left-hander. Gets that man, Faisal Mansour, the monster, on strike. How much would Team Tigers Portugal love to get his scalp right here, right now, at this part of the game? When only 13 runs needed off 14 deliveries. Halim's still got 2 balls to go in his over. How much would they love to get this?
Oh.
They got it too. Oh, he's chopped on. Oh, this could be a big, big moment here in the game as Mansour has to go. 44 from 17. Wonderful contribution from him. And just when they're getting close to the end and within touching distance of getting this win, oh, is there something else in the story here, Tina?
Could be a twist in the tail. It looked like the Falcons were just gliding their way to victory, but TTP, credit to them, they hung on in their first innings where they just scratched their way to a total, and they're hanging on in here as well, with Mansour now having to depart a well-constructed 44 off 17 for him. But it does put pressure on the batter coming in now. I suppose the good news for him is he's got 1 ball left of the 8th, so it's almost a free hit. If you can try and get any kind of runs, it allows Ruhel Ahmed at the other end to just have a little less pressure going into that 9th over. But as you said, Phil, the last thing the Falcons want is this game going deep. Once you get to the 10th, all bets are off. So it's a big delivery here coming up. Well bowled again by Adil Halim.
Here we go. As you say, seeing a big delivery, this one. Just hit down the ground. They're not going to take a single. Goes to the player there in the mid-off position very quickly. It's a dot. Wow, what an over that is. 5 runs from it. A big, big wicket. Could be a game-changing wicket. 13 required off 12. Defend or chase? What's your call? Supercomputer still puts it well and truly in favour of Falcosh to get the win here. 96% over 4%. Oh, I tell you what though. I don't know. Never know. It could also be something very special at the end of the 10th over. You never know.
I don't think I'd have it as high as 96%. I suppose the supercomputer is saying, well, 2 sixes and you're there. But
True.
if you look at what happened in the 9th over, or in the 8th over, there was 5 runs from it and a wicket. If they do that again twice, TTP will be over the line. So
that's exactly right.
It's always difficult to predict, and I suppose the good news for Falconch is that Ahmed is on strike, and he's the one you want on strike. It was a smart move of them to turn down that single on the previous ball to keep Ahmed at the right end going into the 9th.
Yep.
Which will be bowled by Abdul Matin.
Ooh,
interesting, slowing it down here with a bit of spin.
Absolutely. I was just thinking that if Abdul Matin, they're going to try a bit of spin. Okay, Ruel, how do you go? Goes to the big swing. It's in the air. Shahzad, oh, the sun's in his eyes. Oh, no. He's completely he's covered his eyes from the sun rather than put his hands in front of his face to catch the ball. Oh, dear. Was that the right thing to do? You decide. I'm not going to call it. It wasn't.
He has a cap on as well. I suppose it's unforgiving at the moment because it's just past 1 p.m. local time, so the sun's high up in the air. He could have tried to shield his eyes and catch the ball at the same time. In the end, it dropped about a metre shy of him. And that's huge.
Insult to injury, Tina.
Yep.
Insult to injury as he finds the boundary and then some. A big 6 over the covers. Over deep mid-wicket for the left-hander. Oh, no. Shahzad, if he could have that moment back, I wonder if he would approach that differently.
Yeah. And that could be the game as well. And that's why the win predictor was very firm in its prediction that the Falcons have got this one wrapped up because it's now just 1 hit away. And, well, that at least will tie the scores. And as you can see there, the signal from the umpire will be a 4. So the scores are level now. So just 1 needed now. And Falcons have their wish. They've got the win. And they, well, unless something goes disastrously wrong here, won't take it into that nervy 10th over.
I suspect you are onto something there. Yeah, that's a bit disappointing for Team Tigers Portugal. I thought with that elation they were feeling after the 8th over, they could bring this into the 9th, but unfortunately it's gone 2-6-4. And then a big swing out towards the leg side. They're going to run a single. That's all they had to do. Run the single. The bat is under the arm. The win is complete. And so with 8 balls to spare, Falconch, they get the win. It's 105. They're on the board. They've done very well indeed in that run chase. Just a few little nervy moments at the end there, but congratulations to Falconch for getting the win there with 7 wickets still up their sleeves and 8 deliveries still able to not be bowled. So that's a very good victory, Falconch. They get the points. Team Tigers Portugal probably 21 shy of where they wanted to be. Still a good run chase, a few nervy moments though, so not again a convincing victory.
Not a convincing victory for either the Werewolves this morning or Falcons just then. Good news is they're playing each other in the next game, so
That's right.
someone's going to get 2 from 2 for today. As for TTP, well, they've played 2 and they've lost 2 today, so it's not been their day so far. Luckily for them, they come back in the final game, so it's all shaping up to be very interesting. It's certainly a challenger division where anyone seems to be able to beat anyone, and I'm very much looking forward to the final 2 games today as well.
It's going to be a big couple of 2 games coming up. Don't go too far away. It's time for a lunch break too. We're going to alternate the next game in terms of the commentary on the innings. So you'll see one of us, then you'll see the other one a bit later on. I think we'll talk about who goes first. We'll sort that one out.
How hungry
we'll
are you,
back
Phil?
here. Well, let's take that offline. Let's not bother the viewers on that one. I'm not sure, to be honest. We'll see you back here shortly. Phil G and Tina G, we're G-Force. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is ECS Portugal Challenger Division, and match 15 coming your way very shortly. We'll see you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
A very warm welcome back to the Santarem cricket ground here, where the sun is shining on us, and we've got the third game of the day to bring you here, which is the Werewolves against the Falcons. Both teams, of course, won their games this morning, so it's going to be a case of who can keep that winning streak going. On both occasions, it was Team Tigers Portugal who lost out, and of the two, I'd say the Falcons are probably in a better position going into this fixture. Werewolves, of course, they were impressive with the bat this morning. It was Gurpreet Guri in particular who scored a mighty impressive 96, falling just agonisingly short of what would have been a second 100 in 2 days here on the network, with one scored by Azam Johnny yesterday. But he got 96 and he got his side up to a good total into the 150s. And then in the run chase, Team Tigers Portugal, well, it looked like they would be miles off. It's a big chase on this ground. But Werewolves, their bowling was unimpressive, and that's maybe putting it mildly. They were bowling wides, they were bowling no balls, they were throwing the ball over the rope for overthrows. And as a result, TTP got pretty close to the total. In the end, though, the Werewolves didn't impress but got the win. And then, of course, the Falcons, they were able to restrict TTP to quite a low total, and it looked like it would be an easy chase. They made a bit heavy weather of it, but in the end, the Falcons were able to get over the line as well. So both these sides coming into this game with a little bit of confidence and looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 for the day. Of course, we've had the coin toss earlier today, and the news from the coin toss was that the Werewolves have won it and they have decided to have a bowl. So it kind of fits the pattern of what we've seen so far in this series, which is teams like to have a chase and they like to have the runs on the board and know exactly what their target is. For the Werewolves, I suppose the bowling is their weaker aspect, so they may be thinking they've just had lunch, they're ready to go. If they can try and get a good bowling innings in, then whatever's put on the board, they maybe back themselves to get that total down. As it is for the Falcons, they were probably not as impressive with the bat, in all honesty, because they were chasing that low total. Should have really done it at a canter, but they made heavy work of it. Of course, Mansour is the big man to watch in the Falcons batting lineup, because he is a man that hits the ball with power, precision and pace. So the Falcons then, they're opening up the batting. You can see actually that they're pretty low in the table in terms of maximos, just TTP below them. The Werewolves are way out in front, averaging almost 15 maximos per game after 14 matches played so far in this Challenger Series. But the Werewolves, it is really a Jekyll and Hyde act for them. Their batting has been superior. They've not struggled at all to get runs on the board, but what they have struggled with is their bowling. So they'll be hoping here that they can rack up a few dots and not do that, which is pretty much what we saw in the previous game. It's Gurpreet Mani bowling this opening over for the Werewolves, and that one was so wide that it went off the pitch, and that means it's a no ball and it's a free hit. And well, if this is a sign of things to come, then I might be getting very hangry by the end of this innings, because as you can see, only half of the G-force here at the moment, because Phil is taking a very deserved break. That's a better delivery, good comeback ball actually, given it was a free hit, and it was the figure there of Suhan Rahman, who, well, he eyed up that leg side, in the end almost pulled out of the shot, realising that he was in completely the wrong place to play that one. So gets away with it, does Gurpreet Mani, with that free hit. And I'm reliably informed by Phil that it's fish tacos on the menu. They must have been enjoying it so much that we had a bit of a race back into the greenhouse to get the buttons pressed in the right order by Lucky to get us back on air. Well, I wouldn't have blamed them being late, because those fish tacos looked supreme. So thanks again to Zoe and all her team for looking after us this whole 2-week period here at Santarem. I must say, it's making me very hungry. That's another one that goes through to the wicketkeeper, Ram Haritwal, of course, with the gloves on for the Werewolves. And, well, I suppose here, Suhan Rahman maybe just slightly guilty of trying to overhit it he's not actually got ball on leather at all in this over so far. This time he does make contact, and that's what he was trying to do for the previous 5 deliveries, and that one goes all the way for the first Maximo of this innings. Well, I suppose we can forgive him those 5 ugly swipes, as he does manage to get hold of one finally. Reminder then that the Falcons, they chased down that total set by TTP in the previous game. 104 TTP got on the board, and the Falcons chased it down with 8 balls to spare. Meanwhile, the Werewolves, they put on 162, in fact, it was in the end, in that first game this morning, and TTP in response, thanks also to 5 penalty runs, managed to get their way up to 147, so 15 the winning margin in the end, in what should have been a much easier win for the Werewolves. End of the first over then, and well, a bit of a all-or-nothing event there with 5 dot balls, that one massive wide that ended up being off the pitch, so it was a no ball, and just the one time that Suhan Rahman managed to make contact with it went all the way to the rope. So 7 on the board for the Falcons. Win predictor favourably shining upon the Werewolves for now. I do say for now because we've all kind of seen how quickly things can go wrong for the Werewolves. Manpreet Singh, well, he was guilty of quite a few extras in the previous game, so he's maybe got a bit of making up to do as he directs his fielders for this second over. Remember, first 3 overs make up the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed outside that ring. And well, that would have been a caught behind, because even from here I could see the snick on that one, and it flashed quickly to Ram Haritwell, who was able to try and get his hands on it, but it went through his hands and landed safely. So a missed opportunity there for the Werewolves early in the piece, and a lucky life there for Shafiqul Islam on his first delivery. Could have been a golden derrick. Almost saw the crying golden derrick. As it was, though, he managed to get runs on the board, and there is the insult added to the injury, as is the case so many times. There's a drop catch, there's a misfield, and then the next ball sails over the rope. This time, again, it's Suhan Rahman who had the whole over in the previous over to take a look at the deliveries, and again has made contact on this occasion. It's a Maximo. Slower ball, and it's unfortunate there. I think it hits a bit of some kind of body part on the way through. Well, I think the signal there is actually for runs, so I think it must have hit a bit of everything. Certainly got tangled up in Suhan Rahman as it went past. It flew past the keeper, and the fielder there on the 45 had no chance of stopping at that, so back-to-back boundaries for the Falcons. The 2 fielders out in the deep are at long off, and I'm trying to look, might just be long off out. Well, yeah, deep mid-wicket, there he is. Camouflaged kit with the dark grey on. So 2 allowed outside the ring for the first 3, and then 5 allowed outside for the remaining 7 overs. At least been better lines here from Manpreet Singh than we saw in the previous game, as that one is launched up in the air. Don't think it has the whole distance on it. It might be one of those where it has to be judged by the fielders and the umpire, and it is in fact 4 that's signalled. Doesn't quite get a hold of all of that, does Suhan Rahman, but the way he swings his bat so hard, he leaves nothing out there. And this is turning into a productive over here for the Falcons. 15 runs coming off it, but it will remain at 15, and you've got to say hats off to Manpreet Singh there. He didn't have the best of spells with the ball in the previous game, but at least he kept the extras down, and well, it's just that 1 no ball so far. Otherwise, the Werewolves, they must have been listening to us, because they were so guilty of bowling extras in the previous game. I think by the end they must have bowled about 15 overs, but they've kept the lines relatively tight so far. Falcons probably happy with where they are. It's a steady start, if nothing else, with Suhan Rahman facing the lion's share of delivery so far. Of course, he faced that no ball as well. 20 he scored off his first 12 as we go into the third, which will be bowled by Gurpreet Guri once more. Starts with a slower ball, just gets his radar wrong though. That's that one. Veers down the leg side. Phil G in the chat, seemingly enjoying his lunch. I will say, Phil, there was a moment of pure rage when I saw that photo, because I'm getting very hungry right about now, but I'm sure it'll be worth the wait. Well, we're going to have to wait still further for the first legal delivery of this third over. 2 balls just straying down the leg side by Gurpreet Guri. We have seen a bit of movement on this pitch, which sometimes the bowlers have struggled with, just to keep that seam in check. And this time he overcorrects, and that's going to be an offside wide. Remember, this is the final game of the day for the Falcons. They have just the 2 games today, and they'll come back for 3 more games tomorrow. Up in the air, the cap comes off, but it's going to go over his head. I think that's the figure of Mani Samrari attempting to do the catching. He absolutely launched his cap there. He thought, well, it's not going to help me, it's just going to get in my way. The sun is high up in the sky, but either you can see it or you can't. There's not much you can do with the cap on, or he isn't able to reel that one in. So they just go through for a single as the extras continue. Well, that one's half stopped, and I think the batter at the non-striker's end maybe thought that the ball was running away a bit further than it actually did. So he was keen for the single, sent rightly back by Suhan Rahman. But again, this is exactly what we saw in the previous game by the Werewolves. Things go wrong pretty quickly, and that one's gone very right for the batter as he slices that one away, and it's a flat 6. No fielder out on the boundary in that cover region. The only one actually out on the offside is at long off. It's something that Phil and I spoke about in the previous game, that the captain of the Werewolves, Shafat Ahmed, he's going to be tearing his hair out trying to work out where to put these fielders, especially, of course, in the power play. And we still have 4 balls remaining of it, with only 2 allowed outside the ring. Where do you put those players? They now have put someone back at deep point. It's tough, and of course then the bowler bowls one half decent ball, or he gets hit through a vacant region. He says, well, I definitely need a fielder there. And the argument, of course, is, well, if you bowled just in one area, it'd be much easier to set the field. That one's straight, slower ball as well, and it's been squeezed away, and some nimble footwork there. And that's Harmandeep Singh out in the deep, putting down his boot on it and managing to stop the runaway ball. This is an equally important game for the Werewolves, though. That one's clubbed and clubbed hard. That's going to go all the way for 6 runs. It's turning into quite a costly over for the Werewolves and for Gurpreet Guri in particular. Those 4 wides at the beginning certainly didn't help the cause. So this is the Werewolves' penultimate game of the league part of this Challenger division, and they've played 6, won 2 and lost 4. So although they're sitting second in the table for now, that doesn't give the true picture, because all the teams below them have played fewer games. That one's crunched through the covers. That's a lovely shot. Just moves his front leg away and smears that one through covers there. Suhan Rahman, who's putting in a good shift here. And it's a very healthy power play for the Falcons as they finish the third over with 45 runs on the board. And Gurpreet Guri, I'm sure, will be disappointed with that. He goes magical in his first over, 23 runs, 4 of which were wides, hit for 3 boundaries as well. Remember, he was the hero of the previous game for the Werewolves, as he got 96 with the bat, also picked up 2 wickets. It was pretty much a one-way contest when it came to play of the match, but his fortunes have changed and dipped pretty quickly here, as is always the case on the network. You can be a hero one game, a villain the next, and Guri at the moment, 23 runs coming off his first over. Be interesting to see if he does come back for the second. for now, though. Going into the fourth, and this one will be bowled by Mani Samrari, who threw his hat away in a fielding attempt in the previous over. Now he's given his hat to the umpire. Missed out on that one there. Did Shafiqul Islam. It was down the leg side. Just needed to get any kind of touch on it to race away to the boundary. Dancing down the track. There's a field there at long off, so Manpreet Singh should be able to cut that one off. Nice use of his feet there from Islam. And probably happy to get himself to the other end, because it does mean that Suhan Rahman gets the strike back. He's going well, 38 off 17. Back of the hand, slower ball, and well, he picks that one up and he absolutely launches it towards the pavilion. Just saw that one early, didn't he, out of the hand of Samrari. Just leant back and pummeled it. As you take a look at the Manhattans there, every over so far has been bigger than the previous one. 7 coming off the first 3 deliveries so far, as the 50 is brought up with that 6 as well. This time he goes offside, and again, it's more height on that one, but it's still more than enough to sail over the rope. Manpreet Singh only a bystander on that one. And things are starting to tick here for the Falcons now. They're building up ahead of steam, 58 on the board. It's a brilliant opening partnership by these two, and Rahman brings up his 50 with that 6 as well. 50 off just 19 deliveries. And it was a bit of a shaky start from him, wasn't it? Missing out on 5 of the 6 deliveries in the opening over, just hitting that 1-6. But since then, he's been finding the middle of the bat with increasing regularity. He goes again this time. That's baseball style, straight down the ground. And there's a man at long on, a man at long off. And they both look at each other and say, you go collect that one. No, you go. In the end, it's the fielder at long on who draws the short straw. As Gurpreet Mani jogs after that. But Rahman putting in a great innings so far, and the 6s are raining down there. 19 runs coming off that first over from Samrari, so just avoids going magical, but another solid over from the Falcons, following up on the previous one, which did go magical off the bowling of Gurpreet Guri. So at the moment, the Werewolves not entirely sure where to turn. They need one of these bowlers to pull a wicket out of the hat from somewhere, so they have turned to Harmandeep Singh. See if he can break this opening partnership, and the Werewolves there sitting pretty at the top of the Maximo rankings, so that will at least give them heart going into the chase. And well, funnily enough, it's the Falcons who are at the bottom of that, averaging just about 9 Maximos per innings, and they've already got a fair few now, all off the bat of Suhan Rahman, as that one is stroked away into the leg side. Should just be the single. The Werewolves have 3 players out on the leg side. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg and long on. And then they've got long off and deep covers on the posh side. Gave it some flight there. It was a low full toss and well fielded there by one of those 3 on the onside boundary. So going back to the Werewolves, this is an extremely important game for them. The difference between a record of 2 and 5 and 3 and 4 is monumental. Of course, they want to secure their top 4 place, as that one goes perfectly between the 2 fielders out there, and Islam gets in on the boundary action now as the Falcons move up to 70 before we've even hit the halfway stage. So the Werewolves, they've just got the remaining 2 games today. And depending on what happens, they might be watching nervously from behind their sofas tomorrow, seeing if they have done enough to make it through to finals day on Sunday. Swatted down the ground. Long on and long off. Well, it's a bit of a question mark here for Shafat Ahmed, the captain of the Werewolves. Long on and long off are extremely wide, which just means that you can play the shot baseball style straight down the ground. You could drive multiple London buses between the gap between long on and long off. Manpreet Singh at long off has taken a few shuffles to his right, and Gurpreet Mani at long on has done the same. So they have tried to close that gap just a little. But the Falcons really soaring high here now. Looking on set for a big score. Expected score up at 159. Remember in the game this morning, Werewolves posted 162, so we know they're more than capable of hitting those big highs. As that one's pushed around the corner. And that will be the halfway mark. So not the worst over there by Hamandeep Singh. Just those twin boundaries in the middle, bookended by singles either side. So 12 coming off it, which I suppose is a little bit of a respite given that they've gone magical and almost magical in the previous 2 overs. So at the halfway stage, 76 on the board for the Falcons. Still, this is the opening partnership between Suhan Rahman and Shafiqul Islam. Islam certainly playing second fiddle at the moment. He's gone 13 off 8, but he's playing that supporting role ably. Suhan Rahman has raced along to 58 off just the 23 deliveries. And he's looking, I'm sure, to go big here. As Daljit Rai, another shuffle of the pack for the Werewolves, turn to the number 51, who darts that one in. Good pace on that. You can see the carry through to Ram Haritwal. Starts with a dot ball. It's helicoptered down the ground, but not quite hit on the sweet spot, which allows Gurpreet Mani to trundle along from long on to cut that off. You can see the wind predictor also recognises the batting firepower that the Werewolves do possess, because despite this blistering start from Falcange, they still have the Werewolves with more than a fighting chance, up at 43%, so very much in that Goldilocks zone. The zone we call anything between 60 and 40% either way. It's just right, especially for us in the commentary box, for the viewers as well, because you know the chances are we're in for a tough contest, and maybe, just maybe, even a golden ball, which I know both Phil and I, the G-Force, are pining after before I have to leave on Monday. We've certainly had a few close contests. Not so much today, but yesterday, certainly we had 2 games where the run chasers went into the final over. And had that in the previous day as well, and a couple where there was just a few runs separating the 2 sides. Takes a step across there, does Rahman. I think he was aiming for the leg side, but in fact he swung so hard that he manages to miscue it all the way over deep point for 6 runs. So Rahman showing no signs of slowing down here. Yeah, it was a good over so far from Daljit Rai, just giving away 2 singles. And the 6 there, the first blot on his copybook, but still it's been a decent over just in comparison to the ones that came before him, with the final ball of the 6th coming up here. And it's well deserved. Doesn't get the wicket, but does get the 3rd dot ball of the over. The Falcons, though, still in a very decent situation. 84 runs coming off the first 6 overs. Look at that win predictor. Almost exactly 50-50. It's anyone's call which way this will go. Well, I suppose a wicket might change that even in favour of the Werewolves. You've got 2 set batters, especially if they can get that prized wicket of Suhan Rahman. The momentum of this game could shift massively, and that's what the Werewolves are hoping for. We've been saying all along that the bowling has been the weaker aspect of their game. So they, at the halfway stage, no matter how many runs are on the board, they won't feel like they're out of this game as Harmandeep Singh comes in to bowl the 7th. Islam tries to take a leaf out of Rahman's book and shuffles across his stumps. Only manages to pick up a single, but that gets that number 88 of the Falcons back on strike. What can he do here? Well, you got to say that's good bowling. I do like the bowling of Harmandeep Singh, because he's not afraid to slow it right down, to get that ball up and over the eye line of the batters. And well, he only went for 12 in his first over, which was certainly one of the better overs we've seen so far, and he's gone for just 2 singles at the beginning of the 7th. And look at that, for the first time in the game, the Werewolves do get their noses in front on the win predictor. So that one's hit firmly away, and it's good fielding out there by Manny Samrari. Takes it on the first bounce, came at him hot, and you can see there the appreciation from both bowler and wicketkeeper. The Werewolves certainly doing themselves more justice than in the previous game. That's gone high. Has it got the legs on it? It absolutely has. And that goes for a big Maximo. Much needed one in this over for the Falcons. But given the abject performance with the ball in the previous game for the Werewolves, they've certainly been much tighter in their lines. I'm sure that's something they discussed over their lunch break, because it was just freebie after freebie for TTP in that previous game. And this time, well, at least the Falcons are having to work hard for their runs, and certainly Suhan Rahman is putting in an unbelievable shift here. So he adds another Maximo to the total, and now the Falcons are just 1 hit away from what would be 100 opening partnership. Not something you see too often on the network. And you have to say as well, between these two, the opening batter for the Falcons, they haven't given the bowling side a single chance. It's been a chanceless innings so far. That one's tossed up in the air, and well, it's called a no ball. And Suhan Rahman better check that all of his equipment is in the right order. Looks like it hit him flush in the stomach. He's giving it a good rub. The magic rub always does the trick, and it will be a free hit coming up. Just as I was praising the Werewolves, it's one of the first times that actually one of the deliveries has gone wrong. So now a free hit to get the Falcons over that 100 barrier. And it is pumped through the covers. It's an interesting one. He hits it straight into the ground, does Suhan Rahman, which means it just skips away and almost seems to gather speed as it goes to the boundary. So that will be the 100 partnership brought up. I suppose it was already brought up with that no ball, but they've put a flourish on it now with that 4. So 104 for no loss at the end of the 7th. An outstanding partnership between Suhan Rahman and Shafiqul Islam. Islam very much playing second fiddle. And Suhan Rahman just inspecting that all of his ribs are where they should be. He's played a tremendous hand so far. 82 of just 33 deliveries. I won't say the C word quite yet, but certainly he's in with a shot if he carries on. 21 balls left in this innings. Just in that excellent over for the batting side. Again, the win predictor. It said for a while the Werewolves, maybe they're a touch ahead, but one big over that ended up going for 20. It went magical, and suddenly again the Falcons are on top as we go into the 8th over with Gurpreet Mani back with ball in hand. That's a good start from him, right on the toes of Shafiqul Islam. Equally though, he knows exactly what his responsibility is here, and that's to get that man Suhan Rahman back on strike. That's what he does in perfect fashion on ball number 1. So Rahman now has 5 deliveries to try and get his side into an even more commanding position, and of course maybe get himself to that milestone. Smith hit into the covers, and they do scamper through for an easy 1. It was well fielded there by Gurpreet Guri. I thought maybe he had a chance of a run out, but I have to say direct hits here on the Santarem cricket ground are quite hard to come by, because the pitch is slightly set down from the grass on either side, so it's difficult to get the ball to hit the pitch and still hit those stumps, as it often skips away over the top. Gurpreet Mani, he's been the pick of the bowlers so far for the Werewolves. Went for just 7 in his first over. He's gone just for a handful of singles so far. And will he get the wicket? Will he break that partnership? Yes, he will. As finally they do get that breakthrough, and it's a good clean pair of hands there from the wicketkeeper Ram Harritwell, as the Falcons' opening partnership is finally broken. But 106 runs they put on the board together before it is the supporting actor of Shafiqul Islam who has to depart. He goes for 17 off 13, which, well, if you look at that in isolation, you'll say maybe it's a disappointing opening innings, but actually he did his supporting role perfectly together, getting Suhan Rahman on strike when he needed to. That's why cricket, always a game of partnerships. And well, the batter coming in now was clearly not expecting a wicket to fall, because he looks like he's just been informed about 10 seconds ago that he's needed out there in the middle. Helmet thrown on, gloves just about being shuffled on. And well, Suhan Rahman walks down the other end and probably tells him, don't worry, just get a single and I'll do the rest. It's one of my pet hates. I did mention it yesterday. If you're in next to bat, have your gloves on, have your helmet on, and then you won't be surprised, and then you have a bit more time to get yourself ready at the crease. As it is though, he does do his job impeccably. A bit of foot fielding there in the covers by Gurpreet Guri. But the result is that Suhan Rahman does get himself back on strike, and he's now got 2 balls to face in the 8th over. I suppose the one thing you will say is that the Falcons haven't got completely away from the Werewolves here. The win predictor still in that Goldilocks zone. In fact, Werewolves now even a touch ahead. But that 6 probably swings it back in the favour of the Falcons, with Suhan Rahman in irrepressible form at the moment. He moves to 89 off just 35 deliveries. And the Falcons, well, the expected score is up at 140. I think they'll certainly be looking more towards 150, especially with the firepower that we know the Werewolves possess, with the likes of Gurpreet Guri, Ram Haritwal, who hasn't been able to fire as consistently as he would have liked. Final ball of the 8th, and it's hit straight down the throat of the fielder at long on. So it will be an unfortunate end to the innings for Suhan Rahman. I'm glad I didn't come out with the word, because he falls 11 runs agonisingly short of what would have been, I think, a well-deserved century for him. But he does have to depart. And you have to say as well, Gurpreet Mani, congratulations to him, as he kept plugging away and managed then in his 2nd over to pick up 2 wickets and send both opening batters of the Falcons back to their nest, as they move to 113 for 2 at the end of the 8th. Suhan Rahman departs for a brilliant 89 off just 36 deliveries. And well, we have talked about Faisal Mansoor previously and the power that he has. It was a surprise maybe to not see him opening. He does like coming down in that 3rd or 4th spot. He has the opportunity now to get his team up to a commanding total. Misses out on that occasion though. And I do feel this game is incredibly poised. And thank you, Mr. or Mrs. Win Predictor, because 50-50 is exactly what the Win Predictor says. So certainly not one you want to take your eyes off. I know Phil G will be licking his lips, not just at the prospect of those fish tacos that he had, but also at the prospect of this run chase, because I do feel like it can go either way. Yeah, what I was saying about the Falcons, I think the one thing is that they haven't, despite that 100 opening partnership, haven't got completely away from the Werewolves here. Sometimes you see these scores then explode and suddenly it's 140, 150, 160 at this part of the game. But, well, that one's a massive 6, so it will be 119. But at the start of this innings, you would have thought maybe the Falcons even looking at a 160 plus score. Now I think they'll be more than happy to get to 140, which is exactly what the expected score is at the moment. It's certainly a case of maybe what could have been for the Falcons. If you look at that Manhattan and where they were after 4 overs, they have just dropped away a bit, but that is also thanks to some much improved bowling from the Werewolves. Well, that one has been hit high and long and monstered by Mansoor. So he's still got a thing or two to say here, Mansoor. He was sitting in the dugout, I'm sure, impressed but also keen to get out there when he saw the big hitting of Suhan Rahman. He knew that the Werewolves bowling was maybe there for the taking, and he's taking his opportunity here. He missed out on the first 2 balls, but has followed that up with back-to-back 6s. That's well bowled though. Darts that one in. Does Daljit right, who's bowling this 9th over. He has bowled impressively as well. Daljit went for just the 8 runs in his first over. Of course, it has been hit for these 2 6s, but it's been much tighter performance from the Werewolves. Far fewer wides, far fewer extras being given away. And you can see what a difference that makes. I think with those extras and wides, Falcons probably would have been looking at 160 plus. And well, the curse of the commentator strikes again, because just as I was saying, they've tidied up their act. They dart one down the leg side. I suppose we'll give him the left-hander's excuse, as Ruhal Ahmed, who's facing up here, the left-hander for his first delivery, and clearly Daljit Rai didn't get the left-hander memo. So he'll try and push this one across the left-hander, final ball of the 9th. Well, he pushes it high. I think he just about escapes that being a no ball, so it will just be a 1. And decent enough over there from the Werewolves. Certainly when you have Mansour on strike and you only concede 2 boundaries, you can almost call that a win. So Daljit Rai finishes with figures of none for 23, and with 1 over to go, the Falcons 128 for 2. The thing you do look at when you have a total like this is that the fact that they've only lost 2 wickets suggests that they maybe could have pushed earlier. I know, of course, Suhan Rahman took a lot of that strike, but in some ways you want a scoreline that has more wickets on it, because then you know you've kind of died trying. Whereas here, the Falcons, well, I feel like maybe they just had a bit more in the tank. They had such a great platform with that opening partnership and haven't quite been able to push on, but well, we'll see what happens in this final over, as Ruhal Ahmed probably does the sensible thing and just moves that one behind backward square for a single. And it's sensible because it brings on Faisal Manzoor, and he's the exact person you want on strike when you want some quick fire runs. You can see there, maximum rate. Well, it's the battle of the top 2 at the moment, so we're promised runs, and that's what we've been delivered so far. Miscued though there by Faisal Manzoor. Almost reluctantly trudges up to the non-striker's end, because I'm sure he would have wanted to stay at the danger zone and try to hit a few more out of the park, but as it is, he moves to just 15 runs. I'm sure he'll hope he gets one or more opportunities in the final couple of deliveries, but he doesn't need the opportunity when Ruhal Ahmed can hit it as sweetly as that, the left-hander punching that one over long on, and it is a much needed maximo for the Falcons as they move to 136. 3 balls left, and you can see there that they love hitting it down the ground, don't they? Not too much to speak of behind square, both on the offside and the leg side. They go again in front of, and despite the fielder there on the rope, well, he's claiming that was a 4, but I'm pretty sure that hit the rope on the full, which would make it a 6, and I think that's exactly why the umpires are maybe looking towards the scorers, because the scorers might have had a bit more of a neutral view of that, shall we say, and well, maybe rightfully so. The umpire in the middle takes the word of the scorers. And, well, my eyes weren't deceiving me. That was a flat 6, and as has been added to the scorebook. That one's miscued, so it'd be just the 1 ball left of this innings. Well, there you go. There are the scorers. It's Parth and Josh doing great work in the score box, and also doing great work seeing that one land right on the rope for a 6. Final ball then. 150 is not possible unless there's an extra, but that one's driven nicely down the ground, and equally brilliant fielding there by Daljit Rai to make sure, well, it's 1 at least. Just seeing here if that was a run out on the final ball. I think it was maybe a question of whether Manpreet Singh, the bowler, had the ball in hand, and well, by the fact that the finger wasn't raised there, I'm assuming it wasn't a run out, which would make it 2 onto the score. So by my reckoning, that's 145 final score by the Falcons, and there it is confirmed. So again, a bit of a frustrating one there on the final delivery. The run out was most certainly on, but Manpreet Singh not able to gather it cleanly, so 2 is added to the score. Decent final over there for the Falcons as they managed to scratch their way in the end to 145, even though they weren't necessarily seeing it that cleanly in the final over, as Mansour, he's been so destructive so far in this series, finishes on 17 not out off 8. So there you have it. An interesting one, wasn't it? The opening partnership was over 100. We were thinking we're on for a big score here, 160 plus. But the Werewolves did very well to keep themselves in it, and especially given that they had their struggles earlier today with the ball, they managed to keep it relatively tight. They managed to force the Falcons to work for every single run that they got. 145 is then what they got in the end for the loss of 2 wickets. I have a feeling it's going to be a bit of a tight one. Look at that win predictor, 53%. The Falcons with their noses or their beaks in front, but the Werewolves, I'm sure, are still ready to chase down this total. And remember, the batting side of the Werewolves innings has always been the stronger aspect. So we're going to take a quick break. I'll take a slightly longer break as I have a spot of lunch, and Phil G will be taking you through this run chase. I have a feeling it's going to be a tight one, so don't go anywhere as we come back in a few moments' time here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground. Phil G here to take you through the run chase here in this match number 15. Hanging in the balance it is after Falcoish scored 145 for 2 in their 10 overs there. A really good dig from them. Rahman, 89 runs there, contributed with the bat big time. And now it's on to the Werewolves as they start straight away with a quick single. Shy at the stumps, hits. Batter's home. Good throw though from the covers. Wouldn't that have been disastrous for a potential diamond duck? It doesn't happen though. So welcome back everybody. It's wonderful to have your company. Big thanks to Tina Goff there who heads off to have her lunch. We've been spoiled once again by Zoe and the crew here in the kitchen. Looking after the crew here, looking after us with some sensational fish tacos. Who doesn't love a fish taco? Good delivery, short, sharp, quick, cramps the batter for room. Guri has to just fend that one away. Almost coming off the elbow, that one. Gets it high on the bat. So, need to be going at 14.7. Werewolves, we know they bat well. The top 4, top 5 in the Werewolves have really got a wonderful track history here of getting good runs. After their bowlers kept the wides to... well, a better result than the previous game this morning, so there's that. And now it's going to be captain Shafat Ahmed and Gurpreet Guri to try to negotiate this power play session here. These first 3 overs, all important. People in the chat asking, defend or chase, defend or chase. That's the question. That's the big question we're all asking each other here. And it's a good start from Irfan Hussain as well. So 2 runs off the first 4 deliveries. Wouldn't the Falcoish team love to have a nice decent power play, don't give up too many runs, more than say 20, 25 runs, and really get some pressure on those Werewolves batter. For the Werewolves, they'd love to break free early on in the power play and really muscle things along. Oh, just flirted with that wide line, unfortunately has infringed. That's gone way too wide. A lot of work for the keeper there, does a good job. This is the 3rd match of the day. The afternoon sun is beating down on the players. It feels like it's about 28, 29 degrees out there. Inside the hut here, it's a cool 23 degrees. It's very nice indeed. There's a familiar face right there in the middle of your screen. That, of course, was Paolo, our project manager, who's doing a sensational job, can I just say. Bowler in again. Oh, now. There you go. A little tickle. Oh dear, Werewolves have lost the first in the first over. Irfan Hussain gets the breakthrough nice and early there. A tickle caught behind, well taken by the keeper, gets across. And that is, of course, Faisal Mansour, the monster, who gobbles that one up and says, thank you, feed me more. Oh, this is a big, big wicket. Big blow. Skipper has to depart. That man, Shafat Ahmed, he was instrumental in the Werewolves' win that they had on day number 1, and that was the last match of the day as well. I saw someone put wiki up then. I'm not sure who pressed the wiki button, but there was no wiki there because he managed to get a run. Anyway, we continue. Digs that one out, goes into the covers. Going to scamper through for 1 though. They do get through for 1, so don't be confused by seeing wiki on the screen. Shafat Ahmed, he did go for 1 from 4 deliveries faced. Wicket falls. Successful over there for Falcoish. How good are they going to feel? They're going to feel very good indeed. 4 for 1 are the Werewolves. Still need 142 at 15.8 runs per over. And the win predictor says, Falcoish, you're looking pretty good now. Tipping the scales in their favour, 70% to 30%. We'll see that change as the match goes through. It's a dynamic statistic that it will change with every delivery, depending on the outcome, of course, of that particular delivery. All right, we continue now. Mehdi Tamim And that is a wide to start things off. Starting to get to the hottest part of the day now. Probably is actually the hottest part of the day. The Werewolves playing their second match. Falcoish are playing their second match as well. And suddenly you start to feel a little bit tired, looking forward to that cold shower when you get back to your accommodation. And that is hit down the ground, elevated over the top of the infield, 4 runs. Nice shot that. Rohit Surnam, who's no slouch with the bat, enjoy his work. I probably should mention him as one of the top order batters for the Werewolves who can really impress big time. He's had a couple of very good innings so far in this series, and they'd love to see him capitalise here and get some runs alongside Gurpreet Guri, who has been one of the pick in-form batters as well. Oh, swing and a miss. Could have easily smacked into the stumps there. Good support there from the fielders around the keeper to run across and collect when the keeper just spilled that a little bit. Went down hard on his right leg. He's just given a bit of a flex at the top of the screen. You can see he's just given that knee a bit of a flex. I think he's all right. Tamim continues. Oh, goes for that flick down leg side. It's going to collect. Maybe just slightly got an edge there onto the pad, I think. Goes all the way for 4. Just the wrong line from Mohammed Mehdi Tamim. Just the wrong line. So, friends of mine in the chat, what are you thinking? Is this a chase? Is this not a chase? Do you give Falcoish a chance here to defend? Or do you think the Werewolves have got the firepower to get over? Get over the line. Need another 133 runs of 51 deliveries. Hit high in the air. Chance for catch. Player sets himself. Holds it very nicely indeed. Oh, yes, now. This is going to get interesting as Rohit Surnam now has to go. 2 wickets down inside 2 overs. Falcoish are giving themselves every single opportunity here to knock the Werewolves out. Knock them down on their moneymaker. Remember, the Werewolves, this is their second last match, their second last group game. They have got the next game as well. So they've got to play 3 games today. They have the next match against Team Tigers Portugal, who are enjoying a break right now. And the Werewolves have to bounce back. So they would not want to lose this one for fear of maybe opening the door for being pushed down to 5th place on the standings. This is their last day here. We're not going to see them tomorrow. And obviously the Fighters, their tournament in terms of the group stages is done as well, but they've already booked themselves into finals action on Sunday. Remember, 5 teams play in the Challenger Division. 4 teams, the top 4 teams will play in Sunday finals. The team that finishes 5th in those standings will bow out and not take any part in the finals. It may come down to net run rate, may come down to bonus points, may come down to whatever, but either way you cut it, you want to make sure you are not languishing around 4th or 5th on the table. There's a real danger there. Worked away for a boundary. So a nice start after the wicket. There's been 12 runs, 13 runs off the over, 3 boundaries, 1 wicket, a wide, plus whatever comes next. There's been a bit of everything here. Hello there to Amisha Gupta, who says, Manny and Guru are the 2 best batsmen of the teams at the crease now. Yeah, I think it's a fair comment. I think there's a lot for these 2 to do as well. Would you agree with that, Amisha? I think if these 2 are still here around about the 7th over, I think the Werewolves will be within striking distance of that target set for them by the Falcoish team. But yes, Gurpreet Manning and Gurpreet Guri, I agree. They are gun batters for the Werewolves. That is the end of the second over. It's 18 on the board for loss of 2 wickets, 2 big wickets as well. Still need another 128 runs off 48. That's a run rate required of 16 per over. In case you're wondering, where's Tina? She's off enjoying her lunch in the clubhouse. For those in the Spanish squad, if you want to have a look and see what's the clubhouse all about, the lovely facilities they have here, don't forget, click on the post that I made this morning with all that little bit of extra footage of what's going on at the ground here. That's a lovely strike down the ground all the way along the deck. It rolls just to the left of the door of the hut here. 4 runs all the way along the ground. So yeah, if you're subscribed to our Spanish squad, that's a little bonus for you. I posted several videos there of what it's like being a batter in the middle of the pitch. Posted the room here where myself and Lucky are currently working, and of course the clubhouse and the view from the deck as that is hooked around the corner. Oh, it's a bit of work, bit of a chase. It goes more higher than across, so it doesn't find the boundary. It was previously 22 for 2, Richie Beno, and now it's going to tick over to 23, or is that they get 2 runs there because it was in the air for an awful lot of hang time. Just the one, 23 for 2. Almost had number wang then. Oh, wow. So 23 for 2 at 2.2 overs. Almost had a bit of a number wang going on. As it is, we miss it. We continue. That was a bit of a desperate look-away swipe from Gurpreet Guri. He is a little unsteady and unbalanced, is Gurpreet Guri, at the start of his innings. He then sort of starts to settle his head a bit more. But in something like that, you see, he draws himself away to the leg side, trying to put every bit of muscle onto that. I mean, if it connects, it's out of here. It's completely gone. It's in another time zone. But if he misses, or he gets a bottom edge or a top edge, it could go anywhere. Just beaten for pace there. So a couple of dots. Gurpreet Guri, 1 from 3 deliveries face. Gurpreet Mani looking pretty solid at the non-striker's end. He's got 10 from 4. Hello to Julian Dawson in the chat as well. Hope you're well, Julian. And please say hello to Sarah for me. Well, that's pushed way too wide. Just a bit of over-ambitious delivery there from the bowler, trying to get up ahead of steam. Succeeds in flinging that one well outside the off stump. Another extra. 24 for 2 now. Still, watch out for that required run rate. It's currently 16.6. Got a lot of work to do here to the Werewolves. A lot of work for Falcoish to do as well, of course. Oh, that was close. So close to an edge. That's ridiculously close. Irfan Hussain stares to the sky and says, what do I have to do to get a wicket here? What do I have to do to get an edge? I think he knows what he has to do. He has to just keep at it. Keep at it. Keep bowling that kind of line of length. Don't let Gurpreet get under the ball and elevate. And Gurpreet's thinking, I've just let a few dots go past. Let's see where I can carve this one. Advances. And he's just got away with that one as well. Keeper makes this terrific save, deflects it, knocks it down, gets good support from the fielders around him. Gets a bit of a little pat on the hand from a few of his fielders as well. They know that was important. Saved probably 4 byes. Irfan Hussein's not happy. He gives his cap a bit of a flick onto his leg and says, I could have almost picked up a wicket there. He doesn't, but it's a tight over. It's 6 runs from it only. And in the end, he gets 1 for 10 from his 2 overs. Irfan Hussain, you've done the job at the top here with those 2 overs. You probably can't ask for much more than that. So this power play done. The Werewolves in the power play score 24 at the loss of 2 wickets. I'm pretty sure they would have wanted a little bit more than that. Of course they would have. I wonder if that's what's happened here, that Falcoish have cracked the Guri code and they now know how to bowl to him. There could be something as simple as that. Just trying to crack that code and figure out that's how you bowl to the man. Because if you don't bowl to him correctly, he will tear you to pieces, as you've seen happen already today with a blistering 96 he scored in very quick time earlier today. That was against Team Tigers, Portugal, in the first match this morning. That was a terrific innings he played. 96 out of 162. You could say, look, he did deserve a ton, but he got caught leg before wicket on 96, and it was absolutely plum pudding out. Anyway, let's see what happens here. It's Gurpreet Mani facing, start of the 4th. Here we go. Skipper, Rayan Khan comes in. Clobbered. That sounded pretty solid to me. And it's a pretty solid landing as well, just near the dugout area. That's a big, big 6. That's not what the captain wanted. Ryan Kahn, the skipper, he's led this team pretty well. He has to be careful with his bowling, though. Sometimes he puts them in a bit too short, and you wouldn't want to be buying wickets on this surface because you could be there spending money all day. Goes again, same spot. This time it doesn't go all the way. Tamin takes a very good catch. A really good catch. He had to move around a bit, make a little bit of effort to get to the ball, and he has taken it. Valkovic hanging on to the catches, getting the rash shots. Are the Werewolves going into a slight little panic mode here? 30 for 3. And we've just 2 balls into the 4th over. Oh boy. Still needing 116 or 40 deliveries. That run rate still at 17 and a bit. A few people in the chat hoping for Werewolves to finish the game. A few people saying it's over. Well, Glenn McGrath, 98-92. Yep, I don't think you're the Lone Ranger on that sentiment. And I think there's a few people maybe thinking that as well. Oh, puts it onto the legs. That's the wrong place to bowl. Completely wrong place to bowl to a new batter. To put it on the legs, it's a gimme. That is a pressure relieving delivery. It allows the batter to just work at leg side. It was already bouncing quite high, so no fear of getting leg before, and you just turn and whip that around the corner, elevate, 6 runs. Yeah, not the smartest delivery. Manpreet Singh off the mark straight away with a big 6. So we've gone 6 wide, 6 in this over. Oh, that was a wild one. That is going to be shown, I think, as a no. It's off the pitch. It is indeed. Ooh. Well, after getting a wicket, Skipper Khan just needs to maybe slow it down. Just don't get ahead of yourself here. There's still a lot of work to be done. Kev calling 22 runs per over the point of no return. Yeah, it's a fair call. It's a fair call. For me, I always think it depends whereabouts in the game it is. If it's early on, I think that could be different to, say, later on. Just ever so slightly. But I think the 22 is a pretty good call there, Kev. Have a look at the bowling graph there next to the on the right-hand side. Everything on the stumps or just outside the off. So the bowling's been pretty disciplined here from Valkovic. That's why the run rate is just around about 10 runs and over right now. And not steaming along at the required 14, 15 runs needed. Slower ball. Oh, yes, indeed. How happy is the skipper with that one? That was an absolute ripper delivery to bowl there. He'd been bowling fast pace all over, as fast as you like, a little bit wayward as well, with a no ball as well. He got hit for a couple of 6s, and he bowls pretty much a rank slow ball. And can you believe Gurpreet Guri has completely and utterly missed it? He goes for a laboured 1 run from 7 deliveries faced, but he has to go. And I think he takes with him the Werewolves' chances of getting a win here. Valkovic all over this. Absolutely all over this. 38 for 4 at the end of the 4th. Werewolves middle order. It's all on you. Need to stand up. We'll see what they got. Gurpreet Mani's gone. Gurpreet Guri's gone. Shafat Ahmed is gone. Rohit Sunam is also been dismissed. It's going to be up to this middle order. People like Gowinder Singh. People like Daljit Ray. These guys need to come out and find something. Mani Samrari, they need to come out and find something here and work with Manpreet Singh to try to get back into the game. Because right now, they are on the outer. Batter's getting settled. unfortunately, that's a wide ball. A lot of wides creeping into the game today from all teams. Not sure if it's the heat or the toil on the bodies. This is day 4, after all, of what is a 6-day competition in very warm conditions out in the centre, especially around about this time of day. Swings hard at this one. Well, third was up inside the circle, and there was no chance of anyone getting near that. Couple of bounces, 4 runs. As much as the captain would have loved to have third back on the boundary, you still need to observe the rules of only 5 out at any one time after the power play. And third was up inside the circle, could do nothing about that. .43 for 4. Swings hard, up in the air. Just lost my vision there for a second. Apologies for that. Couldn't quite see where it landed. I think it's actually landed in the hands of the fielder. Valkoish have caught another one. They're catching so well. Anything coming near them, they're taking it. And that means Manpreet Singh has to go. Werewolves imploding before your very eyes here. That is the 5th wicket to fall in the 5th over. 4.2 overs gone, 43 for 5. Another wicket. So have a look at those last 4 deliveries. It's been wicket, 4 wide, wicket. Go back another 5 deliveries, another wicket, and only 6. So let's have a look at that. 3 wickets, and what's that? That's 10 runs off the bat and a handful of extras. I think Werewolves have completely gone into panic mode now and looking to belt themselves out of trouble. For those who recall that I was talking about the number of flyers we had here on day 1 and day 2, Paolo very happily put up a bit of, what do you call that, fly paper, I guess it's called, fly paper, Lucky? Fly glue, and it's doing the job. It's doing the job. As a big 6 gets hit down the ground, Irfan Hussain is holding his hands up saying, well, what can I do about that? I couldn't reach that, I couldn't see that. He certainly couldn't reach or see that. It was hit right over his head. So Samrari to the crease, takes the score up to 49 for 5. I'm counting flies on the fly paper. And a good dot to follow up after that, Maximo as well. Well bowled. Rahman. Different to the batter, Rahman. That's Muhafazar Rahman, as opposed to Suhan Rahman, who played a blistering innings for Falcoish. Hit hard, 1 bounce. Good work from Irfan, gets the body behind it, and he does stop that one. Gets a little applause from a few of his teammates as well. Good work, got in position quickly, everything behind it, not getting past him. Does bring up the 50 though, 50 for 5. Last ball of the 5th coming up. Just hit around the corner nicely with a flat bat. Straight onto the pads, onto the legs. If it strays on the legs, that's going to happen all day, every day. And it's Daljit Ray getting off the mark very nicely with a 4. Tucks it around the corner. So, middle order here for the Werewolves. What can they do? They need to be going at 18.4 and over. It's 92 needed from 30 deliveries. So much work still to be done. A few people in the chat saying, not possible, not possible. I can see Nitesh Singh saying that in the chat. And thanks to everyone in the chat for joining us today too. It's wonderful to have your company. I know there's still a few Shields out there. Some of the old ex-Blue Spanner crew who are now Blue Shield crew. Thanks for joining us. Shanto Ifratul with the ball now. He bowled pretty well this morning too for Falcoish. Let's see how he goes here. Slowing things up. Hoiked. Well, he starts by being taken over the cover boundary for a big 6. That's not good. Can't afford to have that sitting up too much. Get that ball a bit fuller. Now for the Werewolves, they'll happily take that all day, every day. .60 for 5 at the start of the 6th. Still 86 runs required off 29 deliveries. Still gettable for the Werewolves. We know they've got the batting talent. Swings this time to the leg side, and that is another Maximo. Oh, he just hasn't got it right. Shanto, he has not got it right these first two balls. Coughing up a couple of Maximos there. That's the one thing about the Werewolves is they're like the ocean. You can't turn your back on them. The middle order will stand up if the top order don't, and this is what's happening. Need to find a few dots here. That's what Shanto needs. Gives it a bit more flight, pushes that a bit fuller, better delivery, just a single. Still 13 off the over. They need to be getting 17 off every over as a minimum in order to stay in touch here, the Werewolves. They've managed to get 13 so far. Nitesh Singh, just a few too many emojis there, my friend. Need to keep it to 5 emojis, no more than 5 emojis as the maximum. Otherwise your comment will be removed. As my very good friend Paolo Campini has just done. Thank you for that, Paolo. $14 off the over. Follows up with a dot to Shanto. So his over's gotten better after being hit for 2 Maximos in a row at the start of the over. He's bounced back nicely with a couple of singles and a dot. Samrari looking to put the foot down. They need to be getting 18 per over. They've got 14. And he flies through a quick one. It is wide though. It was the right idea. It just breached that tram line. So the execution not quite where it needed to be. Let's try that again. One more to finish the 6th. 69 for 5. Umpire Andy just running across and making sure that the stumps and bails are where they need to be. Of course they are. Oh, he's got under that one. That's not a good ball at all from Shanto. Finishes with a Maximo. Not a good over. If you're a Falcosh fan, it does go magical. If you're a Werewolves fan, you say, thank you very much. Tick that box. We won that over. And it's all about winning the overs now. Because there are 6 overs gone. There's 4 overs left. It's 75 for 5. 71 required off the next 4 overs. It's all about winning the over. Werewolves win the over if they get 18 or better. Falcosh will win the over if they get 17 or less taken from their bowlers. New over starts. Good delivery first up. That's how they should bowl. Shanto should take note there. That's how you bowl. Shanto Ifratul went for 21 off that over at a vital time of the game. This is the man who almost bothered Centurion watchers with a century in the previous innings. He's bowling now. And Rahman gets swept, slog swept for a big 6. This is what I mean about the Werewolves. They have firepower. They have people who can bat deep. Have a look at the skyscraper situation there. That first and third over in this innings were absolutely vital for Falcosh. They've done so well there. And even that previous over was absolutely huge. And that really helped Werewolves' chances. So we've had dot, 6. Follow that up then with another dot. 81 for 5, halfway through the 7th. Hit down the ground, just out of the reach of the bowler's hands. Irfan Hussain makes the long barrier. Down here at the long off, probably about 15-20 metres just in front of me here. He's been patrolling that part of the ground all tournament. That's his part of the ground. He owns it, and he does a great job down there too, by the way. This one's hit out. He's got a lot of work here to get this one. Chase it through towards the deep cover area. Even he can't get that. And the regulation cover fielder also can't chase after that. Mohammad Faisal Ahmed in the covers can't bring that one in. So valuable runs here. That is 11 off the over with 1 more to come. They need to get 19 off this over. They're not going to get the 19 unless this is a wide or a no ball. Swing and a miss. Good final delivery. So it's 11 off the over. That over is a big win to Falcosh as it's now 60 off the last 3 overs. Is it even 20 runs required for each of these 3 overs? Need 3 magical overs for a win here to the Werewolves. What do you think? Chase or defend? Tell me what you think. Chase or defend? Daljit Ray and Samrari came together not too long ago, but they've put together a blistering partnership here. But I'm not sure if they can elevate. Can they raise their necessity level and try to do better and get 20 runs in this over? They need one of these next 3 overs has to be absolutely huge. And I would say, don't leave it for the last over. Try to get it this over. There's one, but only one. 17 balls left, 59 required. Swings hard at this. It's in the air and over the top of the deep cover boundary from Maximo. Oh, Werewolves will love that. They'll be up out of their seats, making a bit of noise over in the dugout. Cheering on this middle order, hoping they can pick it up. Score now up to 93 in the 8th. This time he goes squarer. And that goes for another Maximo. So back-to-back sixes there. Rahman is proving expensive here. Mahafazur Rahman, he's gone now for, what's that, 29 off 1.5 overs. Too expensive. Needs a couple of teammates maybe to get over to him. Just tell him just to slow things down. Think about that next delivery. Don't let Samrari get under it. Samrari is a punishing player. He's a great middle order batter. Gives a charge. Does miss hit though. It goes down the ground. Going to just take the one. Going to get Daljit Ray on strike. Now we seem to have a, I was going to say bat-related issue. No, we don't. It's hit hard, middled, but it goes along the deck again, just to the deep mid-wicket area, probably about 2/3 of the way to the rope, and fielded nicely. Brings up the 100. 100 came off the previous single, apologies. 100 for 5, now 101 for 5. One more to come in the 8th. 45 from 13. It's getting close. It's getting really, really close now. And that's going to be just one more. So an expensive over nonetheless. It does go for 16, but it's not the required 20 runs. So I think Rahman might feel his job is done there. He goes for 32, gets 1 wicket for his 2 overs. A little bit extensive there with those 16 off that over. But again, as I said, they needed 20. And now they need to get 44 off the next 2 overs. So whatever you don't get in this over, you've got to get it in the next. That's why this over has to be huge, really big. Samrari looking on here. He's got 44 from 14. Ably assisted from Daljit Ray. Between the two of them, I'm not sure. Can they find 44 from 2 overs? Oh, who's got the duty to bowl the 9th? Suhan Rahman, the man who picked up 80 odd in the first innings, has got the duty to bowl the 9th. And he starts us with a leg side wide. Not the start Falquash would want. Not even close. Not only the run, but bowl it again. When you've got to bowl these deliveries over and over again in this sort of heat and the sun beating down you, it means that you don't think properly about that next delivery and you start to just, push it a little bit wider, or it's a bit shorter. You don't get on the mark. You're thinking too much about too many things because the heat's getting to you. Now, what's happened here? Is that more than a shoelace-related injury? I'm just trying to see. I think one of the players is in a bit of trouble. Just trying to see what's going on there. Yeah, player's down. Hope he's all right. There's a few people getting down there. The umpire's there checking things out. Hopefully he'll be up in a moment. No 12th man has run on with water or spray. I'm not sure if he's just maybe twisted something and slipped over, or whether he's gone down with maybe a little bit of cramp. I'm trying to get some information on what's happened there. Just bear with us. It's 103 for 5 after 8. It's 43 needed from 12. Trying to see who it is on the ground. It's very warm out there in the centre as well. So maybe it's just taken its toll just a little bit. Sorry for the delay here, folks. There's a bit of water coming out now. Maybe it's just a little bit of lightheadedness, maybe a little bit of cramp. So if I can see what's happened here. Yeah, wicketkeeper is just in a little bit of strife. I think he may have taken that one a little bit rough on the bounce coming through, and he went to ground. So he's getting a little bit of attention. Umpires there to make sure they can continue and get everyone back to their positions. They break off now. Player safety is our number one priority here on the European Cricket Network. And if a player's in a bit of strife, we make sure that they get out of strife quick, smart. So happy to stop the game there just to make sure. And we resume. Still 12 balls to go, 43 runs required. Sahan Rahman with the job to do in this 9th over. He needs to be as economical as possible here, just so all the pressure doesn't fall on whoever bowls the 10th. So, final 2 overs. Here we go. We resume the 9th. Good, quicker delivery. Taken nice and cleanly by the wicketkeeper, so whatever befelled him in that previous delivery, it looks like he's okay now. Samrari swings and misses to dot ball. It's 43 from 11. And at this point, you have to say that the runs per over sort of becomes academic. Try to get that out of your mouth. Come on, Phil. Oh, that ball went nowhere, but they scampered through just for the one. Irfan Hussain from the banjo line in front of me here is calling out, settle, it's okay. Let him have the single. Singles will not hurt. Falcoish's fan here, plan here to try to get the win. Dave B asked me, did I lose the toss or draw the short straw? What do you mean by that, Dave? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Elevated up in the air and over the rope. 6 runs. Big 6 as well. Well, 6 is what they got to worry about. 4s is what they have to worry about. The singles they're not going to care too much about. You know, at this point, even 4s, probably won't be making them very happy, but they still, when you have to go 24 runs per over, that's 4 per delivery. If they hit a 4, you'd say, all right, need to make sure the next one doesn't go to the boundary for 4. Good stop on the 45, a vital stop on the 45. If it had gotten past that player at fine leg on the 45 inside the rope, that would have been another 4. Would have been definitely another 4. Went straight to the player who just let it smack into his leg. He got down to it and saved the runs. Ends up being another dot. Oh boy. 2 balls to come. 36 off 8. Is it a photo finish coming up? Swings hard. I reckon that one is out of the park. I think he's got that one away. He has indeed. Oh, well done. Daljit Ray has put that one out of the park. It's a big, big 6. How much will the Werewolves love another one here? How much would they love that? Oh, Dave, you were talking about the commentary, right? Well, yep, Kev's got it absolutely right. The third match of the day when Tina and I are here, we share the duties. One of us has a lunch break, and then we can switch over for the second innings. Leg side wide, not what the doctor ordered. If you're a Falcoish fan, that's not what you wanted, a leg side wide. For the Werewolves, they'll happily take that. It means they get another crack at putting one out of the ground and getting a little bit closer to that 146 target. Oh, Dave, that was an hour and a half ago. Where you been? That conversation was said and had. That was a long time ago. About who was going to do what. Oh, now. Batter. Oh, wow, they're absolutely filthy. Samrari is filthy. He's He's at the other end, at the end of the ninth, and he's at the striker's end. I think he's upset. He's really, really mad with his counterpart there and saying, we should have taken an extra one there. What are you doing, man? I need to be on strike. And that's an awkward conversation mid-pitch between Samrari and his counterpart, Daljit Ray. And Samrari is not happy. He absolutely wanted 2 runs to get back on strike there. I bet what he said was either don't take the single or take 2, but don't do just the single. So, and I kind of agree with Mr. Samrari, because 45 from 16 was pretty hot going. Pretty hot going. Okay, 28 from 6. Well, Daljit, you've got yourself on strike. No pressure. And I don't mean that. Rayan Khan, the captain of Falconch, is bowling. No pressure either. Swings hard at this one. It stays in the field of play. Bowler chases after it. Deep. The 2 deep fielders chased after it. There was long on chased after it. And a deep mid-wicket chased after it. It's a single. It's just 1. I'm sure that is not what Daljit and Samrari would have liked to be in the position of. Samrari especially. He was absolutely filthy with Daljit for not making sure that he was on strike for the start of the 10th. He faces now the first ball. He swings hard at this. It's going to stay in the field of play. In fact, it's going to go into the hands of the fielder, and it's caught. That's a game. Game right there. Tried to elevate. He had no other choice, did Samrari, but to have to hit all those 6s, 5 6s in a row. He tries to elevate the first one, holds out, and Suhan Rahman takes the catch, goes back to his position and says, let's celebrate later when we leave the field. But that is going to be, well, barring any miraculous acts of the cricket gods, that is going to be a win to Falconch. Hello to David Swan, just joined us. Slower ball. Bit of a hitting sort of length as well, sort of in a slot, maybe just a little bit fuller as well. Allows the batter to get that one away square on the leg side for just the single. And this game is now going to peter out to its inevitable conclusion, as you can see the percentages. Only giving 2% chance of Werewolves to form an absolute miracle here. And unfortunately, it's not the time of miracles right now, because I think Falconch are going to clean this one up. Struck out as well to the leg side, straight to dib meet wicket, another single. What an excellent captain's over this is at the end from Rayan Khan. I think for Samrari though, he would want that moment again at the end of the 9th over and either stand your ground or go for 2. Either way, he'll feel that that was the part of the match where the game was lost. Hooks this around the corner. And that is gonna, looks like it's gonna bounce away, I believe. The umpires are just waiting on their signal. Haven't seen a soft signal yet. Nope, just runs. Doesn't get to the boundary line. I thought maybe it might have got there, but good work from the fielders. More high than across that ball went. Last ball coming up. Falconch score a big win over the Werewolves. What's coming up after this one? As that's a wide. I swear they can hear me sometimes. They think, that Phil G commentating. Watch this, watch this. Let's try that one more time, shall we? What a terrific last over here. Rayan Khan, he gets 3 for 18 plus this. It's hit hard, hit in the air. It's juggled on the boundary line. I don't think it's gone over the boundary line. And that is how it's going to end. I believe it's just the single. Umpire call stumps. The Werewolves are already walking off. They're not even waiting for the umpires. They know they've lost the game. And they're walking off. Falconch, well done to them. They have picked up a win, a big win for them as well. So well done. How good is that? They get 2 wins from 2 games here today. And they have almost, I'd say they've pretty much now got themselves into finals action on Sunday with those 2 wins. Well done to them indeed. And that is great stuff. And Falconch, the Werewolves, oh well, it may remain to be seen. We'll see how we go. So, Phil G here, welcoming you back into the hut here for the second, well, not second last time, but second last match of today after that match 15 has now concluded. 123 for 6, sorry, 124 for 6 it'll be when that score is updated for the Werewolves. And you know what? That was quite a surprise. Werewolves always thereabouts until probably about an over ago. That ninth over, oh, gee, I thought things were going to change up a little bit there, but there you go. Falcoish, well done. 2 from 2. You have almost got yourself booked in for action on Sunday, so there you go. Hey, don't forget, it's Peacock Friday. I've got my Peacock shirt on. Hope you have as well. Not often I get to wear this on the camera here for the cricket, but there you go. It's Peacock Friday. Hope you got your Peacock shirt on as well. Thanks for joining us for that game. What a great game that was too. Congratulations, Falcoish. Werewolves, we're going to see him back here in about a few minutes' time. Let me just check the time. We're going to see him back here at hour, so I've got a bit of a break coming up, and they're going to take on Team Tigers, Portugal, in the last match for this day for myself and Tina. We'll be back here to introduce you to that game and talk to you about the toss and what's going to happen in that next match. A lot to play for both teams. Consider that their outcome for today, how things are going. But one of those teams is going to be very happy at the end of the day. Stay tuned. We'll see who that is. I'll see you shortly for that last match.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
A warm welcome back to sunny Santarem, where we're into the final game of what's been a thrilling day so far. Been especially thrilling for the Falcons, who've managed to secure 2 wins, but now they'll be sitting on the boundary watching this one between the Werewolves and Team Tigers. And, well, this one is especially important for Werewolves, isn't it, Phil? It's their last game of the group stage, and they really, really need the win.
Oh, they do indeed need a win here, just to make sure that when they're not here tomorrow at the ground, because they've got no more games after this, just to make sure when they're not here that they have got their foot in the final for Sunday, because there's nothing they can do after this match. It's all up into the lap of the cricket gods. So they will definitely want that win here, just to give them every opportunity to be there on Sunday, because that's what it's all about, Finals Day Sunday.
Exactly, Finals Day Sunday. Before that, though, quick mention on the coin toss.
Indeed, yes. So the news from the coin toss, thank you very much to Rado for that, is that Team Tigers Portugal did not win the toss. It was actually the Werewolves who won the toss, and they're going to have a bowl first. Did you like that?
I love that. It was an absolute hospital pass for me because the coin toss went straight out of my memory.
Oh, don't worry about it. It did mine too. Hey, the result of the coin toss went out of my memory, so don't worry about that. Hope you guys all knew the coin toss before we knew it. It was indeed the Werewolves who won over bowl first. They want to chase here, and that's going to be could be their swan song, or it could be something very special for them to chase down. Whatever Team Tigers Portugal can put on the board here, they're looking to chase that down. Azam Johnny and that man Halim are out there now. The 2 regular openers, I think fair enough to call them that, for Team Tigers Portugal, looking to get score on the board.
That's what makes the G4 so special, isn't it? One of us is just caught napping for a moment and the other one's in there to pick up the pieces, to mix 2 metaphors.
Well,
but, yes.
That amazing lunch we had, though, that almost put me into a nap.
Yeah.
A food coma.
If both of us survive this final game, I'll call that a win.
Yeah.
Thanks again to Zoe and Kashkaj and everyone who looks after us so wonderfully. Certainly wouldn't look as much forward to coming back if it wasn't for them, as that one is carved away, backward point. And this time it's Halim, who isn't always the one that fires from the start, because Azam Johnny usually doesn't let him have a go with his ball until about over number 4. But this time Halim is the one that gets the first boundary of this final game of the day, and the Tigers race to 5 halfway through the first. And yeah, as we were saying, Phil, it's especially important this game for the Werewolves. TTP, I mean, of course it's important for them as well, but they have the added bonus of those 2 games tomorrow.
Yeah.
For the Werewolves, whatever happens today, that is them done before Sunday, and they will just be sitting at home, crossing their fingers and toes that they've done enough to get to Sunday.
They will indeed. They can do nothing about what happens tomorrow, but they could do something about what happens now in this match, and that is to bowl well and chase those runs down against TTP, who are a plucky little side who are looking to spoil the party for the Werewolves if they can. Had a little chat during the match break with Azam Johnny, who was still riding that wave of euphoria from his ton that he got yesterday. He was very thankful of the comments coming through the chat, and also for the praise that we were heaping on him as well for the way he goes about his business. And I said, but look, the 2 innings you've had today, scores in the teens, we used to see you doing a bit better than that. So he said he'll see what he can do, and here we are now. See what he can do, as it's Gurpreet Manny steaming in.
That's chipped down the ground, and well, it's actually going to be more than just a chip. It's going to be a full-blooded drive, and it goes past the on-rushing boot of the fielder at mid-on, and that's another boundary, this time for that man, Azam Johnny, who has certainly deserved the praise he's got so far, the elegant left-hander. But as you said, Phil, you can't just ride through a tournament on one big score. You have to be consistent. And, well, we were talking about the Werewolves having this is a very important match. I'd say the same for Team Tigers. Yes, they have the games tomorrow, but it's delicately poised for them so far. Played 5. And, well, that will not be quite a 5. Will be a 4, though. I think there was a bit of bat on that. Yep, indeed. So it'll be another 4 to the collection. Team Tigers played 5, won 2, lost 3. So they certainly don't want to finish even more in arrears today, going into the final day. If they have a record of 2 and 4 going into those 2 matches tomorrow, then the pressure will really be on for them as well.
Oh, big time pressure tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel for the 2 teams that have got 3 games tomorrow, because those 2 teams who've got the 3 games, that's Panthers and Falcons, as you say, if they're going to front up on Sunday, they may have to play, depending where they end up, they may have to play 3 games on Sunday as well. and come up against a team that's feeling a lot fresher in the final. Yeah, it could be very tough going. Could be a very tough, long weekend for one or two of these teams.
Yeah, and certainly the fighters will be relatively happy with where they are. They obviously had the big shifts on the first 3 days, but it's meant they've had 2 days to put their feet up, knowing after what they did that they will be on finals day. Go into the second over, and it's not the first time today we've seen Manpreet Singh just not quite hit his lines from the off, that one down the leg side. But for the fighters, they've put themselves in a brilliant position, and they'll be coming into that finals day fresh and refreshed. So that's something to watch out for. Labouring away in this Portugal sun does take it out of you. We've seen a couple of players cramp up, just struggle a bit with energy and fatigue as we go through the day. But certainly, if you look at the table, it's all still to play for.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was just looking over your shoulder at the tables there, Tina. It's a shame we can't get a graphic up of the tables. It's something we're going to obviously include at some point. But I can say now, fighters sitting top of the table, clear by absolute daylight to the teams that are coming behind them. However, fighters have played all their 8 games, so they need to keep that in mind. Falcosh, as we said, 3 games for them to play tomorrow. Werewolves got the last game right now. They're sitting third. Panthers still got 3 games to play tomorrow. And Team Tigers Portugal sitting currently at the bottom, but this is a game for them, and they're back tomorrow as well.
I don't want to call it too early, but if the Werewolves lose this one, I think they're really going to be nervous tomorrow. Because
I agree.
That would be 2-6. And given that the other 3 teams who are in contention, they've all won a minimum of 2 games each. They're hoping then the Werewolves that a team tomorrow is a complete bust, somehow loses all their games and doesn't pick up any points or any consolation points. So the Werewolves, it's hard to understate how big a game this is for them. And then not forgetting TTP, because every game you play is, funnily enough, against another team in the table. So it's always direct competition.
So true. Yeah, this is such a vital game. And tomorrow we're going to be discussing this at length, because as we go through the matches tomorrow, that table will start to fall into place, start to take shape, and we can start to talk you through it. I feel it's going to come down to probably the final game tomorrow night to see exactly where things are going to last. We can tell you this, though. I don't think the fighters are going to be crowbarred out of that top spot. That's just the feeling I get. I think mathematically that probably can't happen now.
No, I don't think so. And, well, what can't happen is Manpreet Singh here bowling like he's bowling, because I have a suspicion this one's going to be called, I thought maybe it would have been called a no ball, because it seemed to burn the edge of the pitch. And I think that is the argument that Halim is making to the umpire there.
It's probably got a
wide
fair
has
argument.
been called.
Yeah.
But some hesitation. It will remain as a wide, so it won't be a free hit, just an extra ball coming up. Well, that one will also be a wide. That was certainly wide. And it's these problems that are persisting once more for the Werewolves, isn't it? Their middle game today, they seem to find their lines a bit better, but this is the old bad habits creeping in from the first game today.
Yeah, if I was the skipper of Werewolves, I'd be saying to Manpreet during the break, into the nets, roll the arm over. I want nothing down leg side. Show me 6 deliveries in a row that is in the same spot, just in the channel, outside off. That's what I want to see from you.
And it's not a surprise that Team Tigers Portugal then persist with the left-hand, right-hand opening partnership of Halim and Johnny, because they are hoping for and expecting exactly this, which is the bowlers getting thrown off their lines from the left-hand, right-hand, as well as a better hit there from Halim. He gets one in the slot, and I suppose poor Manpreet Singh says, well, see, this is why I bowl wides, because if I bowl it straight, I get hit to the sight screen. So it was a nice shot, though, from Halim, and the first boundary of this over, in fact.
It's an interesting logic to front up to your captain to say something like that, isn't it? Yeah. I'd rather bowl a wide than get hit for 6. Hang on. Yeah, not sure about that.
It's some kind of warped logic, isn't it? That if I keep bowling wides, I won't get hit for runs. But at some point, 6 legal deliveries have to end up at the other end. Oh, and that's almost a spectacular one-handed catch in the slips. It's almost a slow motion tumble by the fielder out there. But the end result is another boundary. The win predictor has TTP just ahead. The thing is, and we saw that again this morning, is that TTP will have to put in a fair few runs to keep the Werewolves at bay. I don't think they were at their best in that previous game we saw just now, where they were out for 1-2-3, or they managed to get to 1-2-3.
Yeah.
I think it's more than within their capabilities to get scores of 140, 150.
Yeah. I see Amisha Gupta in the chat just saying Manpreet looks so tired. Yeah, you know what? This is the thing. This is day 4 of a pretty focused 4-match per day competition. So players who've fronted up, well, they probably haven't turned up for all 4 days because, you know, teams do get a whole day off at some point. And, you know, I think they get that twice, actually. So Manpreet, this is probably his 3rd day out of 4 here. I'm not surprised if he's probably feeling a bit tired. Some of these players are going to feel quite fatigued. And, you know, as it goes on, get to Sunday, there's going to be some players there who've played 3 days of the previous handful of days. They're going to feel quite fatigued. I'm thinking Team Tigers Portugal especially.
Absolutely. Kashi Ram going to bowl the 3rd over here. And, I mean, we complain about how it's a long day and a tiring day, and we're sitting in an air-conditioned booth with fish tacos in our bellies. So I can imagine for the players out there who are here basically at the same time as us in the morning, and if they have the long stint, they leave at the same time as us in the evening.
True, yeah.
And while we're sitting here pretending to know it all, they're out there in the middle doing the hard yards. So you do have to show some appreciation for all of these players, all the teams, to keep running in hard and giving it their all.
It's absolute fair call there, Tina. And just in case you missed it, being the competition the way it's structured, every team has to come to the ground 3 days of the 5 days of the group stage, and twice they'll play 3 games and once they'll play 2 games. That's the same for every team. And as we talked about, the fighters already played their 3 days of cricket, and they're enjoying today off, they're going to enjoy tomorrow off, and they're going to be back fresh legs on Sunday. And they're the ones to watch, I think. I wonder how that rest day is going to go for them. Some teams do well. Some teams, sometimes they come back with a little bit of complacency. And the rest day was probably a little bit too much rest. Sometimes I've seen that before. So we'll see what happens. Still a long way to go. Still a fair bit of cricket to go this match. And then we've got 4 games tomorrow before we get into the finals proper. Tomorrow's conversation is going to be a lot more focused on finals, of course.
Another one down the leg side. It's like getting that perfect nap. You want to come back refreshed and recovered for the afternoon, but if you start napping for 2-3 hours, suddenly you wake up disorientated. What day is it? Where am I? Who am I? And that's the danger of the recovery days here as well. You want just enough to get a bit of energy back into those bones, but not too much that you forget how to play cricket.
Yeah, to get that cycle wound up again, and away you go. I totally agree.
Slinging action here, isn't it, from Ram, as that one is flicked away, and it's a big chase down the hill for Rohit Sunam, who does admirably to keep going. I think he's still running, he'll be in the farmyard in a minute. Some momentum that you build up as you go down that hill, but that one was never going to be stopped. Unusual here for TTP. Usually it's Azam Johnny who is the main man, but it's much more of an equal situation so far. 36 runs shared actually with Halim taking the majority so far.
Yeah, majority of the strike. He's got majority of the runs. So that's good to see. Gives Johnny a chance to ease himself into a role here that's maybe not going to be as heavily leaned on as he has been in the last couple of matches for TTP. He seems to be a bit of a barometer for the team as well. So he didn't do too well in the 2 matches this morning when Team Tigers Portugal went down against the Werewolves and lost the match against Falcois. And in those 2 matches, interesting to note that Azam Johnny, he got a score into the teens. That was as far as he went. So maybe he is a bit of a barometer for the team. If he does well, gets big score, the team does well.
Slashed into the offside. It's been a decent start, I'd say, for TTP. They're looking at around a par score at the moment in the 130s. And that's why the win predictor has them just with their noses ahead. They've got, of course, wickets still left in the bank. You have to say, though, Werewolves, we've been saying it all along, if they have one strength, it is in their batting, even though they didn't show it in that previous game. So they would still back themselves, assuming that the score here doesn't get away from them. Even something around 150, we'd certainly say they're in with a shot. That one's flicked away. It's a nice shot by the unrushed Azam Johnny. That's just going to be meat and drink for him as he flicks it away dismissively for another 4 runs. And that will be the end of the power play. A good power play from TTP. For the loss of no wicket, they moved to 41.
Nice platform, isn't it? It's a very nice platform to be no wicket down. on that kind of score after the third over. Werewolves, okay, probably not as many wides as we've seen this morning, so they've tightened up in that department. Good to see. Manpreet Singh, however, I'm looking at you when I make that comment because we need you to tighten up as well. Want to say good afternoon to Robot in the chat as well. Just reminding people that to check the up-and-coming events on the ECN website, because Alicante next, then La Manga, then Cyprus after that. So we've still got action coming your way. Do not fret. ECN is here, baby. Do not fret. But check the ECN website for the events. Good shout there from Robot. Just to remind people that it's all there for you to see in lovely black, white, blue and pink.
Absolutely. And while this TTP innings begins to build momentum, I feel like that's exactly what the European Cricket Network is doing as well. Just building a little momentum.
That's right.
Just slowly working its way back. And well, thanks to the Robot and everyone working behind the scenes to make that happen. I'm very excited to see what happens in the future and hopefully be a part of it as well. And I'm sure you are as well, Phil.
Well, we kind of operate the same way as Johnny does, which is head down, concentrate, we place things perfectly, and we're patient. That's how we do it. But when we score, oh boy, do we score.
Exactly.
that's ECN to a T. I'm sure
G.
Robot will agree with me.
ECM to a G, surely.
To a G.
That one is launched, and well, there was a fielder out there, Mani Samarari, who put his hands out more just, I think, to troll his teammates to say, yeah, it's mine. Oh, no, it's 10 metres over my head. So that one is launched by Adil Halim.
He wasn't keeping the sun out of his eyes, was he? Doing a bit of Amir Shahzad there on the boundary line.
He's getting his excuses in early. If one comes my way, lads, the sun's in my eyes. Just telling you right now. Lofted. Well, that's going to be flicked away. It's certainly a no ball. I think it's probably just going to go for the 4. Yes, indeed. So that's a 5. And again, every time the Werewolves, it looks like they've got some rhythm with their bowling. They come back and bite you like a werewolf and say, nope, we've still got those filthy extras in us.
I was talking to a couple of the Falcoish team as they were leaving, and they were very happy with their display today. 2 wins from 2 games. And they said that they were talking about a lot of logical things. They were saying, Phil, when we come back tomorrow, it's start again. That's what it is. We don't ride that wave of 2 wins. We're going to start again tomorrow. And every game is start again. I thought you guys have really got your head in the right place. It was really good conversation. And they were so happy with you and I, Tina, and also for ECN for giving good shout-outs for Bangladeshi Independence Day that happened yesterday. And they were so gracious in their victory as well. There was no crowing about it. It was just, we're very proud of the boys, proud of what everyone did.
Harmandeep Singh, well, I don't think he'll be very proud of his contribution so far with the ball. 6, no ball 4, and then another 6. It's looking like TTP are looking to put their foot on the gas here. They've motored past 50. This partnership between the 2 openers now worth 58, most of which off the bat of Adul Halim. As we say hi to Ray and Dave in the chat. Ray asking, how is Lucky today?
Yeah, how is Lucky today? Lucky, how are you doing today? You're being asked in the chat. Very good, he says. He says very good. Thank you, Lucky. Lucky's doing a sensational job here next to us, hitting the buttons, making us look great.
And Halim is making himself look great. Meanwhile, the Werewolves making themselves look pretty mediocre. Werewolves, what are you doing? They run for one set of buzzers, then another, and the Werewolves, well, they've lost their bark and their bite, I think, at the moment. I think the heat's getting to them, and it's going from bad to worse for them.
It's clearly not a full moon today, Tina. Clearly not.
Harmandeep Singh, he's gone magical, and he's only had 3 deliveries so far.
A rare 3?
Oh yeah, it was a 1.
From buzzers?
Yeah, it was a double buzzer situation.
Oh,
Should have been a
no.
1. This time he's launched by the left-handed Johnny into the neighbouring bushes, and well, we're in danger of supersonic territory here as Singh gets hit for another 6.
Wow.
He's certainly singing the blues at the moment. 26 off his 4 deliveries so far. And TTP look like they're going to mount a monumental score here with that expected score up at 183.
We haven't had a supersonic over today.
No.
Did we have one yesterday? I'm trying to remember. We had one earlier on. I think it was on maybe day 1 or day 2. Sorry, I can't remember which day it was, but we definitely had at least one so far. And you're right, we're staring down the barrel of potentially another one here. Tossed up. Oh, hits a full toss. Oh, I think bowler's gotten out of jail there.
Yeah, certainly seems to be having a bit of trouble gripping the ball here, Harmandeep Singh. It's just wiping his fingers there on the surface. I mean, it is easy to get greasy fingers here in this heat. That's the excuse I'm trying to make for him, Phil. He's got one ball left. He's gone for 27 so far in this 4th over. Well, this is hit into the leg side. It might be a consolation wicket. It is indeed, so it doesn't go supersonic, and he does manage to at least cap off an eventful over with a wicket. Still 27 runs coming from it, but that is the end of Adil Halim, as the opening partnership, a very impressive one, is broken finally. It's the end of the 4th over as well, as Team Tigers Portugal are on 68 for 1.
Yeah, so Halim has gone, goes down the ground, trying to elevate and get over the top, and doesn't succeed in doing so. Maybe a bit of a rush of blood there, but the wicket does fall, and it's only the end of the 4th over. I think how much would have Team Tigers Portugal loved to see these two stick around for another couple of overs possibly, so when the next batter comes in, maybe they don't feel the need immediately to sort of let loose with some terrific shots down the ground. But we'll see what happens here. Azam Johnny's still there. He'll be guiding the chase from here on in, of course. If they can maintain that through to the end of the innings, yeah, that expected score could definitely come to fruition. We'll see.
Going around the wicket here is Gurpreet Mani to the left-handed Azam Johnny, start of the 5th over. Certainly with that monumental over for Team Tigers, the win predictor has them comfortably ahead now at 77%, but we've seen today in some of the games how quickly that momentum can swing one way and then back the other.
Oh, yeah.
A nice little drop and run by Azam Johnny, who clearly wants to give Mohamed Rasul, the new batter, a bit of time at the crease, because Azam Johnny certainly hasn't been short of that in the last few days. And, well, maybe just a brief moment to breathe for TTP, who have come roaring out the traps here. 166, the expected score.
Mohamed Rasul hasn't had a great day with the bat today. He's failed a couple of times, has not been able to get, I think, out of the 5s or 6s, that kind of area. Let's see how he goes now, though. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Well, there was appeals of leg before from everybody square of the wicket, and everyone, wicketkeeper and bowler, probably the two most important appealers for a leg before are completely shush.
I think nobody should be allowed to appeal unless one of the keeper or the bowler appeal.
Yeah.
It's like a harmony in a choir.
Yeah.
So that one's pushed away and took a bit of a Tortuga there.
Yeah. Field had the sun in his eyes then.
Well stopped in the end. So just be the single. So a good over, has to be said, for Gurpreet Mani with the ball so far. Didn't disgrace himself by any stretch in his first over, going for 13. And he's just gone for the 2 singles so far in the first half of his second set. Again. Good ball left by Azam Johnny outside off stump. The lesser spotted leave.
Yeah, the leave is a very rare shot or non-shot that's played in T10. And when it's played, more often than not, you'll see commentators with a very strange look in their faces for reasons I think are quite obvious there, of course. I just note there they've got put a leg slip in, haven't they? What's that about? Is this a delivery that he can't play, possibly? I'm not sure what's going on there. I've seen him cut those before. Let's see. Maybe he's just that lunch is still digesting. Because remember that the team had the break, the lunchtime break.
It seems like someone's just taken Azam Johnny's batteries out the back of him, because he's struggled with these last couple of deliveries and just nudging that one. We've suddenly gone test match style. So just the 3 singles off the 5th over and 3 dots. Curious.
Yeah, has he gone to T20 mode? Someone needs to check the switch on his back to see if it's at T10 or T20 or maybe test. And this is a very different Azam Johnny, very cautious, careful Azam Johnny, showing big respect to the bowler there with just a few prods, nods, and a couple of leaves. Either way you cut it, it's 71 for 1 after 5. Team Tigers Portugal, that expected score has plummeted from the 170s down to the 140s as well. And that's opened the door for Werewolves. And now Have a look at those percentages. 57 to 43 with that over that only yielded 3 runs for Team Tigers Portugal. Yeah, not sure where all the momentum went there. Maybe the old generator needs to be refilled with a bit of juice. Just get back up to speed. It's a bit like me in the morning if I don't get my coffee.
Well, let's hope they've taken their shot of espresso, because they've still got some batting to do here. Can't afford to become complacent halfway through. They've got some runs on the board, but as we've said before, the Werewolves more than capable of scoring runs of their own. And well, suddenly the juice is running through the generator again, as the start of the 6th over is a boundary cracked away. Lovely shot there from Johnny for 4.
It was a good shot indeed, wasn't it? Sometimes I think that we're mic'd up, that there's a little microphone at the base of the stumps and they can hear us clear as day. And when they hear some instructions from us, suddenly it becomes, oh, that's right, hang on a sec. And I reckon he's just flicked the switch. The juice has indeed flowed back through the engine. And it's going to be Gowinder Singh to taste a little bit of that. Oh, not too far away from a hit straight back to the bowler. Survives though, just the single.
So expected score at the moment in the 140s. And certainly TTP, with this platform that they have here, you'd think they'd want to go 150 plus. They can't afford too many of those slow overs though, with just the 3 coming off it. But they've found their straps here a little, as that one gets cut away. You have to say though, credit for the Werewolves as well. Coming back into it is always can be quite demoralising when the opening partnership gets off to a flyer and you just think, oh, this is going to be 10 overs of pure misery. But they've managed to come back into it well, and Gowinder Singh bowling this one has managed to find some good lines. And well, we keep on saying it for the Werewolves, if they keep those extras down, it suddenly looks like a different proposition for them.
Very different proposition. Changes the complexion quite a bit actually. Because if they're guilty of anything, it's all those extras. So it does change things quite appreciably. And speaking of that too, you know, you've got Gowinder Singh bowling here. He was one of the prime offenders this morning with a couple of shocking overs, which yielded more wides than legal deliveries. So far, he's had 4 legal deliveries and 7 runs from it. There's another one. So he gets a dot through as well. So this is a much better return on investment from that man. 78 for 1. One more to come to complete that 6th over. And this is a better over here. Only 7 from, as I said, from Gowinder Singh. Looking to finish out strong.
He does indeed do exactly that, as another one nips through. And, well, they're on a bit of a barren spell here at Team Tigers Portugal when it comes to boundaries. Just the 1 in that over following the none in the previous over with those 3 singles and 2 3-dot balls. So they faced 5-dot balls in the last 12 deliveries, which shows why the expected score and the run rate has plummeted. We were talking about 160, 170 now. It's looking more like a 130, 140 if they're lucky. Look at that win predictor as well. Pretty much on a knife's edge. Could it be the tingle that we've been trying to tingle the last couple of days?
You never know. With the odds even like that, and that's exactly what they are. There you go. Look at that. One absolutely dynamic over there. Almost went supersonic. Ended up with a wicket falling on the last ball that over. But the other overs have been okay, except for the 5th, which was just 3-run over. Azam Johnny just couldn't get things away, possibly brain fade. Not sure. He was probably playing a little bit too safe, but hey, he's out there batting. We're in here commentating. He knows the conditions better than us, so it is what it is, and it's in the book like that.
Well, he suddenly found his mojo again as he carves that one. Stand and deliver. Pummel through the covers. Azam Johnny looking to be the main man again for the Tigers as he moves into the 30s. 33 off 17. So a decent strike rate of him. Just under 200. And TTP once again trying to build a score that they think they can defend against the Werewolves. Remember in the opening game of today, the Werewolves put on 162 against TTP, and that was just enough as this one goes up in the air, and it's certainly going to go for a boundary. Is it going to be a Baximo? Nope, it's just going to be a minimo. So 4 runs, but we knew coming into this final game that runs were guaranteed. That first matchup, match number 13, it was unlucky for TTP as they fell 15 runs short. Remember in that game as well, the Werewolves had those penalty 5 runs. They were bowling so many extras that umpires had no choice but to penalise them 5 runs. They've been, I'd say, slightly better in this one. They haven't bowled too many extras in all fairness, which is probably why this total hasn't got away from them yet. Just as we say that, well, that's going to fall. Well, it's actually a brilliant catch. He takes that one cleanly. He always swats it like a cat. There's remonstrations on the boundary that it was not taken cleanly. It did look.
That's interesting. Hasn't Johnny standing his ground?
And maybe the scorers have a better view as well because they don't have the sight screen in the way.
Yeah, umpires are having a chat. I got to say I didn't see it because I got the sight screen in my line of sight. Azam Johnny hasn't left the non-strikers end. He's standing his ground. And the umpires are going to have a conversation there. I'm not sure who they can go to because there's no benefit of replay.
Interesting
so it's going to be the call on the ground.
I mean, the remonstrations were, unsurprisingly enough, from TTP. And 6 has been called.
6 indicated. Ooh, wow. Oh, that's going to ruffle the feathers of the Werewolves. I know they don't have feathers, they have fur, but that's going to really ruffle them up.
It's difficult, isn't it? We don't have the benefit of the replay. The angle of the rope from where we're sitting as well, it fades away down that hill.
Yes.
So it's tough to see. Certainly the fielder not happy with that decision, and he threw his hat in frustration, which is why I think this will be a word with the captain.
I think so too.
Of the Werewolves, because even if you don't agree with that decision, you have to take it on the chin. And it was Gowinder Singh showing visible signs of frustration there. You can understand his frustration, as of course the umpires don't have the benefit of the replay. As we're trying to look here, and it did look like it should have been out. But I mean, we have the super magnifying glass, also known as Lucky, zooming in. It's a difficult one. And you have to play into a bit of the honesty of the teams as well. And the catcher, Gowinder Singh, was convinced it was out. But the players behind him were, of course, more of a Tigers persuasion, and they were convinced it was a 6.
Yeah, they were out of their seats in the dugout. And you know what? This is the thing with the current setup is there is no replay to assist the umpires. They can't turn and ask for a video replay for from the third umpire. The decision is on field, and it stands on field. Worked away there to the leg side. Now, what's happened there? I'm sorry. Oh, that is out. So he has flicked it upwardly. So, okay. It is a resultant wicket anyway.
Oh, we're all a bit bamboozled here.
Okay, we're all a bit surprised. Well,
I think we're still all wondering what happened on the previous one where the 6 was given. But, well, let's call it academic anyway, because the next ball is a wicket. So we could have saved ourselves all that bother, as Azam Johnny does depart for 43 off 20. I suppose he had 6 more to his collection. He could have been out on 37.
Yep.
Either way you slice it, though, he is out, and TTP lose their second 92 for 2.
Yeah, so the very next ball, he's whipped it off his pads towards the leg side boundary, and it's been taken with a good running catch along the boundary line. So, the 6 goes in the book. Azam Johnny whips the next one, and he does hole out this time, and obviously he has to depart the scene. So, Tina, all that time, all that effort, all of our discussion. Oh, well.
Well, the people in the chat, Kroom was in the chat as well saying he looked back on it and it's very difficult to tell. It's one of those where you're going to have 2 sides of the story. The truth is out there somewhere, but it will remain a mystery to us. The decision is the decision, and maybe then the cricketing gods decided, okay, wicket next ball. And wicket ball after that as well. The finger is raised comfortably and confidently there by the umpire. It looked straight enough, and the result is that TTP lose their next. And was that a golden? I think it was.
Raju Mia. Oh, the big hitting Raju Mia goes for a golden. Let's just remind everybody what golden wiki looks like. There's golden wiki dripping, crying. It looks like he's dripping, doesn't it? Looks like he's sweating.
His robo
There we
tears
go.
are melting off his face. He's gonna mess with his electrics if he cries into the mainframe.
That's not good.
Why is he? I assume he's running off the pitch in tears because he seems to be very much in a hurry, doesn't he?
Yeah, I'm thinking that's Wiki running off. He's crying because he's gone out for a first bowler. I think the first time that Wiki was created last year, there was a big smile on his face, and I said, he's gone out for a duck. Why is he smiling? What does he know that we don't know? You know, that sort of thing. So I think they got changed pretty quickly, which is a much better look of the tears. Although it's kind of funny watching running on the spot. It'd be great if you could run across the screen. That would be even better.
Yeah,
but
well,
I might be asking a bit much from the office there.
even better here would be a hat trick. It's exactly what he's on, and well, bit of that LBW candidate there as he shuffled across the stumps, but he does get bat on it, the new batter. So a mixed bag of an over there for Daljit Ray. Starts with 4-4-6 to his name, a controversial 6 there, but in the end, all is fair in love and cricket as Johnny does depart and Ray gets 2 wickets in 2 balls. So at the end of the 7th over, TTP for the loss of 3 wickets have 93 on the board.
We haven't had a hat trick yet in this Challenger Series, which is a shame, coming up to the halfway mark soon of match number 16. We're going to have 24 matches in total during the Challenger Series, obviously the 20 group games and then 4 finals games. Haven't got a hat trick. We've had 1 Centurion, almost a couple, but almost doesn't get the money, unfortunately. So just 1 Centurion and no hat tricks, unfortunately. And that's a bit disappointing. But we'll see. We'll see. There's still a bit of cricket to go. Still got 8.5 matches to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of time for some cricket carnage. And I suppose it speaks for how balanced this Challenger division has been as well, that we haven't had monumental scores. We haven't really had blowouts. Everything's kind of been between that 110 and 150 mark.
Yes.
Which shows how evenly matched the teams are. Also bodes well for finals day, where I think anything can happen as we're into the 8th over here. And it will be bowled by Gowinder Singh, who I'm sure will be relatively fired up from that catch that he felt he took on the boundary, which was given as a 6. And maybe he'll be looking to get a wicket here to make himself feel just that little bit better.
I think you're right.
High up in the air. Does this have the legs on it? It's certainly a steepler for anyone underneath it. Doesn't have the legs on it, but he doesn't have the hands on him as it bursts through the mitts of Mani Samrari. Opportunity goes a-begging, and penny for Gowinder Singh's thoughts, who probably thinks, well, if I was under that, I would have caught it.
He's probably thinking, I've done everything right. I bowled a really good over earlier. Only went for, 7 or 8 runs. No wides. I took a catch on the boundary line, running catch, which no one paid me for and paid me credit for, and then hit straight down the ground, and it's put down. What do I have to do to get a wicket?
Yeah, the gods are not smiling on him at the moment. The cricketing gods tend to be just. We saw that with that catch / non-catch in the very next ball. The gods say, okay, we give with one hand, we take with the other. And Azam Johnny was the unfortunate victim of that.
Yeah, I find what goes around comes around.
In life as in cricket.
Someone famous said that.
Justin Timberlake, wasn't it?
Yeah. Stole my thunder.
You stole my thunder yesterday with ruining my golden ball quiz, so enough. We're even.
Yeah, okay, all right.
1 ball left of the 8th over. TTP, well, I wouldn't say this innings has ground to a halt, but certainly has decreased by about 20 kilometres an hour, as they were heading for 150, 160, looking more like something in the 120s now. So that one is miscued. It'll be a dot ball, and
wow.
Well, you've got to say there, Gowinder Singh may be channeling a bit of that frustration. Puts in 2 brilliant overs. He gets a pat on the back there from his wicket-keeping buddy Ram Haritwal as he finishes with impressive figures of 12 runs off his 2 overs. No wicket to his name, but certainly has contributed in this innings so far. As for TTP then, not quite at that 3-digit total yet. 98 for 3. Big 2 overs coming up here, Phil.
Oh, big 2 overs indeed, Tina. Yeah, 2 for 6 in the last 9 deliveries. So the Werewolves have bit back hard against Team Tigers Portugal. And yeah, that expected score has dropped from, well, I think at one stage it was around about 180, and it's now down to 123. And even, I would say, they need to really bat hard to get there to the 123. Werewolves the bowlers have just suddenly turned up for the show here, which is good to see from a werewolf point of view.
Wow.
And yeah, there's now 11 deliveries to go, and still a number of runs on the table for them to try to pick up.
Well, Broken in the chat makes the astute observation: 68 runs in the first 4 overs and only 30 in the next 4.
That speaks volumes. 100%. Good stat. Good numbers there.
So just now we have 10 balls left and still inching our way ever so slowly to that 100 marker. We haven't had a boundary now in 9 deliveries. 10th time the charm. Yes, it is. And that will take TTP into triple digits. 103 on the board now as Russell finally gets that release shot. Still only a runnable 9 and Udin as well. We know both of these have firepower in their locker. Haven't quite shown it yet. This would be the perfect time to do so in these final 9 deliveries. Certainly they will be looking for 120 as an absolute bare minimum from here.
Yeah, Faiz Udin, he showed us a little bit of his prowess earlier on today with a blistering quick fire 30-odd in the second game of the day, match 14. He's 34 not out to be exact. And we saw at Russell the day before blast a really good partnership with Raju Mia in their run chase. So they're too capable, but yeah, just kind of feel, I don't know, maybe the long day's taken its toll on them. It has been a long old warm day out there in the centre, but it's the same for both teams. And this is at a time where I feel the Werewolves are just starting to bowl really well. We haven't had a wide for a few overs now either, which was one of the things we were talking about much earlier on today about that was their Achilles heel, was too many wides. So let's see how they go. Let's see how this game finishes.
That one's an attempted piece of invention there by Mohamed Rassel, but no wood on leather there. And again, it's just been, well, I did say they haven't ground to a halt, but they almost have now, have TTP. Yeah. And look at that win predictor. For a while, it was TTP in the 70s, and now Werewolves have wrestled it back. And you make a very good point, Phil, that take away those extras and Werewolves look like a completely different bowling outfit. Again, right on the money there, and it's taken. It's a lovely catch in the slips. Nice, clean pair of hands by Gurpreet Guri. I'm sure we'll have a thing or two to do with the bat as well. But the Werewolves, they're howling now as they get their 4th scalp, and it's 103 for 4 at the end of the 9th. Brilliant over, and well-deserved as well for Daljit Ray. He bowled very well in the first over, didn't give away too many runs, and has picked up his 3rd wicket now. He finishes with excellent figures of 3 for 20, giving away just 5 runs in that all-important 9th over. 100%
there, Tina. Daljit Ray, take a bow. You have done very well to bowl the 9th and pick up a wicket and only give up 5 runs at a time when a team at the top order still in there looking to put down the accelerator. Well done, you. And that expected score, without trying to sound like a broken record, folks, it's dropped down yet again to 114. And you know what? I'm not even sure they're going to get to there. This final over, it's coming up. Interesting to see who's going to bowl it. Is that going to be, it's going to be Manpreet Singh. Okay, let's see what happens.
Oh, that one's crunched away through the covers. And, well, it wasn't the worst ball that we've seen Manpreet bowl today, but it still goes for 4 runs. And just shout out to those in the chat as well. I think there's a sense of surprise that we can read the comments. So if that doesn't teach you to be nice, then nothing will.
Yeah,
say hi to
true.
Tangaraj, who's joining in. And, of course, Ray's in there.
Hello there, Ray. Good to see you in the chat there, Ray. Keeping us company all day.
And Daniel as well. Clearly howling for the Werewolves. And, well, certainly, I'd say maybe for the neutral as well. It would be good to see the Werewolves win this one just to keep it that extra bit exciting tomorrow. Yeah. That would put the Werewolves onto a minimum of 14 points because at the moment they're on 11. And you do think if they don't pick up at least another 3 points here, they're very much in danger of not making it through to finals day. Remember as well that Werewolves don't have any games to play tomorrow. So whatever they get by the end of today, that is their lot. So they need to make sure that they have enough on the board for all of those teams playing tomorrow not to catch them. So that one's dug into the turf and it's hammered away, flat batted. That's a much needed and welcome boundary for the Tigers as they've been meowing in the last couple of overs, attempting a roar again and move to 114. 120 still possible here. That would certainly give them a bit of a momentum boost going into that bowling innings if they do manage to get to 120.
It really will, won't it? Yeah, you're absolutely right. After that the 9th over, which was 1 for 5, to come in and sort of build a few more runs here. That one's also been hit very hard Just wonder, is it all a bit too little too late against this Werewolves batting lineup? We're going to find out, obviously, when the run chase starts, and we can talk about that in the final wash-up. But just lock that away for now. Just ask yourself, is Amir Shahzad coming out hitting 2 6s in 2? Just a little bit too little too late. We'll find out. 120 for 4 on the board.
It will actually end up then at 124. Did you predict that?
No, I said 120 for 4.
124,
it's 124 for 4.
Well, it's now 124 for 4 on the board.
Try saying that quickly.
Yeah. Well, I heard there's a wine festival going on tonight, so challenge me again to say 124 for 4 tonight, and you might get a different answer as you join us once more in the commentary box. Not time for wine yet.
No.
Come on, Phil. Get your head in the game. So 124 for 4 is the target. Well, that's the score set by Team Tigers Portugal. So the target in this final game of the day for the Werewolves will be 125. And you have to say, without being too dramatic, Phil, it's 125 to keep themselves in the tournament.
I totally agree with that. I think it's exactly the case. They don't get a win here. We've said it a few times, Tim. You said it only a few moments ago. They don't get a win here. It's out of their hands tomorrow. If they get a win here, they're going to be so much happier to say, well, it is still out of our hands, but we're going to have 3 wins. And maybe 3 wins is enough to get into finals action on Sunday. We don't know yet. We can't wait to find out either. I'm sure you can't too.
Absolutely. And we've still got a bit of time here before we have the run chase, but I feel like it's going to be a big one for the Werewolves, but of course for TTP as well. They do have a couple more games tomorrow, but they want to go into that one with a bit of momentum, and also knowing that they've got enough points on the board to maybe keep that gap between them and Werewolves. So it's all still to play for on the European Cricket Network. We'll be back in just a few moments' time for the final innings of the day, Peacock Friday. That means put in your random questions. If you want a shout out on the chat, please say hi, tell us where you're joining from, and join me, Tina G, and Phil G, the G-Force, for the final run chase of the day here in sunny Santarem in just a few moments' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal
There's that
by the
Kenwood
United
again.
Nations World Food Programme.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome back to all the viewers and the motorbike in the background as the Werewolves have been set a pretty much competition defining total here of 125 for the victory, and it'll be a victory that will pretty much keep their hopes alive of getting through to finals day. TTP, well, they got off like that motorbike starting the innings and then ground to a halt and then suddenly filled up at the tank a bit towards the end again, and that final flourish, 21 in the final over, got them to, I'd say, pretty much on par, 1-2-4 for 4.
Yeah, they will be thanking their lucky stars that last over turned out the way it did, because it could have been real trouble for TTP. If Ware was only chasing a score around about 100, 104, oh, that was going to be trouble. So maybe that could be the difference of the game. We're going to find out in about 40 minutes' time. Here we go.
Amir Shahzad has ball in hand, and well, that one's gone flying away to the rope. One bounce for the exact start that the Werewolves would have hoped for, knowing that their tournament pretty much rests on these next few overs. And well, we've said all along, the Werewolves are impressive with the bat. It's not really been the batting that's let them down throughout this tournament, but they need one final push, and it was a big push there from the opening batter as Rohit Sunam hits that one for 4. He's joined out there in the middle by Gurpreet Mani, and both of these have shown in the last couple of days that they are able to take games by the scruff of the neck.
Oh, totally, 100%. Manny. I saw a few people in the chat calling Manny's name earlier today, saying he's probably one of the better batters. He and Gurpreet Guri. I think Gurpreet Guri had a bit of a shocker in the previous game, but Manny has done pretty well indeed. Rohit Sunam, he's been no slouch either. He was a bit of a game saver for them a couple of days ago as well. So good firepower for the Werewolves at the top order there, and they can muscle their way along. The target of 125, very gettable. Is it fair enough to say, and I'm obviously looking at Ray tipping in the chat on this one, is that a GB kind of score maybe?
Oh, you've called it early. It's ball 3, and Phil has laid out his stall. But I'd say, yeah, target score and par score throughout this whole week so far has been about 120, 130. So if you're looking for an average score, we've got it here. The Werewolves, though, probably not your average batting side. We've seen that they can blow hot and cold. Remember, they hit a mammoth 162 against this very side this morning, but only then managed 123 in that previous game. So if they get to 123 again, we're in for a thriller.
True.
That's a thrilling shot indeed, as that gets pummeled away, 6 runs. And Sunam dealing only in boundaries here, 4.6 to start this run chase. And of course, it's the final innings of the day as well. So if you do have any questions, any random thoughts, please throw them in the chat and we'll do our best to contemplate on them. Of course, it's Peacock Friday as well, looking resplendent in your dinosaur cat laser shirt.
Thank you. So it is a tough little contest ahead here for both teams. Both teams probably feeling a bit nervy as well. Werewolves for the obvious reasons that Tina's just explained about their chances for playing on Sunday. Team Tigers Portugal, they got 2 more bites of the cherry tomorrow, but they're up against stiff opposition in the Panthers and the Falcões team. So there's a bit to happen tomorrow. There's still a bit to happen today in this game though, as that is another dot ball. Good rise and delivery there. 10 off the first over.
Boom or bust there for Sunam. 4 dot balls interspersed with a 4 and a 6. So not the best of starts, you have to say though. Good over there from Amir Shahzad. That's Team Tigers Portugal, as you said, Phil. They've played 5, won 2, lost 3, so this would level their books if they do manage to grab a win here. And it's all very congested. If you take fighters out of the equation who have played all of their games, Falcões, they've won 3, Werewolves have won 2, Panthers have won 2, and Tigers have won 2. So it's pretty much even Stevens throughout. And that does mean that every single run, every single catch, all the bonus points could come out in the wash on Saturday night. As we, about this time tomorrow, in fact, will find out the identity of these 4 finalists going into Sunday. Remember, we lose 1 team, say goodbye to 1. So if things don't go their way, this might be the 8th and final time that we see the Werewolves during this series, as we go into the second over that will be bowled by Abdul Halim. And it's fielded well on the rope there. Amir Shahzad, who just put in a great shift with the ball, ensuring that one's just kept to a single.
So interesting to note, Team Tigers Portugal, they get a win here. They go on the same number of points as the Werewolves, assuming it's going to be just a regular point, although that means the Werewolves would get a point for the loss for protecting the bonus point situation. Looked around the corner for a lovely 4 runs all the way along the deck. So that's why this game, to both teams, why this probably also might see a little bit of feistiness there as well, because these two teams, Werewolves know that if they lose this to this team, suddenly this team is only 1 point behind them on the standings, and they've got 2 games tomorrow to overtake them. Werewolves, they keep their position. If they can win here, we'll know in about 40 minutes time how that's going to look. We'll look very closely at that one. We'll give you guys a bit of a roundup at the end of the day, and of course tomorrow we'll give you the live standings as we go through the day's action, because it's all about who gets into which game on Sunday. Fighters already got their foot into the qualifier, I believe, into Q1. I don't think they'll be dislodged from that top spot.
I'd agree with you there.
A crowbar.
Yeah, crowbar, maybe 2 crowbars.
Yeah, a couple of crowbars, but I can't see that happening. There's not enough games left.
No, 21 points, Fighters sitting pretty, and they're actually the only team with a positive net run rate, which kind of speaks to the fact that there have been such tight games. There's a deep discussion between father and son, scorer and head umpire. I think still maybe providing analysis on that previous innings. So many discussion points, and well, you have to say all of the officials, be it umpires, be it scorers, have done such a fabulous job in the tournament so far. Often go overlooked. We don't hear too much of them, and they always say the best umpires, the best referees, the best scorers are ones that you don't even notice.
It's true. It's very, very true. The ones who just get on with the job, and in the background, if you don't have to see them, you know things are going well.
It's hoiked away to the leg side. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce through the legs of Amir Shahzad, and it rolls away for a boundary. All the boundaries so far coming off the bat of Sunam so far. Gurpreet Mani just very much happy to observe the proceedings from the non-strikers end as we take a look at the Maximo rate so far as well, with the Werewolves out on top. A few more Maximos like that, and they will at least keep themselves within contention. It's interesting though, and it really shows the Jekyll and Hyde of the Werewolves, that they're sitting top of the Maximo rate, but potentially bottom of the table if things don't go their way. And it shows that the weakness of their bowling, at least this week, and also shows that maybe they've been a bit boom or bust. You can see in that first over 4 dot balls, and if you face 4 dots, 1 6 or 2 6s isn't going to be enough. Well, that's 1 6, and that goes all the way. So the Werewolves just maybe need to switch on a bit to those quicker singles, the opportunity to pick up runs that aren't just clobbered out the ground.
Yeah, 25 for no loss. Still 1 more to come in the second. Hey, good evening to Ash there. Thanks for joining us, Ash, with the very formidable @SaveDerek name there. Good to see you, Ash. Thanks for joining us for this very exciting run chase. You've come in at the right time.
Dance down the track. And that one's going to say hello to, I think, umpire Andy and scorer Josh. Maybe one of them will step out the 10, and it's the Winter Junior who goes out and throws that one back. And that was a big old 6. One of the few really long ones we've seen. The ball would have to come up a bit of a slope to join us here in the commentary box. But that came as close as many have this week.
Do you reckon Andy gave Josh a little shove, said, "That's yours, mate. Off you go." It's like the way a captain would do in the slips. You know, say, "Go on, off you go, get that. Come on, Gully."
David Swan in the chat saying he did like the football ref Collina. He's Pierluigi Collina. He's the terrifying Italian ref who's also widely known as the best ref in the business at the time.
Yes.
You did notice him, but that's because he absolutely took no nonsense from any of the players.
Yeah, good call there, Mr. David Swan. Good call.
That one's hit the bottom of the bat, I think, and you can see the frustration there in the bowler's gestures, as that was, well, it wasn't really a chance, but it was unfortunate that it came right off the Q end of the bat and raced away for a boundary. And that's the kind of luck that TTP really need to fall on their side. Yusuf Mia here, the bowler, showing a bit of frustration that things aren't quite going the Tigers' way at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think he can hold the keeper too responsible for that. That went like a rocket. And that bottom edge, if you've got reflexes to try to even stop that, then you're doing very well indeed.
And he's got him. Next one.
There you go.
Ollie says, if I just bowl at the stumps, it doesn't matter what the batter does. And he's dislodged all 3 stumps, and it does get the breakthrough that the Tigers are so desperately after. As the opening partnership is broken, Werewolves 35 for 1.
And it gets the dangerous Gurpreet Manny out. I mentioned before at the top that he's one to watch, and it's interesting. He was elevated to open, and it hasn't worked, unfortunately. So maybe the openers just want to save themselves for a bit of a rush of blood in the middle overs, but someone's got to come out now in the power play and resume normal duties. Let's see who it is who's going to come out then, as Manny is gone. You're right. Mia gets his man. If the keeper can't catch it, I'll bowl him. You miss, I hit. It's pretty simple stuff. Well deserved.
So Manny departs, having not troubled the scorers too much. Fortunately for the Werewolves, it's Sunam who has been, not more so than making Josh run out of his tent to collect that mammoth 6 in the previous over. That previous over did fly under the radar. It did go magical in the end. 21 runs coming off it. But Team Tigers Portugal just getting their way back into this one with that wicket. And then a bit of over-exuberance from Yusuf Mia as he misaligns that one. It will be a wide. Just bowl at the stumps, Yusuf. Such a successful tactic on the previous delivery as Gurpreet Guri is the new batter. We know how dangerous he can be with the bat in hand. And there he goes. He slashes that one away. Does have all the distance on it as well. Pretty flat 6 there up the hill. And the Werewolves move into the 40s then. 42 with that required rate. I'd say comfortable for them at the moment. Just a tick over 11, and that's exactly what is reflected in the win predictor as well, up at 84%.
He definitely heard you call his name then. Just went bang. Just wanted that one out of the ground, and indeed muscled it quite a long way. Just in case people are wondering, Lisbon Werewolves, what happened last year? They qualified for the finals last year. They came 3rd. They got, from their 10 matches, 6 wins and 4 losses. So they did quite well last year behind a couple of other teams, including the Lisbon Supergiants, who of course won the Challenge Division, and that's why they are now in the Premier Division this year. Team Tiger Portugal, they missed out last year. They did not qualify. They finished 5th and did not get to play finals action. So wouldn't they love to change that up this year?
They certainly would. And the good news for them is that they have their fate in their own hands. Even if they lose this one, which would certainly be a blow, they still have those 2 games tomorrow, playing the middle 2 games on the lunchtime shift, first against the Falcons and then against the Panthers. So it's an all-animal affair. And in fact, well, apart from the fighters, it's 4 animals scrapping it out, isn't it?
It's all animals, isn't it? Yeah.
I suppose fighters is a generic term. Could be any animal or human or.
I've heard of fighting chickens, fighting worms, fighting dogs, fighting cats.
Fighting like cats and dogs.
Fighting like cats and dogs.
Is that what you say? It rains.
Raining
like
cats and dogs.
Does it?
No, but I think fighting cats like cats and dogs is fair enough as well. I'm sure that's some sort of English phrase. I'm sure that my parents yelled that at me and my sister a few times.
So cats and dogs both rain and fight, do they?
Yep. I know, but I can tell you what, there was a lot of falling. I used to fall over a lot, so maybe that's the connection. 46 for 1 at the end of the power play. It's been a good power play in terms of runs. They've managed to hold their wickets together, except just one. So the run rate's in hand, chasing 125. 79 needed off 42 at 11.3 required. You kind of feel, based on that, that's the reason why it's 82% chance given to the Werewolves to pull this game in. For the Team Tigers Portugal, unless they get a wicket or 2 in the next over, or next 2 overs, they could be staring down the barrel here. But they get a chance to Mauritius 18 if they're back tomorrow, so they will have an opportunity, and it's all up to them to try to make up those wins to force themselves into the finals action. Just
checking there that the analog and the digital all lined up. Indeed, scoreboard showing 46 for 1. End of the power play then, so the fielding restrictions have been lifted. 5 fielders now allowed outside of the ring, and they've gone for deep covers, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket and deep square leg. As that one will be a wide, bowled by Azam Johnny, who has taken up a lot of airtime because he does seem to occupy the crease for a long time, and now he's got a chance with the ball in hand.
True.
And that one goes high up in the air. There's calls of catch it, but that will be just over the jumping hand of Amir Shahzad. And Azam Johnny, well, to be blunt, he's more impressive with the bat than I think he is with the ball. He has gone for a few runs yesterday, and he's just been hit for another 6 here. And that wide as well. His first legal delivery goes for 7 in total. Can he make amends here? He zips one through, and that one has been called catch it. And, well, it's an outstanding athletic grab from Amir Shahzad. I think he knew that Ricardo, the roving cameraman, had all eyes on him, because it was a catch that maybe could have been taken a bit more comfortably, but he decided to do it at a hop, skip and a jump. But the most important thing for the Tigers is that the catch was taken, and it's the important wicket as well of Rohit Sunam, who started well, been a bit starved of the strike in the last couple of overs, and that's why he now has to depart for 36 off 13. The Werewolves lose their second, 53 for 2.
Yeah, let's give a shout out to Ricardo, our roving cameraman, who has caught that one very nicely indeed. Tina, you mentioned something to me the other day about one of the biggest irks in cricket. What was it again?
Yes, I had this yesterday. Oh no, I had this at lunchtime when a batter comes in looking like he's just got out of bed, and he's holding his helmet.
The gear.
He's holding his gloves.
Yes.
And
yes.
as if he didn't know he was next into bat. And I had that, I think, in the lunchtime shift when both the helmet and the gloves were still in hand, and he was trying to run to the crease and get them on at the same time. And I just think,
right.
Be ready.
Yeah.
What's your cricketing ick?
Well, Tim Harmer in the chat was asking Phil and Tina, what are your cricket irks? But I remember you mentioned that one, and I thought I couldn't agree more. It's one of the things that really does get on my nose. It's the players who turn up at the crease as though to say, I didn't know I had to come out here. Hello, everybody. My shoelaces aren't. I'll just put my shoes on. Like, why aren't you ready?
Yeah.
Professional cricketers are ready. They're good to go. I'm not sure why players run out there with the gloves in their hand. Yeah, I mean, you know, I've seen players come in and they have to run off again to get their box, get their protector, things like that. Like, did you not know that you were playing?
Well, certainly someone who knows he's in a game here is the new batter, and Singh. Well, he clobbers his first for 4, goes 2 better on this occasion. And this over from Azam Johnny, despite picking up that big wicket, is threatening to get away from him a little. 17 runs, still 2 deliveries left.
Yeah, I feel this game is slipping ever so slightly. That run rate required is under 10. It is slipping more and more, and this over is getting proper expensive now. The wicket, I don't know if that really means anything now, because have a look at the runs leaking away here. Still 2 to come.
And this time he manipulates it around the corner with ease, and it's a boundary. This time a couple of bounces and goes away for 4 runs. So this over does go magical. Still 1 left. I would say one of my cricketing icks as well is when a bowler bowls the ball just down leg side, and he goes for so close, and then turns around and the umpire's given him a wide, and he looks like this is the most shocking thing that's ever happened. He almost tries to deceive the umpire by being like, that was so close to the stumps, or it must have hit something on the way through. Nope, it's just a wide. Yeah,
the attempt to deflect the umpire's attention away from calling a wide, that is one of my pet peeves. One of my pet peeves is after this shot is gloriously struck. Just watching Azam Johnny take back his cap in a rather forlorn style there, and sort of look ruefully into the sun towards where that last ball went and think, what could have been? Yeah, and one of my other pet peeves, along those same sort of lines really, it's... sorry, just calculating the score there. Look at that, 27 off the over. And that's why the game has been ripped apart here. 52 required off 36 at 8.7. It's a bit of a problem. Big time. You know, I forgot what that pet peeve was. For it to be a pet peeve, it's kind of disappeared in the back of my memory now. I was a bit sort of blown away by Azam Johnny's body language.
Deceiving the umpire.
Yeah, deceiving the umpire. Oh, the one thing, sorry. I really don't like batters appealing for a wide. It's one thing that really gets on my goat, because I think the umpire knows exactly the wide lines are, probably better than the batter does. Of course they know better than the batter does. But for the batter to actually think, I'm allowed to appeal for a wide, I find it I just find it a little bit disrespectful.
Yeah.
I think it's wrong. I don't like to see it in the game. I know I've said it in my local league in Prague in the Czech Republic a few times. I've asked batters not to do that, and of course you can't ask them to do it because they will just do it anyway. It's not necessary.
I think I would almost enforce a law, which I'll tell you after this delivery, as this one's clubbed high in the air. It doesn't have the distance on it, so it's another potential chance there for the man who took that great catch in the previous over, Amir Shahzad. In the end, it falls short. I would enforce that if the batter appeals for a wide, the wide is cancelled. So the descent cancels out the wide. So it's like, if you're appealing for it, I'm not giving it. It's launched up in the air this time, and more high than long. There is a fielder settling underneath it, and it jumps out of his hands. You can see there, he falls to the ground in frustration. And he hasn't got up either. But I think they did run through for a 2 in the end. It's like you have in football where there's someone is fouled and then they appeal to the ref for the yellow card to be given to his or her opposing player.
Yep.
In that occasion, the player who's baying for the card should be carded as well, and I think it's the same here.
Yeah, I agree.
If you're baying for the wide, it's a minus run for you.
Yeah, I think it's right. I just don't like to see that. It's not necessary. And it looks bad with a batter standing in the middle of the pitch with his arms aloft saying, come on, begging an umpire to change their decision or to make a decision. Just think it's not right.
Not right at all. And well, something that is going right is this run chase so far for the Werewolves. That run rate required now comfortably below 8.
Sure is. And
since that wicket, which we thought maybe actually would change the complexion of this game, it's been boundaries aplenty, and well, we were asking for a comedy run out earlier today. That was almost one there. Gurpreet Guri got the big stop sign by Manpreet Singh. It was an eventful dot ball.
Yes, Manpreet Singh going nowhere since he's come in. He has absolutely gone after the bowling in a big way. Biswas here on a receiving end of another Manpreet Singh swipe. Powerful strike that. Oh boy, they are marching on their way now, Werewolves. They've shaken off the cobwebs from earlier. The target of 125 was never going to be big enough, unfortunately, for the Team Tigers Portugal, Tina. And with just one more to come, they're well over halfway to the target, and we're not even halfway through the innings yet. 37 off 31 required.
Cracked. There is a fielder out there, and it actually bounces quite nicely up into his hands. And that will just be a single to finish the 5th over. So at the halfway mark of this run chase, well, the Werewolves are hoping it's more than halfway there because they're on 88 for 2. And that required rate, well, they're just 1 or 2 big hits away from it being less than a runner ball. And well, you have to say now, maybe they're targeting that bonus point win, because that could be monumental for the Werewolves. If they score these 36 runs required in the next 2 overs, they will pick up 4 points, which will not only be vitally important for them, but it will also keep Team Tigers Portugal a bit at bay, knowing that TTP have 2 games to play tomorrow.
That's exactly right, Tim. It's a good spot. It does increase that buffer between the 2 teams on the standings. So Werewolves, that's probably well and truly in their mind. And with Manpreet Singh coming out when he did, maybe that was the whisper in his ear from the skipper on the sideline saying, hey, look, this is something we should be playing for. Get out there and get amongst it. Because when he came out, he went 4-6, 4-6 off the next 4 deliveries.
Turn back to pace here in the form of Amir Shahzad, as that one's clubbed down the ground, fielded on the boundary here by Azam Johnny, who maybe just has his tail in between his legs just a touch, having gone for that monumental over earlier today. I imagine we might not see him back bowling his second.
So we'll keep an eye on that bonus point situation. 35 off 29 for the win, but that would be 35 off 11.
I suppose Manpreet Singh, Amisha says he's on a revenge mission, and he's certainly someone who's had a bit of a mixed bag of a day, especially when it comes to his bowling. So he's looking to finish his day on a high, and he's doing exactly that so far. 36 off 10 deliveries, and really leading the charge here for the Werewolves. Just slowed up these last couple of deliveries, which is making that bonus point win look a little more unlikely. But still, 1 or 2 big hits here, and they certainly give themselves a fighter's chance going into that 7th over. Shahzad here looking for some kind of break through the 3rd wicket. Oh, and he almost gets it. It's unfortunate that goes past the batter and past the stumps in between the 2. Looking for the buzzers. But in the end, just a single
Yeah, energetic throw there by the keeper, trying to affect some sort of run out, trying to make something out of nothing. But nothing happening, unfortunately. Halfway through the 6th over now, 92 for 2. 33 required, off 27 for the win. Looks like Werewolves will secure a win. They have the day off tomorrow. In case you missed it or in case you've just joined us, Werewolves have the day off tomorrow. It's the final day of the group stages tomorrow. We'll talk a bit about that after this match, what's coming your way tomorrow, because that's going to be pretty vital to the final makeup of the final Sunday. Oh, twist around the corner very nicely there. Just angles the bat. Really just let the pace of the ball on the bat do all the work there. He's going to pick up a nice boundary. Nice stuff done there by Guri. Not trying to overtax himself. He's probably looking forward to a day break off and then come back on Sunday if the Werewolves do manage to get into the finals, which at the moment they get the win here. I'd say they probably will have a foot in the finals. Remains to be seen.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? Because that will give them 3 and 5 a ratio.
Yep.
And
that's right.
TTP would be 2 and 4, so they would want to win, need to win at least one of the games tomorrow.
Yes.
The Panthers have got 3 games tomorrow as well, so they would need to win 2 of those. So yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe the Werewolves, it is a case of winning this and they're looking good.
Yeah.
I would still say though there's so much to play for tomorrow. Still 4 games, and the fact is everyone's taking points off everyone in any given time. Right. Yep. So it's the repercussions of not only gaining points, but who have you taken points off, and how does that impact the other teams who are hoping the results go one way or the other?
Yeah, maybe the worst result is a team who gets 3 wins, so then we'll start talking about net run rate.
Yeah. And this one's high up in the air. It's an absolute steepler, and in the end, the fielder pulls out of the catch, and I'm not sure how many they ran while that ball was in the air. Surely at least 2.
You'd like to think so. That was in there for a long, long time. A lot of hang time there. 6th over ends. And as I said, they're marching on their way. The Werewolves, 97 for 2. They only got the one with that last ball that went skied up in the air. And a player at third just pulled out of that one. Didn't want to have a piece of that one. And it means 28 off 24. Run rate is 7 per over. It looks pretty academic from here on in. I also would suspect that the bonus point's going to go astray, because that was not a bad over all up from Shazad. He's a bit of a quality bowler, Shazad. He doesn't get success, but he's quite economic.
Certainly the pick of the bowlers, I'd say, for TTP. Consistent, and this occasion doesn't get a wicket, but is always there or thereabouts. And well, for the Werewolves, assuming they get over the line here, it'll be interesting to see if they end up ruining that lack of a bonus point, because it was certainly within the realms of possibility just a few overs ago. Now they would need a monumental over to get there. Well, maybe, just maybe, they still just want to get this one over the line, because that's another dot ball. This is an over that will be bowled by Yusuf Mir as the first one flies through into the gloves of Fayez Uddin. So maybe the Werewolves aren't ready to howl just yet. They do need to get those runs. It's 28 off 23. Perfectly manageable. And certainly will help if you get a few freebie wides. There, Manpreet Singh, I think, is very eager to get himself back on strike, because if you look at the 2 batters out there, Gurpreet Guri struggling along just a bit, not his usual dynamic self. He's 16 off 10, whereas Manpreet Singh, he's going on at over 300s.
Well, Manpreet Singh came in and just went 4-6, 4-6 the first 4 deliveries. Just, oh, there we go. Forget about that for a minute, because that was a lovely slower ball, deceptive. And Gurpreet Guri, not for the first time today, has been bowled and just completely out of sorts for the slow delivery. Doesn't like the change-up, doesn't like it on the stumps, and he has not done well there. 16 from 11 deliveries. He has done a partnership, though, with Manpreet Singh. He's probably done enough, you like to think, if you're a Werewolves fan. If you're a Team Tigers fan, you like to think that door is still slightly ajar. We still have a chance, but oh my goodness, we have to bowl so well.
Well, that's how you bowl it. If you do want to keep yourselves in the game, full and straight, something we haven't seen enough of this tournament so far. Just challenge the batter, say, well, you can swing hard, and you might be lucky on a few occasions, but if I get one to sneak through, then it's good night, and that's exactly what it was there. Good night, Guri, as he goes for an underpass, 16 off 11, despite being part of a decent enough partnership. Good fielding there, out in the deep by Azam Johnny, who, well, he's had an up and down tournament so far. A huge up with that century, but a few downs as well. He's had a couple of magical overs with ball in hand, but he did well there to stick out a hand and make sure that one didn't go over the rope. So just a little pause in the boundary scoring here. And again, misses out. This time it's Manpreet Singh who tried to carve that one through the offside, but only carves at thin air.
Yusuf Mia has a pretty handy slower ball. Doesn't mind showing it a couple of times and over. He's been very handy in this over as well. Just the one run off the bat so far. Still 2 to come, so still a chance for a bit of carnage.
Slower ball comes out again. And this time it's clubbed down to long on, but it will be fielded well there by Amish Azad. So brilliant over so far, despite that wide from Yusuf Mia. Picked up that all-important wicket, and it would be an even better over if he manages to sneak through another wicket here, and it certainly then would be slightly tetchy territory for the Werewolves. With them still needing 25 runs, they won't be gifted them by the Tigers by the looks of it, as that one is into the similar area. Should once more just be a single, and well, it's not, because clearly put the curse on him. That went straight through him, went for a 4, and that's a frustrating 4, especially for Yusuf Mia, who didn't deserve to go for a boundary in that over. Still an excellent over from him, going for just the 7. 21 now needed off the final 3 for the Werewolves.
Yeah, very good over that one from Yusuf Mia. I thought if that can end with a dot or even a wicket, that could almost swing things, get that pendulum a little bit away from currently showing 96% chance of a win for the Werewolves. Only 4%, unfortunately, not a lot of love there for the Team Tigers Portugal from Supercomputer, but that's probably fair assessment if these two can stick together. Only 3 wickets down. Even if they lose a wicket or 2 wickets here, they've still got the firepower. They do bat deep. 21 from 18 at 7 is what's required. And it's tough. It's tough here to defend.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a monumental effort here from the Tigers if they're able to pull this one from the fire. They've turned to the little pocket rocket here in the form of Mohamed Rassel to bowl the 8th. Imagine they not only need dots here, ideal situation, they need wickets. Well, this one's up in the air, but I think it's going to go over backward point. It's going to go past 3rd, and it will be a 4 to start the 8th over. So the perfect start here for the Werewolves as they look to keep themselves in contention.
Indeed. Yep, Werewolves going to march along their way here. We've got to give a shout out to that man, Manpreet Singh, who's come out and hit that quick fire. Well, he was on 20 before you knew it, and since then he's settled into a bit of a nice rhythm and routine. Looks like he's the one to guide the Werewolves home. We'll see. Swings hard at this one, muscles it towards the point area and over the top of the infielder. And that has gone to the boundary. So keeping those runs coming and taking the game completely and utterly away from Team Tigers Portugal with back-to-back 4s there.
Well, it needed to be a big 8th over for TTP. They needed to basically not give away any boundaries and pick up wickets, and it's been the exact opposite of that so far. As they turn to Mohamed Rassel. It's his first bowl of the day of this game. It hasn't gone to plan so far. And that will be another 4. So it's 3 4s in a row, and the Werewolves now cantering to the finish.
Oh yeah, yep. This is academic now. Poor old Mohamed Rassel, I feel for him. He's not had a great day with the bat or ball, and been thrown the ball now to bowl his first over, being the 8th over in a very small, a lowish run chase with the Werewolves only a handful of runs away. It's a tall order for his skipper to say to him, "All right, Mohamed, what can you do for me? Can you get me a couple of wickets and maybe bowl me maybe give me a double wicket maiden? How about that?" And the answer is an emphatic no, I cannot. That's, as Tina says, for 3 boundaries in a row in this over, and this over's still 3 to go. Manpreet Singh, though, is on the cusp of a well-deserved half century if he can get there. Oh, I don't think he's gotten there. Has he been stumped? I'm just seeing if the umpire's given him the marching orders. I think he has. Oh, he's gone on 49. Well, that's disappointing for him. Just as an individual milestone, that's a little disappointing. He gave the charge, and he got nowhere near it. So Rassel does get a wicket, but those 3 boundaries, well, I think the damage is done.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's just a case of Team Tigers Portugal probably being 20 runs shy of where they should have been. They had that slight brain fade in the middle overs where they went for just 3 off 1 over and just had a few meagre overs in the middle. So that score, which at one point looked like it was going to be 150 plus, ended up at 124. And if you add 20 to the score now, so we would have had such a different proposition.
Oh, very much so, yeah. It'd be actually quite exciting at this moment. If it was 29 required or 14, yeah, I think there'd be a real interest in, well, I wouldn't say golden ball, but just in a very tight photo finish in the 10th over. As it is, this could finish in the next 2 deliveries pretty much, if we're not careful.
New batter in. And, well, he gets a free look at the cherry. I suppose a white cherry. At the potato. As that one sails past the wide line. So now just 8 required.
The only other white vegetable that's round I know is like a celeriac, but it doesn't work in the context of cricket, does it?
Celeriac would do quite some damage to a cricket bat, I think. I think the celeriac would come
Pretty
out on
hard
top.
those, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe a cooked celeriac has that kind of softer quality as that one rolls away for 4. So now it is just 4 to win for the Werewolves. They'll look to see if they can do it in this over. It's the final ball of the over. Mohamed Russell, he did pick up that wicket, consolation wicket it will be, barring some minor miracle here. But he has gone also for 17 runs in this over, probably cursing Asif Atta, who turned to him and said, come on, you do something. And, well, he at least takes it into the next over. And they, in fact, they turn down the single.
Oh, he's down.
He
He's
takes
down.
a tumble. He's just like, let me lie here. I'm done. It's been a long day.
I've had enough.
And, well, it will still then be 4 to win as we do make it into the 9th over. Well, Team Tigers Portugal need everything to happen here in the 9th. 6 wickets. It'd be game over. So it's easy as that.
Completely. Yeah, agreed. I do love a celeriac puree with my steak. I think it's a nice little accompaniment. Sorry, getting stuck in a food chat with only 4 runs needed here at the end of the day. Sorry, I'll back out of that now because it's very close to the finale. It's, 4 runs away from a win here to the Werewolves. Team Tigers Portugal, there's no way they can prevent that from happening. I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm guilty of commentator curses my entire career with ECN, but I reckon I've got this one right. 121 for 4 as we start the 9th.
Yeah, probably going out on an enormous tree trunk there rather than a limb. Don't think there's any danger of you falling off. And it looks like they're turning back to pace here. Certainly marking his run-up out with purpose as Raju Mia. Giving it the old windmills. And, well, it'll be a lot of warm-up for nothing if he's hit for 4 on this very first delivery.
This. He'd be hit out of the ground a bit. And there we go. And we're out.
Much ado about nothing.
Wait for it.
Here we go. 4 required for the Werewolves to keep their tournament alive. And is it going to go? Is it going to go? Yes, it is. Brilliant warm-up there from Raju Mia for 1 ball. And the Werewolves take it. So they do bare their teeth and they do get the runs on the board, the target 125. They exceed it by 2 in the end, and they keep their tournament hopes alive.
They do indeed. It's a good win too because obviously it's 11 deliveries spare. They win by 6 wickets in a very good chase there. Very good chase indeed. Not really any wobbles to speak of. No. You just felt that Team Tigers Portugal, they tried hard in the early overs, but Werewolves, a good run chase. They've always got the firepower. They do bat very deep, as is evident there, and a well done win for them. They now take tomorrow off, Tina, and they're going to not be back until probably Sunday. I think we're back on Sunday, but we'll know tomorrow. We'll know this time tomorrow if they're going to be back on Sunday.
Well, it's all still to play for tomorrow, isn't it? We know the fighters are there. TTP and Werewolves, they'll both hope to be there. Werewolves, well, the trouble for them is that they have no other influence on what's happening tomorrow. They've got a day off, so they'll be watching from behind their sofas, hoping that they've done enough. As for TTP, well, it's been a mixed day for them, hasn't it? And they still have work to do tomorrow. Yeah,
they've still got a lot of work to do tomorrow, actually. So have, the Falkwash team are buoyed because they had 2 wins today. So they're going to be back tomorrow, happy about that. But you're right about TTP. Yeah, they're teetering a little bit here because they've come today to play 3 games. Hasn't gone their way. So they're the ones who are going to be quite nervy. Probably not quite as nervous as the Werewolves. I think the Werewolves, they will watch from behind the couch, but I think they'll have a little bit more optimism than TTP, who are going to be here at the ground. They're going to have to find a little bit of something because it hasn't worked for them today.
Well, I'm optimistic that tomorrow is going to be another absolute cracker. G-Force will be back as we go through the final day of action before finals day on Sunday. By this time tomorrow, we know the fate of those 4 finalists. Fighters, they're there. The other 3, well, you're going to have to come back tomorrow and find out. There's talk of a wine festival, so we've got places to be, people to see. Thanks again, Phil, for joining me and for being the better part of G-Force. And thanks, of course, to everyone who's been watching, all of the crew, everyone helping out. And look forward to bringing it all to you again tomorrow as we take you through the final day of group stage action in this ECS Challenger Division in Santarem. So from me and Phil, the G-Force, we say goodnight and have a lovely evening on the European Cricket Network.